Hello to all our viewers watching us here in Shillong, across the state of Meghalaya and beyond. I'm Aaron Lingdo. It gives me immense grief to announce that today is the final and the last day of the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. I say grief because the past 2 days have been nothing short of extraordinary. Sessions after sessions have been nothing short of enriching and meaningful. Well, today we bring you an exclusive coverage of the final day, and let me tell you, the lineup is again brilliant. So if you're watching us at home, sit back and relax, because trust DD Meghalaya to bring you all the action from ground zero right here at Wards Lake in Shillong.
Hey literary lovers, guess what? The Shillong Literary Festival is happening yet once again. So mark your calendars from the 18th to the 20th of this month, where the magic is all going to happen right here at Warts Lake, Shillong. It's going to be legendary, where I'm going to take you and we're going to dive into the world of words together.
Now, here's the scoop on one author you have to check out, the brilliant Rupen Kapoor. Not only is he an incredible talented writer, but he's also a senior officer in customs and indirect taxes. How cool is that? He brings a wealth of knowledge about anti-smuggling and tax enforcement to the table. His debut novel, Hour of the Hounds, takes us on a thrilling ride through the twists and turns of law, duty, and morality. Trust me, you don't want to miss this one. It's going to spark some serious conversations. And yes, so for all my student friends out there, listen up, because I've got something interesting to tell you. You can snag your free tickets with just your student ID. How cool is that? Seriously, there is no brainer. You get to meet amazing authors and soak up the literary vibes, all while making memories at one of the most picturesque locations. I mean, think about it. Who doesn't want that? So gather all your friends around, bring your curiosity, and let's make some incredible literary memories together at the Warts Lake, starting at 10 a.m. So guys, seriously, I can't wait to see you here. Let's get our bookish adventures rolling.
The beauty of literature lies in its ability to capture the complexity of the human experience. Through language, it allows us to explore emotions, ideas, and stories that resonate across time and culture. At its core, literature transforms the ordinary into something extraordinary, using words to evoke beauty, provoke thought, and stir the soul. So have you heard the news? The Shillong Literary Festival is just around the corner, happening November 18th to 20th at Nampalok Warts Lake, and it's going to be lit. One of the highlights of the fest is Samrat Chaudhary, also known as Samrat X, the author of Northeast India, A Political History, and The Braided River. Samrat's work and storytelling takes you through some of the most fascinating aspects of India's history and culture. His sessions are going to be super inspiring. So get your tickets and let's show our love for homegrown talent. And one more thing, all students with a valid ID will be granted a free entry. See you all there.
Hi, my name is Meva Ophelia and I'm here to let you know that we've got 3 days until we kickstart the Shillong Literary Festival. If you love books or want to explore ideas in a lively environment, this is the place to be. The festival starts from November 18th and runs through 19th and 20th November at Ward's Lake. We will have 30 plus incredible authors, talk sessions and live readings and many more surprises. So mark your calendars.
Thank you. Very good morning to everyone, particularly His Excellency Mr. Firat Sunel, Ambassador. Who has just joined us. You know, there was a short introduction read by Wari, but I think it's so His Excellency Ambassador Firat Sunel is a diplomat, international lawyer, author, and a scriptwriter. An avid reader and also an author. House next month as well. And finally, the book we're going to talk about in a fortnight of publication. Audience may be interested to know that his novels Litfest. Thank you for being
last novel, published earlier this year by Penguin Random House. And the Lighthouse, it does exist. is from a migrant family coming from Chios, now a part of Greece. A bit poignant story, although it's just just a childhood story. It's a poignant story. We see our protagonist, little boy, lives with two sisters, father, and their old aunt in the lighthouse. This is wartime. They are in poverty. They are poor, but book is called The Happiest Time of Our Lives. Indeed, although they were happy, although they are poor, although they felt the war in a game for us. They established their own life around the light. Don't have anybody else to play with. So the and our protagonist, he just go to the big city, make the exam, and start. For a person who lives in a lighthouse, it's not easy, because his elder brother is sick, so help his family. That's why he is father, that he wants to go to the big city and study. And very hard. And in the evening, he is very tired, and there is no lights, no electricity. They multi-layered book. There are stories within one. And their history books are interested in events without emotions. But novels, in the center, we can find our characters. So they can't be just fiction. But the events are real. We cannot distort or change the history. Like the historians, they also don't distort and change. But we interpret in a different way. So, and then history books, on the other hand, is read by students, scholars, or if you are interested in history, then you read a scholar book, a history book. But, you know, novels are read by everybody. You read, you enjoy, you have a plot, but in the same time, you learn about the history as well. So this is the perfect mixture.
True, I agree. I mean, the other day we heard Jerry Pinto, and I think he was saying that, you know, which non-fiction book from the 19th and 20th century does anyone remember or read till now? But fiction continues. You read Shakespeare, you know, you read other things, and historical fiction is a great way to capture that history, but to have it, you know, in an everlasting format which can be read over time. Going through your book, you know, I understood that the lighthouse becomes a very central motive or a very important theme to your book. Why did you choose that as a venue, and is it only just a place, or is it more than that? Is it a metaphor? What do you want to convey through this lighthouse, and how is it important to, you know, Turkish culture or to the place where you're from?
So yes, you see the photo of lighthouse here, and as I said, it does really exist in Turkey. This is, lighthouses are always mysterious places, because you don't know, you don't see lighthouses in your daily life. And lighthouses are very far away. this is not a part of our daily life. And indeed, as you said, it is more than a building or a place in my building. It's a metaphor. It is like a living object, a person, because it is symbolic. Lighthouses, symbolize loneliness, desolation, but in the same time, it's a symbol of hope, light, refuge. So both of them in the same time. So you see the metaphor in my book very well. The children, the three siblings, as I said, they had a very poor but happy life, and they were happy with their life. But one day, the war breaks out, and then the life of the Lighthouse family and also children, it changed. But not only their life, the lighthouse itself as a building, it changes as well, like a human being.
Wow, so nicely put, the lighthouse as a symbol of so many things, including as a silent observer. The back of your book, you start by saying that the lighthouse was a lonely observer as things unfolded. The Second World War was unfolding, people were migrating, a lot of displacement was happening. But coming, out of the lighthouse and looking at your work is a piece of translation, right? You've not written in the original in the English. It has been translated by a translator to the English, and that's why widely accessible. So, what do you think about translation? Of course, the requirement of translation is very important, but in translation, especially when you translate from one language to the other, do you think, especially in this translation, something has been lost, or has it been captured, in the way it should have been captured? What are your thoughts on that?
So translation, first of all, the translated literary works, they are really very, very important. They connect people, ideas, and cultures around the world. They serve as conduits of, highways of culture. And through this culture, stories transcend the boundaries. So thanks to the translation, everybody is able to read the book. So without the translation of the book, you would not be able to learn about a little boy who learned in Turkey and about Turkish culture. So thanks to God, translated books enrich our understanding and foster empathy. So, but of course, it must be a very good translation. Without a good translation, it doesn't make sense. And I have to admit that even the best translations cannot be identical to the original. But a good translation is very close to the original. So, Lighthouse Family is a good translation, I would say. Really, our translator, he did a well job. Because it is not easy. It is not sufficient or enough. You speak two languages, both languages, and I can translate whatever I want because I speak perfect. I'm perfect in both languages. No. You can translate any text, but not literary text, including me. I cannot translate either. Because in literary translations, you don't translate just the sentence. The linguistic part is just the easiest part of the translation. A literary translator has to translate the culture, the emotions, and the writing style and tone of the author. Without this is completed, it cannot be an accomplished translation. And I am very happy with this translation. My translator could reflect my personal tone and literary style as well. I think you would agree when you read this book.
Thank you. One of the themes of your book is also about migration or forced immigration. And in the book, the boy's parents have to move from the then Greek island of Chios to Turkey, right? And you mentioned about there was some population exchange around that time in 1920s, if I'm not mistaken. So, what are your thoughts on that, and what is the historical context? You can just shed some light. What happened during that time? This population exchange that happened in this period of history.
Okay, you can find the tracks of migration in my own novels, not only in this one, because I belong also to a family who migrated from Greece to Turkey during population exchange. Because whether you like it or not, immigration is always a drama. And then this is the feeling of being uprooted. And even when you are happy in your new homeland, the land that you immigrated to, you always miss your homeland. You always miss the families. So, and then this feeling you carry all your life long. So this is in my book Lighthouse Family. It's also visible. The parents of our protagonists, they are also migrated from Greece. And the Chios Island, from the Chios Island to Turkey in 1924. Chios Island, you know, their old homeland, hometown, is just off the coast of the lighthouse. It means they wake up every day and just a miles away, they see their homeland. But this is not their homeland anymore, and they are not allowed to go there. And that's why their memories are always kept alive. So that's why, because I belong also to a migrant family, you can feel the emotions of migration in this book as well.
Thank you. You know, in the starting of your book, there's a beautiful quote by Epictetus, right? Very beautiful to share with everyone here. And I think this book captures these themes. The quote is, and I quote, "Your childhood is your homeland." Very simple quote, but very strong, very moving. Perhaps may I request you, Ambassador, to read from one of the chapters of your book where this theme or this essence is captured. This theme of childhood and your homeland.
Okay.
Would you be, pick a chapter or a verse that you could read from for the benefit of our audience?
Okay, I will do. I will read just first paragraph of our prologue. In our story starts with a photo, an old photograph, and our protagonist introduces his family and those days on this photo, and then the story starts. So this is the prologue, just first chapter of the first book, first paragraph. It won't be a spoiler. Just to give you some idea, I'm reading the first one. That little kid in the front, the one in shorts, giving a military salute, that's me. Blissfully unaware that a military junta would later change my life. My feet bare, clothes naturally a little ragged. Those were the Germans, German warriors, growing a little darker every night. We were in the war too, tooth and nail, if not with guns and arms, certainly through our privations. See that white lighthouse on the deserted hillside in the background. That's where we lived, so far from everyone. None of us knew it then. Isolation and poverty may have been our fate. Yet, that final period of our childhood was the best time of our lives.
I think we can have a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador, for sharing that moving, paragraph, that verse from your novel. As we understand, the protagonist also, has, because of immigration, and you also have some history in terms of your parents having to move. So how much of this is autobiographical, although it's historical fiction?
Autobiographical flavors are very common in literary works, especially in novels. And my book is not exception of this. Of course, there are some autobiographical features. But I normally don't tell about this. I don't disclose in order not to interfere the perception of the readers. So you try to find which snippets are from my own life and which one not. I don't tell, but as an author, I think you can discover, disclose it.
Let me then ask you, what are your literary influences? We know, at least here in India, a lot of a lot of readers know of Orhan Pamuk and other famous Turkish authors. Orhan Pamuk, of course, won the Nobel Prize. Just want to know, Ambassador, what are your literary influences? Maybe Turkish or maybe other American or European writers or others. And what do you read in India? Since you're in India for almost 3 years now, in India, who do you love reading? These two questions.
Yes, I consider literature as a unique assets. Whether it's Turkish, American, Indian, so they all enrich our understanding for other cultures. So we have, of course, a lot of novelists, authors. Orhan Pamuk is well known because he's Nobel literature laureate. I started reading with Jules Verne when I was in primary school, and then Jack London's all works. And it started like this. I don't make any difference between Turkish and foreign literature. And I am influenced from everything, of course. Whenever you read something, you are influenced from this novel. And in terms of India, I started with Tagore. This is really, but novels. The Gora, for example, a very good example. You learn also Indian history. And for contemporary novelists, my favorite author novelist is also my good friend Vikas Sivarup, who was also an ambassador and served in Turkey. So his books are very fluent, easy to read, like my books. And then in the background, you learn a lot about this country.
Thank you. In fact, Tagore wrote one of his novels here in Shillong, Shesher Kobita. I think if you have not read that, you should read it now that you are in Shillong and at the Lit Fest here.
I am sure that this beautiful state, it will be one of my inspiration in my future works, for sure.
Okay, that's good. I think that deserves an applause. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for your kind words. And I think we are conscious of time. Let me ask you maybe a few more questions, and then we can open it up to the audience. So you wear many hats. You're also an international lawyer. You've written a book on treaties. You also serve obviously as ambassador. It's not easy. How do you find the time to write? I think it's important because we have young people here who are doing other things and we want them to be inspired. How do you find time to write? How do you have a routine? How do you go about it?
So we all have time to do everything, but under two conditions. First, good time management. Second, discipline. If you have good time management and discipline, you can do everything. Sometimes I talk with, especially young people, and they say, "Oh, I want to, have mornings walk or sport every day, but I don't have time." No, you have time. If I find time, you must have time. But the issue is really the time management. And you can create this. Nobody can help you. You have to plan your life. So how I am able to write this, also thanks to the time management, because being an ambassador, it's not a part-time job, nor is writing. So for a long years, I have been getting up very early in the mornings, sometimes 5, sometimes 5:30. And weekends or holidays are not exception. So these 3 hours from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., these are my golden hours. This is my me time. I can sit, read, write without being disturbed. No telephone calls, nobody knocked at the doors. So this is my time. So the secret is, especially for our young audience, which are now the majority here, please, you can create. Just set your priorities. If you set your priorities, and then if you manage your time and self-discipline, you can do everything. 24 hours are enough to realize our dreams.
Thank you. I think that's really an inspiring message to leave, to our youngsters. With this, may I open the house now to any questions from the audience? Anyone would like to ask the ambassador any questions on his work, on how his writing is? Do we have any questions, please?
So everybody is happy without any question.
I think there's one, yes. Can the lady have a mic, please?
What is the name of your translator, the person who has translated this?
So it's written here down, Feyza Hovel. She is a professional literary translator living in London. She has translated many works. And then she translated all my works into English. And the second one, after this book, the Izmirli, My Last Love, it's also going to be published with his translation. So next month by Penguin Random House as well, in English. But you know, if it is English translation, I can judge it. We can all judge because we know the language. But my books have been translated into more than a dozen languages. And apart from understanding it, I can't even read the alphabets. Hindi, Malayalam, Arabic, Georgian, Bengali. This is of course always a risk. You know, I can never know whether the translation is a good one or not. But thanks to the connection, because I have fellow authors, or I have contact with literary luminaries in those regions or countries, and even sometimes my readers, they reach out to me in my social media or internets. They write, "We like your book, but the edition, this language edition was not so good. The language was okay, the grammar, no problem, but no emotions. It was not like a novel." It happens, I have to say this, but at least in English translation you will not find any mistakes.
Thank you. Any other question from, oh, there are two more people who have raised their hands, so yeah, the lady first, and then the gentleman here.
Sir, I think it's wonderful that you being in your field of work, you've been able to produce 3 books, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yes. So
4 books, 3 novels, yes.
4 books, 3 novels. I think it would be a big help to the young community if maybe you could find time to write about how you managed to do that. You know, I love how you spoke about the me time, the 3 hours in the morning that you use. I think that would be a very good book whenever you're ready with it. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is really very important. And I am invited to universities sometimes to give some lectures or just have some chat with the students in Turkey or in India as well. And each time I emphasize how to manage the time. And I am open, you know, whenever I'm invited, I am ready to come together with the young people and share my experiences.
Thank you, thank you. I think we should leave room for some other event where we can invite the ambassador and maybe talk to youngsters. So, you know, I think, thank you.
We can talk. I will sign my books, I think.
Yes, yes.
It's a backside.
There's a signing stage,
yes.
so there, you know.
Yes, whoever want to talk with me, chat with me, we can talk. I can sign my books, so I will be ready there.
Yes. So one last question before we close the session. So this will be the last question for the session before we, you know, have the author signing. Please.
Ambassador, it seems to me that a lot of diplomats tend to be writers, with India being an example, for instance, Shashi Tharoor, and you mentioned Vikas Swarup as well. What do you think is common between diplomacy, which is all about pragmatism, which is all about realpolitik, and writing, which is all about being a free spirit? What do you think is common between the two jobs that so many diplomats tend to be writers?
Yes, very nice, great question. So there are similarities and differences between diplomacy and literature as well. The biggest similarity is, you know, we diplomats train to use the word appropriately, because this is really important. You can cause a scandal, you can cause a huge problem between the countries when you use just one word improper. So this is an advantage. If you know how to use the words, it is also, you can also use it in literature texts. So they are very important. And diplomacy is also, being a diplomat is an advantage because the best literary works, they come when the different cultures sometimes clashes or come together. And in our profession, we are going from one country to another country. This is our life. I have been traveling the world more than 30 years. I have been, meeting people. I get friends, new colors, new smells, new cultures. Everything is new, and each event is a source of inspiration for me. So, as a diplomat, it's a great opportunity to meet other people, and you don't need to run behind the stories. The stories come to you. This is an advantage. But this advantage is, okay, we are very careful with the words, but diplomacy and literature, they are two different issues. Diplomacy is reality. So your legs must be, hard on the ground. But for literature, you don't need any legs. You just need one pair of wings, which makes your reader fly. And you cannot dream in diplomacy. But in literature, you have to dream. So you shall not mix it. We say it, we formulate this like this. You have to separate the inks you write. When I write a diplomatic text, then I use my diplomatic ink. But when I write something in literature, then I use my literature pen. So as far as you don't mix them, so it will be a perfect friendship between diplomacy and literature.
Thank you. So well put. A perfect friendship between literature and diplomacy. I think you embody that, and it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor to be in conversation with you, Ambassador. Thank you so much for coming all the way to Shillong, giving time, and for really enthralling this audience with your words. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe we can make a selfie before I leave.
Well, thank you so much, His Excellency, Mr. Farad Sunel, for that interesting conversation about your book. And we are more excited now to delve into the historical fiction of Turkish culture through your book. And we completely moved by your quote, your childhood is your homeland. And to show our appreciation for your kind presence here, we are presenting you with a small memento, which is a collection of curated books and also something special from Meghalaya, and this is from the Shillong Literary Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency will be available for a book signing at the signing lounge. You can buy his books from the festival bookstall, and he will be more than happy to sign them for you. Thank you so much, sir.
Before I go, okay, before I go, I would like to also present a book about Indo-Turkish architecture. It also displays the similarities, the commonalities in Indian and Turkish culture.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next session, we'll take a short 5 minutes break. Thank you.
The Life of Jerry Pinto, Shobha Day, Enhancing Longevity, and many more. Now let's talk about Shobha Day. The vivacious, proactive, and widely read author brings 4 decades of cultural commentary to her work as a novelist, columnist, and social chronicler. She had authored 20 books that reflects India's elite society, sexuality, and contemporary urban life. If you can recall her famous book, that is Spouse, The Truth About Marriage, the famous Starry Nights, Insatiable, and many more. There will also be workshops, discussions, book launches, food stalls, and live music, and also special activities by the Forgotten Folklore Project. There will be good exposure, especially for the young minds. So please note that there will be free entry for our students with valid school IDs. So please don't miss out on this opportunity as it comes your way. Okay, so see you there. Kublai Shibon Chihijara.
The Shillong Literary Festival is your chance to meet literary artists like Shobha Day. Shobha Day is one of India's most provocative and influential writers. She is known for her fearless exploration on India's elite society, sexuality, and urban life.
With over 20 books to her name, she continues to fight boundaries. From a former model to a magazine founder, she's paved her way into the literary world. Don't miss your chance to hear her speak live at the Shillong Literary Festival, November 18th to the 20th at Worksley. And remember, students get free entry. Don't forget to bring your valid ID. We can't wait to see you there. The Shillong Literary Festival is waiting for you.
Hello everyone, this is Bipolar, and today I've got some exciting news for you guys. The Shillong Literary Festival, Worksley, is happening in this November, that is on 18th, the 19th, and 20th. And this year is going to be extra special because one of our very own is joining the spotlight, and that is Sir Nicholas Kapoor. From our very own hills to the big screen, Sir Nicholas is a filmmaker behind Akoni Mantra. So come and listen to one of the most exciting voices in the Indian cinema. And if you're students, to get a treat for you, you can bring your student's ID. So what are you waiting for? Get a ticket now and see you there.
Hey besties, ever dream of authors and artists vibing together, spilling secrets and sharing stories? The Shillong Literary Festival is back with its 4th edition from November 18 to 20th at Wards Lake, bringing amazing authors and thinkers your way. I'm especially pumped for Sabir Hussain, a former journalist, adventurer, and author of 2 motorcycle travelogues. His journeys from Ladakh to the Northeast capture a world of adventure and resilience. Join us from 10 a.m. onwards for book launches, live performances, and fantastic food. Bring your student ID for free entry.
Big Bachana Shillong Navingapa Literary Festival, Jan November Chicha Tariko, Yeko Tarikano Onge, Yako Shillong Words Leko Watangen. Ya festival mungsumbiga author Vikram Sheth Jan a suitable bolika ko siachim baksaba nagta chulko mangen. Uni gumenji manderangan lekha kita men disco na chum wa mang chulko en festival bakro anokta mangen. Kela
We will start our next session now. We have now come to our second session titled Words on Screen, Bollywood Meets Northeast, wherein our speakers will delve into the unique narratives of the Northeast and their portrayal on the silver screen. Joining us is Nicholas Karkungor, a filmmaker known for his acclaimed works like Mantra, Art Culture, and currently he is putting the finishing touches to Markasam, an Amazon show that he has directed. Additionally, his forthcoming film called Jhansi Ka Rajkumar, which he has written and directed, will be premiered in the coming year. He is joined by Nancy Nisa Beso, a versatile and accomplished film producer working across indie and commercial cinema in India and the UK. Starting her career in local radio and TV, she has collaborated with leading broadcasters, studios, and agencies. Her latest short film, Ade, premiered in Rotterdam and won Best Film at the Mumbai Academy of Moving Image 2024. Currently, she is preparing a feature film set in Nagaland and developing multiple features and documentaries. Moderating this conversation is Mayank Shekhar, the first film critic to win the Ramnath Goenka Award. He is an acclaimed writer and the entertainment editor at Midday. His book, Name, Place, Animal, Thing, was an Amazon bestseller, and his podcast, Sit with Hitlist, and The Bombay Film Story have earned multiple awards. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Nicholas Karkungor, Nancy Nisa Beso, and Mayank Shekhar. Speakers, I now leave the floor to you. Thank you.
You have one? They need one. You need one more.
Check, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to this special session on Bollywood meets Northeast. I'm calling this a special session also because why are we even discussing movies in a literature festival, right? And that's because I see a lot of young people and we all love the movies to start with. The second is that the basis of movies is the script. The script is the written word. The written word is literature for the screen, and what we're discussing today is how much of that written word or literature for the screen, when it comes to mainstream popular cinema, or Bollywood as we call it, represents Northeast at all, or has it been growing over time? With me, of course, are two people who will know this better than most because one, they're from the Northeastern region. Second, they're in Bombay, they work in Bombay films. Of course, Nancy is a Bollywood producer, an entrepreneur from Nagaland. With me is Nicholas, who is a local Shillong boy. I think he deserves another round of applause, guys. There's a local Shillong boy sitting in Bombay, making films on his own terms. I think the most important thing here, of course, is from the audience's perspective, given everyone's a local here, take us through your journey, given that you're from Nagaland, moved to UK, moved to Bombay as well, works with, well, John Abraham Entertainment, among all the other things that you do. And of course, in your case, from Shillong to Delhi, Delhi to Bombay. Let's start with you, Nancy.
Okay, check. Well, first of all, good afternoon, and thank you so much for giving us this platform. And like Mayank has mentioned, you know, literally when I got the invitation, I was just like, it's a literary festival. What am I going to speak about? But it's so great to be here, and it's so great to see such beautiful people. May I add, all of you are looking so beautiful, and all of you are so well dressed. You know, I've never been to an event where everybody looks like a celebrity themselves. So, well done, guys. Well done to you. So I'm originally from Nagaland, not too far from here. I've had lots of family who've studied here. Woo! So I've had lots of family starting from some of my great aunts and uncles and my uncle, auntie, cousins. And I never really understood why they love Shillong so much. But now I get it. I really get it. And then I'd say maybe I will be partial, but I think I love Shillong more than Kohima now. It's so beautiful. It's stunning. And the people are so nice. Anyways.
Now that you're won over the audience, tell us your story.
Okay. I started in media at a very young age. And I think it's because I was so inspired by my grandfather who used to tell me stories about, all of us have grandfathers and they tell stories about everything, right? So I was so inspired by my grandfather. And my dad used to work in the radio station as something in the technical field. And I remember my first job in media was in radio. I started working in radio at the age of 6. I used to earn 60 rupees per show. I used to host a children's show. So I would sing, I would tell stories, I would recite poems. So technically, I was lucky because, I had some inroad to the media industry, but I started very, very young. Every summer holiday or any holidays that I got, I would volunteer to work at the Doordarshan. I would be a news anchor to very small local news. So I really, really did, I would place the camera, write my own report, and then speak in front of the camera, go back, edit the thing. And this was something I was doing when I was 16, 17. I really didn't know anything about the camera, neither did I know anything about editing. But I learned on the job. I literally learned on the job. Of course, like every good child in India, I also studied science, and the plan was to go do engineering or medical. But of course, I tried to get into an engineering college, and I did, but I didn't go through that. I went to Delhi, and then I did a small diploma course in media training, and then never looked back. So from there, I went to work for Discovery Travel and Living. I went National Geographic, and then a couple of, smaller shows. Then it really stuck to me that, while I love this side of media, the one thing that I really wanted to do was tell stories. I was in love with Notting Hill. I watched Notting Hill, and I think I decided one morning that this is what I want to make. And I will go to where this was made. It took a year and a half of...
So, Nancy, you basically saw a blue door and decided to go to Notting Hill and make movies there.
Of course.
That's why it's placed here, right? Yes. What, mic's not working?
It's working? Okay. So I think you can manifest a lot of things in your life if you work towards it. So I went to London, I studied filmmaking, and while I was in London, I think I must have worked on some at least 40, 50 short films. Anybody who needed an extra help, I would just put my hand up and I'll be like, yeah, I'll do it. So I did sound, I did camera, I did costume, I did makeup. I was even an animal wrangler on a set. I don't know if many of you know what an animal wrangler is. Basically taking care of animal on set. I wasn't trained for it, but I had lots of dogs, so I said, no, I can take care of the dog. So, I've worked in almost everything that is to do with the industry, including I used to read a lot of scripts and write script reports. Used to get paid £10 per script. That was also a job I did, but it was fun. Well, that's my journey. And now I've worked with some of the biggest Bollywood stars, including with John Abraham. I'm working with them for some films. Did one film called Tara vs. Bilal, but Priyanka Chopra, Farhan Akhtar, Parinditi Chopra, the last film with Vidya Balan, what a great experience. We had a big cast, and the journey has been amazing. And I never thought growing up that I would be able to do this, because I had nobody, I didn't know anybody from Nagaland who was doing this. Neither did I have any friends who were in the industry, because I was training to become an engineer, right? So I didn't have friends. So in my own little way, it's a dream that I dreamt, and then I didn't look back. I just looked forward and kept going. And today, I think I'm in a place where I look back and I smile, saying, it's been a good journey.
It's been a great journey. It's been a great journey. In your case, of course, you're a Shillong boy, went to school, went to do your college here as well, Dick?
I did my college here. In fact, I was born and brought up in Nagaland, because my dad's Naga. Then we moved here. So college was here, and Shillong has been home, for 20, 30 years, yeah. So I'm very much a Shillong boy, and I'm very happy to be here, actually. It's just nice to see so many young people as well, because it makes you so happy that there are...
And you were one of them at some point in time. And I think Nancy meant this when she was growing up. There aren't too many people from around her surroundings that she could look up to and say, use them as role models. You had to build your own career because you were the first people to take this path. Was that something that sort of was the case in your case as well? Where there aren't people in Shillong who are making movies, and then you go on to Delhi and then thereafter Bombay. Was that tough for you in the sense of, what are you doing?
Well, I kind of stumbled into it.
Okay.
So it's been one mistake after another, and that's how it played out. So finished my college from here. Then I went to, I was trying to do my MBA. That didn't work out. I was very unhappy. Then I moved to Delhi. In Delhi, I was doing theatre. So that was my first encounter in some senses with with drama, because I hadn't really done anything in Shillong. And so that played out for a good 10 years. I was there. And then film kind of happened. I was interested, kind of met you that time in 2008. I thought I'd go to Bombay after having done about 10 years of theatre in Delhi. And I said, let me just try and suss out Bombay. Went to Bombay, didn't really like it, so stayed for a couple of years and then moved right back to Delhi. And then accidentally, the first film kind of came together. And that's how I ended up in Bombay, and I've been in Bombay since, and I'm doing film now. But I'm happy to be in this place because it affords me the opportunity to actually push the boundaries of Bollywood and have more Northeastern representation in every form, including, perhaps more importantly than anything else, having more faces, on screen. Yeah. That's my journey.
You go on to make your first film, which is Mantra, and then your second film, which is Akhuni, which is actually far more related to Northeast as a culture, because of course it's set in Delhi as well. We're talking about representation. It's hard enough to make your own film. It's hard enough to be in the industry. Do you think it's a bigger burden to take where you also have to do representation, or is it just like just go ahead and make your films and hope that you get to make them in the first place, then take that burden on, which is to represent your culture, or is that something that you consciously think of? Nancy?
Wow, I really didn't think about that question, but I think for me, content, whether it's it's a small content, even if it's a short film or a long form, you have to be true to the story. And while we're talking about representation, I think in the last 6 or 12 months, Family Man has shot in Nagaland.
Family Man 3, right.
Family Man 3 has been shot in Nagaland. They just, I think, wrapped up about a month ago. Patal Lok has been set in Nagaland. So I think India is now looking at Northeast in terms of setting stories there. And I think that's a first step towards how we sensitize people about our region. And slowly, slowly that will lead into, I think, stories being made completely here and be commercialized for the rest of the country. Same with actors. I mean, whether it's an Andrea in a very Bollywood film called Anek, or whether it's, I think there was a film a few years ago with Priyanka Chopra playing Mary Kom. It is about a boxer from Manipur. So there are stories that are being made. Yes, it has been slightly slow, but I see there is a big opportunity for Northeast to grow, not only in terms of region to be filmed in, but stories to be set here. And obviously that will then lead to stories from here being told to an international or even the national audience. So I think we are going in the right direction. And I think in 10 years' time, it takes time, But
Sure.
10 years is actually not a long time at all. I think there's huge possibility of seeing, directors from the Northeast, writers from the Northeast, actors from the Northeast being the lead. And I mean, Nicholas is already a director from the Northeast working in Bombay. And I feel in the next 10 years, we will have a lot more coming.
And there is something that you also do personally to facilitate that process of people from the Northeast getting some representation in the mainstream popular culture or Bollywood, as it were?
Yes. I mean, so industries work, like any other industry, film industry also works in a certain way. You need to have proper representation, whether it's an agent, manager, or a legal advisor. So I've been trying to help Northeast directors and some actors get representation in Bombay. I think some of you will know a very, very good director from here called Mr. Pradeep. So I'm trying to see if I can help him, get more representation. So I'm trying to help people from the Northeast be represented in Bollywood at a larger scale, not just by telling stories from here, but to be able to tell stories of India using that platform. So hopefully in the next few years or maybe next few months, we will see more representation of Northeast creative people in Bollywood.
there are enough people here who would want to be part of the creative process. Nancy, if you want to give your number out to whoever wants to call you and get that job.
Maybe I should just get a barcode with my Instagram handle and walk around and people can just scan and DM.
May I want to quickly answer your question?
Yes.
So for me, actually, representation is really important. And it is actually the reason I'm making films. Yeah, it's not the other way around. And I mean this actually. So I feel, and it's been important all the way through. With the first film, Mantra, we had a Northeastern character. It didn't eventually materialize. And these things happen. But the attempt has always been to do that. And with the second film, Akuni, of course, it was about the Northeastern experience in Delhi. With the third film, again, there was an attempt to insinuate, you know, a couple of Northeasterners. That didn't work out. With the fourth one right now, this Amazon Prime show that I'm doing, just to quickly, because I know we have many questions to get into. It's a show called Makasam, an Amazon Prime show. And it's set in Delhi University. So it came to me, it was a script that was already written, and I was to direct the 8 episodes. And because it was set in Delhi University, it's a story of a 19-year-old boy who's a maths genius, played by Mihir Ahuja, who was in Archie's. And he has a mother, played by Mona Singh, who's quite well known now. She's doing a lot of work. And she's single, and she wants to find the perfect partner, and he creates this algorithm for her to find the perfect partner. And of course, everything goes wrong after that, and there's all this drama that plays out. But because it was set in Delhi University and amongst the crowd, it afforded me the opportunity to actually, you know, insert, in a sense,
in an organic sort of
one
way.
of my own.
Right.
So yeah, in a very organic way, because
yeah.
it wouldn't have happened if it was in Bombay, you know, and so on. So the moment I was on board, and had settled in and allowed them to kind of, you know, be more comfortable with my being around and so on, I pushed that agenda. So there were 4 or 5 leads, and one of the leads was this girlfriend of Mihir, and I wanted a Northeasterner, and that worked out quite fine. So we do have in the show, as one of the 5 leads, a Northeastern girl. She's Assamese. We auditioned a lot of people. And she turned out to be the best, so we took her. So there is Northeastern representation in a reasonably big show of Amazon Prime. So those are the ways in which I feel, at least for myself, that I can do something in terms of representing the Northeast, which is the raison d'etre, in some senses, of why I'm making films, actually.
I mean, it's interesting you say the word Northeast, given, and I'm as much of an outsider as can possibly be. It's my first time in Shillong, but I know that it's very generically used. Whereas Northeast is like a lot of communities, a lot of states, it's a lot of different kinds of languages and dialects, tribes. Do you face that issue when you're trying to explain in the world you operate in, which is just as generic as I am, that listen, there's a difference between Arunachal Pradesh. For instance, I learned from you that the lingua franca of Arunachal Pradesh is actually Hindi, which would make it very different from someone who's from Manipur, very different from someone from Assam. Is that something that you find hard to navigate when you're operating in the world that you do? Even now that I know the reason you're a filmmaker is actually the representation of your community to start with.
Of course, and you try and be truthful as much as you can within the context that plays out. So it depends on what it is, if it's a show or a movie, I'm saying, and it requires a person, you know, from the Northeast, and then you kind of audition. It's usually the audition that that decides much of, you know, how it's eventually going to play out. And so if you get somebody who's a really good actor, who's from Arunachal, then we try and detail out more about the character, you know, and so on and so forth. So, but that's what you try and do, because otherwise there's a lumping together of the Northeast. And it's also understandable at some level, because there are so many factors at play, especially, you know, on a film project, which is an expensive thing, that you don't get everything right. And so once you kind of get to the point where you're about to shoot, then you try and, you know, have more of these details worked in. So once the actors come in, then you try and... So to answer your question succinctly, once we get an Arunachali actor on board, then you try and sort of detail out more about where he is from, or she is from, and and so on, and try and play that out with the other actors and so on. But you always try and keep that in mind, because especially for someone like me, because that's the mantle that I've taken on for myself.
Right. I mean, from the time that you started out, Nick, and to where we are now in 2024, given that there are OTT platforms now, it's possible. For instance, the first time I actually was blown away by a film from this region was Unatha. And this is in 2016. I hadn't heard of the director. You mentioned him, if I'm not mistaken. Pradeep is the director's name. And we were at the National Film Awards jury, and I'm like struck by how beautiful that film is.
I think you should give a round of applause for Pradeep.
Pradeep,
not
absolutely.
Here, but
and
Unatha is such a beautiful film.
It's a class act. It's a class act of a film. But hey, no one saw it, right? Then in the same year, we see this movie called Kotha Nadir in Assamese, made by Bhaskar Hazarika, right? Who then made Amis, right? Which is also about food, like, but in a very different sort of way from Akuni in that sense. And again, no one got to see it. And that's because it's 2016. And lots of things changed from 2016 till now. You have your Netflixes of the world, your movies of the world. Does that make it easier for you, Nancy, as an entrepreneur, as a producer, that you at least have a place to place it at some point or the other? You may not make a lot of money, but at least people will watch it.
I'm a very optimistic person, and I believe in manifestation and all that things. Let me go back to where I actually started watching regional films. Maybe I will divulge my age through that, but it's okay, I'll take a risk. 1:30 every Sunday, they would play regional films. And I've watched so many regional films from
You're
India.
basically Doordarshan year-old.
I am a Doordarshan year-old,
Yeah.
and I am very proud that I can see a DDK crew here, so hats off. I think it was because of DDK I started watching films and had exposure to such wonderful films from India at a very young age. And it's sad, actually, that today most people just look at very commercial cinema. And I'm not saying commercial cinema is bad. I'm as Bollywood as you can get in a lot of ways. But
You work with John Abraham, for God's sake.
Yeah, I work
Obviously,
with John
you're very
Abraham.
Bollywood.
And I work with a lot of other. But I also do other films. But for me, content is the king. And I believe that going forwards, eventually everything will find a space in commercial cinema. But it is challenging. The next few years are going to be challenging. And like I said, Family Man has come to Nagaland, and Family Man 3 and Patal Lok. People will then get to know about the region. Then it's slowly easier to, ease into commercial cinema. Because for a lot of people, like in the Northeast, except for Assam and Arunachal, they speak Hindi very easily. So it's very easy for them to then go into mainstream cinema in a way. I don't know how many people know about it, but I acted in a film called Parched by Leena Yadav.
Okay.
And the only reason why I ended up working on that film, I'm not an actor, I will not act again, but the only reason I ended up working on that film was they couldn't find a single actor from the Northeast at that point because everybody was busy doing Mary Kom to be able to speak in Hindi. And I was called to Mukesh Chabra's office to actually say, hey, I went for a different meeting. And he said, okay, we just want you to do a test video so that we can send it to actors in the Northeast so that they know that this is how they need to deliver the lines. And I went full filmy and I did my dialogue. And I get a call after a week saying, oh, you've been selected. I'm like, selected for what? And like, oh, you're selected to play the part of this Manipuri actor in the film. And I said, no, I never auditioned for it. No, they said, we saw your video. I said, I didn't audition for it. But I ended up working on the film, and then when I asked the production why did they cast me, they cast me because I could speak in Hindi.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think Nicholas knows I act. I act, by
Look
the
at the way Nicholas is looking at you. You're going to be in his next film.
Yeah, so
that gaze was a casting gaze.
So I think one of the in Northeast as a whole, and the states are very different from each other. We have very rich, vibrant culture, but I think it's the awareness of where the region is. And because now films, commercial films and series are being set here, more and more people will know about the region. And I think that will eventually lead to us making films from here and going commercial. I'm like I said, I'm very optimistic, and I know it will happen eventually.
But things are very good. I mean, if you look at what used to be 15 years ago, where the Northeast at the most was used as a backdrop for songs. Now it's, as you know, we're talking about Family Man 2, 3. Patal Lok 2,
But also
which I know
from,
has
from a
been
perspective of actually putting your work out there, Nick, when you move to Bombay in 2008, which is when we first met, you had a horrible experience because all that we had at the time was you make a film and it has to be a theatrical release. It has to be a Bollywood movie, and which has its own demands in terms of who you cast, what kind of a story it has to be, what kind of money you spend on not just production but also advertising, etc., etc. From there to now, you are a busy writer-director, and that's also because you can make something for Amazon Prime Video. You can also make something for, well, Doordarshan, since you mentioned, is going to have an OTT platform, and your film is going to be playing at the Doordarshan OTT as well. Do you think that has really helped in terms of representation, in terms of multiple voices from multiple regions? I mean, if we can watch a Turkish show, we can certainly watch a show from Meghalaya, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there are no two ways about it. It's really changed the landscape, and because of it, we have greater representation. I think more needs to be done. I had a conversation with Pradeep at one point, and he was talking about how, for instance, Amazon, takes on a lot of regional films, but somehow there isn't a space for Northeastern films yet. I don't know if it has changed. I don't think so. But those are things that we need to work on a little more. But for sure, in fact, OTT has just been a game changer, as you know, for everybody, right? Actors have a lot more work across the board, and technicians and everyone else. So even for the Northeast, there's greater representation now because of that. A film like Akuni, just as an example, came out on an OTT platform. Also, in some senses, luckily during the COVID period, so people had no choice but to watch it. So, but all these are good things because it just is out there, as opposed to earlier when it would just be a film that had to be in a theater, and that just meant that a whole lot of good films were wiped out before even seeing the light of day.
Take the example of Akuni, for instance, which is a very specific story of a bunch of kids in Delhi University from a specific area of India, as it were. Did that strike an immediate chord with people in the region where you were setting your characters from? Did you notice that people were watching and saying, listen, I'm seeing myself on screen, and it's not been happening for many, many years? I'll give you an example. For instance, when Rock On 2 got made, which is also set in Shillong, I genuinely thought that they had a great potential because, one, it's about the rock culture, which is huge here, as we learned last night. And it was a movie about music, and it was a movie set in Meghalaya or Shillong specifically. But they didn't care about where they'd set it. It was a lost opportunity. It would have been a sticky chord between people from here watching themselves in a mainstream film. Did that happen with Akuni? Did you get a lot of response from people here saying, hey, thank you, I don't feel invisible anymore?
Yeah, two ways. That, for sure. And the other thing was that there were also a lot of people who are not from the Northeast who've come up to me and said, hey, it's nice to be able to get these insights into the lives of people you bump into and don't think too much about, especially in Delhi, Bangalore, etc. Those comments have, come along where, people have said, yeah, we just meet them, on the street or in restaurants or, passing by somewhere in a party, etc. But suddenly you get an insight of how difficult life can be too for a Northeasterner living in the city, which was pretty much the premise of the story, the idea of the Northeastern experience. So it's worked both ways. A lot more needs to be done for sure, but at least some journey has started
begun
with that film.
Right. I'm gonna come back to the casting bit, Nancy, and good that there aren't that many people from Northeast who are actors, and so you got actually a part. But because they were all working in America.
That was then, though. I just want to interrupt you. That was then. Now it's changed. The landscape has changed. In just the last few years, there are a lot more actors in Bombay than there ever were, and I've met a few. Just the other day, I met a girl called Desiree, who's Garo. She's in Bombay. We exchanged numbers. I said, please come and meet me. And that goes for all of you. Anyone who's coming to Bombay, wants to be an actor or work in the film industry, seriously, get in touch with me. I'd be very happy to help in whatever way I can. But it's wonderful that there are a lot more people now than there has ever been. It's a small phenomenon to celebrate.
So since you've already mentioned it, Nick's number is
958-220-214. I'm around anyway, but I mean this genuinely. I'm around. Yeah, anyone who wants to have a conversation, anyone who has a serious inclination, towards getting into film, you're welcome, because that's what I do. I'm very happy to meet. I mean, that's pretty much my agenda in life, so I'm saying
that's pretty cool that you're so clear about it. I mean, when you were making Akuni, for instance, and I'm sticking to the casting bit, when you got to be in Parched because everyone else was in Mericom, the big discussion that happened when Mericom came out is, listen, for once there is a film being a hardcore Bollywood film being set in Manipur, it's a biopic of an icon from that place, which is Mericom, of course, and you go ahead and cast Priyanka Chopra for it. What about so many people who are more like Mericom in the way they talk, in the way they are? And so it's like there was a lot of discussion and a lot of debate, and it was seen as something deeply condescending to the region that you will go ahead and cast Priyanka Chopra, whereas there are so many others who fit that bill. Did you participate in that discussion? What do you think of it?
I've worked with Priyanka Chopra, and I think she's a fabulous
No,
actor.
not called Priyanka Chopra. Yeah.
Yes,
I think she did a fabulous job as well.
Also, by the way, I just want to add, after that, Priyanka has gone on record saying, I shouldn't have taken up that role. Much later, a couple of years later or something. But she did.
But I mean, she took up a role and it's really not her fault.
No, but it's nice for her to at least acknowledge that.
Right.
I think that with casting, it's about doing the right job. At the end of the day, you must understand that while film is art and you're creating something, it's also a business. It needs to make money. And I sit on the other side, right? You have writers and directors writing, but I sit on the other side. Trying to raise money to make a film is very tough. Selling it is even tougher. Trying to get people to come and watch your film in the theaters, it's very tough. It's like raising a child. Getting pregnant might not be very difficult. Giving birth to a child might not be very difficult either. Raising a child.
I can see the loudest laugh has come from Samrat, raising a child right now.
He speaks from experience, I'm assuming. But I'm laughing from experience, sorry. But it's the same with cinema. It's very easy to think of an idea. Okay, it's also very easy to say, let's go make a film. Selling the film is tough. And I understand, as producers, the tough decisions we need to make at that point to say, okay, if we're going to make a film about boxing, and let's say we have to get this expert stuntman from like the US and get this DOP from Japan to shoot it in this way, it costs X amount of money. And for us to be able to raise that X amount of money, we need to present a sort of project. And unfortunately or fortunately, however, I don't want to really get into it, it's challenging enough for us to make films, but we have to then give respect to what certain people can bring onto a project. Like Nick is trying in his own way to sort of get a Northeast person in a film, in a series that is set in Delhi about students. So it's easy to then get one cast, but I think it's challenging to say, if you're going to say, oh, I'm going to make a film in the Northeast and then cast everybody from the Northeast and sell it as a commercial film, it's tough. I'm not saying it's going to remain like that, but it is tough that way. I'm making an independent film in Nagaland next year, and it's set in 1960s. I mean, it's been very challenging to then, make that film. But thankfully, because Mami gave us the Best Film Award this year, I've had producers of some of the best films in the world asking us, what are you making? We want to know what you're making, and we want to understand how can we be part of it. It's because we got that recognition at Mami. I mean, I could have won something at somewhere in the world, but no, it's because the recognition that Bombay gave us. So I think Bombay, in a way, Bombay is now recognizing the talent and also the region and the stories that is coming from there. And it will only go, upwards and to many success stories from here. But yeah, coming back to casting.
Yes.
it is challenging, and if I were to do a film set in, let's say I have a film set in the Northeast about Northeastern people and it's a full action film, chances are that I might take a tiger shroff for that film because an action film is very, very expensive. But things will change if more actors from our region are in mainstream and they can, they work towards it to become, lead actors. Because besides Denny Danzongpa that we've all watched growing, there are not many actors who've been in the commercial cinema for long. I mean, Andrea Kevichesa, who is from Nagaland, she's done a film opposite Ayushmann Khurrana. We have, I forget her name, but there is a girl from Shillong. She's also done a film, Pink, I think.
Andrea.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Andrea is a good name to name your daughters. They can go and be in Bollywood. I think we've learned that from this. Yeah, so I think slowly there is that, but it'll take time. Today, Andrea is not because of what she looks like or from the region. She's auditioning for proper lead roles in films. She's auditioning. We'll see how it goes. But there is that opportunity. I'm very optimistic that soon we will see actors from, whether it's from Meghalaya or from Assam or Tripura or Arunachal. Arunachal, there's actually a girl from Arunachal who is doing very well. She's going to come out in this, she was in Badai Ho, I think Badai Do. And she's going to be in a very famous Amazon series, I think going to be launched next year. She's done a fabulous job. And one of the things that I feel our Nachalis have an edge over the rest of Northeast is their ability to speak Hindi almost as fluently as their dialects. That makes a huge difference when you go for casting, that you're able to speak the language of what the cinema is. You can't go and, otherwise acting is a very tough job. I've tried it and I know it's a very tough job. So even though I speak Hindi very well, when I had to go and say my Hindi lines, I was just brain dead. I couldn't remember my lines because it's not something that I grew up talking every day. While I can converse, it's a very tough thing. So I think Arunachal has an edge over the rest of the Northeast. It's just because they can also improvise very easily because that language is so easy for them.
Would that be also the case when you were casting for Akuni, where you have a person from Nepal, if I'm not mistaken, in the film by Sai Gupta, who's actually Bengali, or at least from Bengal? That is just a commercial consideration because that's a well-known actor, and that suddenly gives your film the veneer of something more mainstream than something which is more regional. Is that something that you were conscious of?
Not just conscious of. That was how I operated because I had no choice. If I were to attempt doing a Northeastern film without, some sort of actor who's kind of known mainstream, it would have been very, very difficult. It's just the reality of things for me to mount the film. So the idea, which is how we're doing it, the notion of being in Bollywood and pushing the boundaries from within, where you kind of, because it'll be difficult to tell a story, your independent film which is set in Nagaland, something like that, it's difficult to mainstream it, at least at this point.
Right.
So for me at least, the modus operandi is that you kind of do a film like Akuni, for instance, where you have a bunch of Northeasterners, and you try and, you've got to pick your truths and your authenticity as well. So there's a larger Northeastern experience in the city, which is what you're focused on, and you work with a bunch of Northeastern actors. Nepalis are very much a part of the Northeast, so there was that element, but that also allowed me to then look at the option of a well-known actor from
Bollywood, as it were, right?
And therefore that would give me money to then do it, to do the film. So yeah, that's just how it works.
We started this conversation with how the basis of a movie is a script, but that script gets communicated through the actors. And I'm just curious to know if you guys ever think at some point in the future, near future or further into the future, there would be a Northeastern movie star, a lead Bollywood star who's from the Northeast. We've had Danny Densgoppa, you mentioned, who's a crazy guy. It's incredible how I've been chasing one man for a year for an interview and still can't. He doesn't care. He lives in Sikkim. He'll say he comes down for like one day to Bombay and then goes back again. He'll say no to movies. But he's actually one star we've had from the region who was genuinely a top league, top billed actor, but not playing someone from the region. He could be a Pathan in one movie. He could be a North Indian dad in another. It could be like a Bhaktawar from Hum in another film. That mainstreaming, do you think that's going to happen at any point soon?
100%. Absolutely. And I'm sure some of you are sitting here, but no, I believe that it will happen. We're watching Korean movies. I mean, and today, like I said, there are already actresses from the Northeast playing, lead roles in films. I absolutely think we will have stars. We will have stars that are bigger than any other star in Bombay right now, but we will definitely have. But it'll take a while. It'll take a while, but I'm 100% sure there will be stars.
On that amazing note, I'm going to go to the audience where some of the potential stars are probably sitting, and someday we'll find the new Danny from Shillong right here. Questions, guys? Yes.
Well, good afternoon to all present here. It's a pleasure to meet all the three of you here. I'm Ruchira Gupta and I'm a student from PGT College. My question to you is that the film Kuni was so famous here in Northeast. We have all watched it. How well have you connected that with the mainstream India? And the second question that I would want to put is, what about the rest of India trying to be aware of this film and also having a part to play in something of that sort in another film, along with the Northeastern people?
Sorry, I didn't get the second part of the question. I'll answer the first one, but can you just say that again? The second.
Yeah, I'll just repeat the question. The second question is, how well do the mainstream Indian people are going to get along and play the same part that we are expecting to play in movies?
Okay, so I'll just lump the two together. It's a little embarrassing to say this, but the film has done extremely well. So all the time I do get people coming up to me and saying that they've seen the movie. Perhaps you should maybe talk about it than me talking about it. But the truth is, I'm saying in terms of getting people who are not from the Northeast to not just know that there is this Northeast entity, as it were, out there, in the distance, but to actually know the people, and that's what art does, right? And that's what film does. I'm saying that has happened to a lot of people who have come up to me from the mainstream, who've said now we have some sort of an insight into the lives of Northeastern people. And that's beautiful, right? That's art. And hopefully there shall be more of that. I think I fully second Nancy's belief in the fact that we shall have not just a film star from the Northeast, but also, big directors and other HODs from the Northeast. So I think we'll have a lot more of that in the future. I have nothing but optimism on that front.
Any other question?
Hi, Nicholas. There's not been much discussion of the other cinema, essentially of filmmakers like Janu Barua. You've largely been focusing, naturally perhaps, on the commercial side of cinema. I'd really like to know what you think of people like Aribam Shamsharma, Janu Barua, the late Janu Barua, the late Bhamendranath Saikia, so many others, and now we have Dominic Sangma, who opened his films because he had 6 international films, and he had something like 6 producers. So his films ran first in France, and then through the circuit came finally to his hometown, Tura, where he did, I think, something like 30 screenings back to back, and then came to Shillong. What about the future? You talked, I think, about Pradeep Gurba also, who does amazing work. So I'd like to know a bit more about what you think about these very established filmmakers who've won international awards, because we're talking really about commercial cinema and not the other cinema.
I think it's a legit question in terms of we tend to be very Bombay-centric when it comes to cinema. The fact is you can be making films from anywhere, and you may not even want to be in Bombay, and you could be making it from Shillong as well. And there is a very thriving art house scene that's always existed from the region in any case. Is there anything that you've been personally attracted to, something that's inspired you over the years?
Many films. Dominic's first film is beautiful. I haven't seen the second one. The first one is beautiful. Paban Haubam Kumar from Manipur, again, Lady of the Lake, a beautiful film that won at Mami, Best Feature. These are great filmmakers and have obviously nothing but utmost, respect, towards them. The art world is, the independent filmmaking circuit, as you know, is a tough one, but we've, I think, from the Northeast, been able to hold our own on that front, so I think it's a very good thing. More needs to be done. That's a tough one, always in independent filmmaking. And as far as I'm concerned, because I'm situated in Bombay, I guess that's the experience I'm talking about, trying to do whatever I can from Bombay, pushing from within, as it were. That's the experience that therefore I've spoken about. But that's not to negate in any way, the greatness that exists amongst us. And also the point therefore that I still feel like perhaps in the future, because OTT platforms are so important today in terms of viewing films, that I wish there were a Northeast section in with Amazon Prime, for instance, as there is for films from Kerala and Tamil Nadu and so on and so forth. Those are the ways in which more can be done. Does that answer your question, Sanjida?
Well, I guess that brings us to the end of this fascinating conversation. Thank you, both of you. I've learned two things. One is that Nancy is in a movie called Parched, and at some point or the other, I'm going to find you and pause and send you a screenshot. And the second is that we're still waiting for the next star to come from the Northeastern region. I hope that happens very soon. Thank you very much, all of you.
That was such a fun, insightful and interesting session. Nicholas, I must say, as a student from Delhi University myself, I'm really looking forward to the release of Markasam. As a Northeasterner, it feels so nice to be seen and represented in mainstream platforms. Nancy, thank you so much for sharing your unique insider perspectives on the intersection of filmmaking and our Northeastern identity. And Mayank, thank you for how beautifully you've steered this conversation. As a token of our appreciation for your valuable contributions to the Shillong Literary Festival, we would like to present you with a few mementos. Our speakers have explored how Northeast stories are shaping Indian cinema, showcasing the power of authentic representation, cultural exchange, and the drive to bring Northeast-centric narratives to global audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a final round of applause for our panelists. Thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the Shillong Literary Festival. If anyone would like to meet our speakers, and if you have any further questions, you may ask them at the book signing lounge. Thank you.
to do a live, it's a little bit difficult.
I know, it's
No?
always the timing.
Right. What's the timing?
No, I only once did TV.
Where are you staying here? Which hotel?
Pegasuskraam.
Pegasus.
Just around the
Just
corner.
here. Yeah. And then it's a nice area in the sense that you can get everything around Police Bazaar. So first of all, welcome to the broadcast. Let's start with your introduction. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Louis. I'm from Holland, and I just came to Shillong and Meghalaya to relax, see the atmosphere, and I stumbled upon the festival. So that's why I'm here.
When did you land?
That is more than a week ago, because I came here by land from Shillong in Bhutan.
Right. So now that you're here, how long will you be staying, and what do you intend to do in Shillong? Any specific places that you plan to visit, etc.?
I intend to stay about a week. Plan to relax, try the local food, see nature, meet people, and also see a bit of the city. And I just stumbled upon this festival, and that's why I'm here.
So now that you're accidentally here, what do you like about the place in particular? I saw you taking a stroll around a little bit of the installations here. So how's the experience been so far since you've landed here?
So far it's been great. And taking a look at things, I was overhearing a discussion just now about the languages of India, and that for people from the northeast it's more difficult to get on the screen because of the language difficulty. And I don't know anything about the local literature from this region, so I'm open to see whatever is there.
Right. So I suggest you visit some of the stalls in here because you will get amazing books for sure. My final question to you is, if you have to go back home, what are a few things that you will remember about Shillong?
Friendly people, relaxed atmosphere, still a bustling city.
Brilliant. Louis, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy your time while you're here and travel safe.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And a major travelogue, The Braided River, a journey along the Brahmaputra. But what will make this session extra special, I'm sure, is Samrat's personal connection with Shillong, a city that has shaped his outlook and something which will lend a unique depth to his storytelling. And by his side is the incredible Mitra Phukan, a celebrated writer, translator, and a classical vocalist, who also has a personal Shillong connection. Her books, including The Collector's Wife and A Monsoon of Music, transports readers into the hearts of the Northeast, blending its culture, struggles, and melodies with such vividness that you can almost feel the rain and hear the songs. So together, let's take us on a journey, let them take us on a journey rather, across landscapes, history, and the heart of the Northeast. Let's welcome Samrat Chaudhary and Mitra Phukan with all the warmth and enthusiasm that they deserve.
Good morning. It's lovely being here on this autumn morning. Autumn is the best time to travel to Shillong, yes. And cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Everything is pink and lovely. So with me is Shomrat, who has really, as a journalist, traveled, but also with the eyes of a real travel writer. So and I would like to, just to begin, before I post any questions and, to understanding, travel writing and India's Northeast, actually they have had a long history, which we will talk about. And travel writing is a kind of a a label that has come to us in more or less recent times. But travel writing has always been there. I think it shows, or it focuses on two things. One is the urge to move out of your immediate surroundings, your immediate environment, and see what is happening. And the other is to come back and, my God, that all of that was so beautiful. I must write about it. I must sing about it. I must write lyrics about it, right? Which is also travel writing in a way, in a broader sense. Rupen Kapoor would go to places and he would do lyrics which are actually kind of travel writings, I feel.
Yeah.
So I think the best travel writers have the eyes and the wonder of an outsider, but also the understanding of an insider, right? Would you agree with that? And do you, when you travel, when you have gone on all your adventures, is it a combination of that?
Thank you, Mitradi. So, it's wonderful to be back in Shillong, where I grew up, and to be in Huard's Lake. It's a beautiful place and beautiful time. And speaking of traveling, a small journey, so arriving here yesterday from Delhi, the first thing I noticed is that you can't see the air, because in Delhi the air is like a soup. It's very well visible, and so it's nice that we can't see the air over here and we can breathe it, and so it's great to be here. Speaking of the traveler's eyes as an insider and an outsider, I think the idea of travel writing now and going back in time is that it is somebody looking at a place through a fresh pair of eyes. And so you get strange, perhaps, readings and perspectives. Some of it is delightful for the people from the place. Some of it is not so nice for the people from the place who know it a lot better. But it's also about a different way of seeing. And so to see ourselves reflected in the writings of people who see differently from us, because they come from somewhere else, is interesting. And in the northeastern context, in the context that I am more familiar with, starting from history actually, so travel writing is the basis of the written history of the ancient, like Assam to begin with. Right. I mean, there are epigraphic records, of course, but apart from epigraphic records and the Nidhanpur seals and copper plates and Dubi copper plates, so historical records which are basically epigraphic in nature in one way or another. But then when you come to the written text, the written word, the first thing is Yuan-sang, the Chinese record. And so I think we forget that there was a Chinese traveler who came to what is now Assam in somewhere around 640 AD, so a really long time ago. And that our written history draws in the academic sphere from a lot from that first travel writing. So yeah, and he was not the only one. There were so many others who came during the colonial period who sort of skirted the edges of what is now Northeast India, but they've also left records. And so you've got a British and an English traveler who was traveling through some of these areas in the late 1500s, Ralph Fitch. And you've got French travelers. So there are these global records that go back centuries and speak of a history of interconnectedness, and it is travel writing that brings that to us.
Writing as a creative form, travel writing is a creative form, definitely. I mean, it is not non-fiction. I mean, it is non-fiction, but it is also, you can't have fiction, but you have a lot of yourself in it. Exactly. It's not factual, is what I mean. Yeah. So you have done a lot on travel besides your own travels and the own books that have come out of it. You had done the Hindustan Times travel section, and in that, were you focused? I mean, there was a lot of writing going on, but were you focused that I must have more on the Northeast, because perhaps there was not so much happening at that time, you know, travel writing from the Northeast or about the Northeast. Now, thankfully, the scenario is changing. People are writing about Northeast and coming to the Northeast, coming to the hills, and also talking about so many things coming here. But while you were doing that section, what did you feel about that?
Well, that was a weekly pull-out on travel, which used to happen at the Hindustan Times Bombay several years ago. And so I was basically just commissioning and editing and bringing out that section on travel. And the idea used to be that, to me it seems that people think of travel writing in a very often narrow and limited way, but actually a lot of stories can be told through the prism of travel that cannot really be easily told in any other form in journalism. There are limitations of space, of structure, and so you can't fit them in anywhere else. So there are stories that can be told and will find a place and will find readership through the aspect of travel. So, I mean, we were able to, off the top of my head now, it's been several years, but I recall stories that we ran of a tribe called the Kalash from the Afghanistan-Pakistan border area. We ran a piece on the Palaung of Burma, the long neck. And so people going to places, and I mean, not always this kind of thing, sometimes something from New York, a food trail in New York maybe, but the thing is that it was to view it as expansively as possible and allow for all kinds of stories to be told.
Within this ambit of travel, actually I myself feel that, when you travel, when you experience the world, you go for experiences, you go for meeting people, for seeing things, that comes out in different ways, not necessarily travel writing as a genre. It could come out, as a character in your fiction, your short story, or a setting in your novel or something, So I think travel writing needs to go beyond the boundary of simple travel writing, or the recognition should come, and that this is also travel writing. This is also something that comes from, and it inspires people. Many books of fiction have inspired people to go and visit those places. So in that way, I would guess that's travel writing as well. Then, of course, we've had this discussion that, and we agreed to disagree on this. There has been, since time immemorial, religious pilgrimages, which are also, and then, they go back and maybe write about it in little pieces and so on. Pilgrimages and what is called religious tourism these days, which are two different things. You have an opinion on that.
Yeah. So we were talking today morning over breakfast about tourism and travel, and it seems that to me they're very different categories. I mean, travel entails a kind of a personal journey, and especially if it is meant to be a pilgrimage, then the hardship of the journey to me is a very essential part of the journey. So if you're going on a pilgrimage, whether it is Kedar Badri, whether it is Mecca, with whatever the religion, whatever the faith, but if it is a pilgrimage, whatever the place of pilgrimage, traditionally it used to be a hard journey. And I think the hardship of the journey was essential to the nature of the pilgrimage, because it's also a spiritual journey. And Now what happens is that people get on a helicopter and they land and they do whatever ritual they're supposed to do and they helicopter it back. Well, you have money, you're spending it, you're feeling good about yourself, but I don't think that that counts as travel. It is tourism and it's basically what you can afford, but it is not a pilgrimage. It's not a spiritual journey. So for me, the hardship of the journey is essential to the journey.
Yes, of course. And in this context, I was thinking of Kamaikha in Assam, where there's a lovely road now, and governments make it a point to have a smooth road up there. But my grandmother used to tell me about the difficulty of reaching even a place like Kamaikha, where people go for morning walks nowadays. But those were stone-hewn steps where you had to
So
go.
climbing up must have been quite a task.
And there were several stops along the way. Now you go and come back within 2-3 hours. Right. So the
And everybody goes there are so many temples even in the Kamakhya complex. Everybody goes just to that one temple and the queue is miles long and they'll just go to that one place and then they'll leave.
Yes. And also then the other religious place that comes to mind is Tawang. Tawang used to be so difficult. Now there are tour operators taking you to here, and also Tawang. And then you come back. So the spiritual aspect, of course, when you go there, there is a sense of spirituality. And then, of course, I come across so many pieces written, My Journey to Tawang. Nobody says My Journey to Kamaikha anymore. It's too easy. But My Journey to Tawang, My Journey to whatever places, Sikkim, you go to some beautiful place or along the border and all of that. So that has changed. But when you talk of travel writing from here and people coming in from outside and writing and people who are now based outside but are from here and writing, so you have this wonderful book, The Braided River, which is a journey from down the river, right? And right down to Bangladesh, where it ends in a red light area. Okay, so I had to mention that, right? So then that is a travel journey. And then it brings to mind an earlier journey written by an outsider, Mark Shand, River Dog. So were you consciously not thinking of River Dog when because your stories are very different. Your story is very different. Were you consciously not thinking of that book when you wrote or when you made your journey?
Well, for those in the audience who don't know, so the journey was following the Brahmaputra river, sometimes on the river, sometimes along the river. So from the China border and down into Bangladesh. River Dog is an earlier account of a British traveller named Mark Shand. And it's a delightful book. I enjoyed reading it, but Mark Shand is comes from a very different background than I. And so I remember, again, it's been several years since I last read his book, but I remember that early on in the book, he's just arrived in India and he's staying with Maharani Gayatri Devi and planning his trip. So that is not how I planned my trip. And my budgetary restrictions were considerably more severe. And so Mark Shand had wound up at the McMahon line, China border, following one of the tributaries of the Brahmaputra, the main tributary. And he had a wonderful time there. I remember he mentioned that the Indian security forces were very nice to him and hosted him, and that the soldiers moved only to fill his rum glasses and things like that. I landed up there on the back of a dumper truck because there was no other mode of transport I could find. I had started walking with my friend Akshay because we couldn't find transport for that last bit, so we were walking. and we didn't know where we would wind up. We didn't know how we would come back, or for that matter, how we would go. And we were walking, and then we managed to hitch a ride on a dumper truck for the last bit, and landed up there in the back of a dumper truck. And as soon as we got down, we were surrounded by soldiers who, instead of being kind to us, put us through a fairly rigorous questioning. I mean, I don't know if it counts as interrogation. And we were confined to a corner and then put back on the truck, back of the dumper truck, and sent packing. So it was a very different experience. So to answer your question, because my background is different, I am, I didn't come from where he was coming from. My experiences were different. And because travel writing is also personal, and it was my experiences. So my experiences automatically were very different, and therefore the book is very different.
Yeah, of course, I agree with that. The thing about, travel writing, there are different degrees of excellence, of course. I find that, I'm not mentioning names, of course, but I find that a lot of writing, travel writing, even about India's northeast, there is an undertone of, patronizing, especially when you meet people of other ethnicities. There was. Now I think people are more careful. So that patronizing tone sometimes comes out, and perhaps without people recognizing it, but it does happen. And that is something I think we all, travel writers, you of course don't have it. I mean, and then the other thing is that exoticizing. Yes, you come into a place and you see cultures that are very different from yours, and you can fall into the trap of exoticizing, which you have not done. Tell us about it. That's also because you are an insider, I think. Though with the
well, I mean, I did grow up here in Shillong, but other parts of the Northeast were also new to me. But of course, being sort of from the region, I suppose that sense of exoticism is less, but for somebody coming from a very different context, it would naturally be more. And you're right, of course, that the temptation when you're writing a travel account is to sort of spice it up and to look at the most remarkable bits of, what seem to you the most remarkable bits and highlight those. And that is it can be a slippery slope. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, and I find that this especially, I mean, when people go to, say, Europe or America, exoticization is not as much of a temptation as it would be with the local cultures and the local foods of India's northeast.
It happens with Southeast Asia also,
as well,
for that matter. Yeah.
Yes.
China and Africa and a lot of the world. Yeah.
So would you say, for me, the broader definition, not the definition, but the broader ambit of travel writing is also writing about food, the food cultures, okay? So you have this kind of food, and then I know people who go to places to eat of a particular dish that they may have read about in a travel blog or something like that. So what is your take on that? You have mentioned in your writings about food, but not in such detail.
Well, Mitradi, you are the foodie. I'm
sorry.
Not. But yeah, I mean, when traveling, so for me the thing is that my rule of thumb is I eat the local food wherever I am.
Right.
If I'm going to a place, I want to experience what is new and different about the place. If I'm going to go to whichever part of the world it is, and I'm just going to go with people like myself and carry my own food and carry my own bubble and carry everything with me, then basically it means I'm just going all the way there to click selfies, and so that doesn't make sense to me. The idea of travel is to enjoy the experience of the other. So to experience difference, not to experience sameness. And imagine a world where there are 7 billion people and they're all just you. there's 7 billion of me or 7 billion of you. It would be a dystopia. We travel to experience difference, and part of that experience is the food, is the culture. So, otherwise you're just going to take photos. That's the only reason.
Yes, selfies form a large part of travel these days, and also then nowadays we have a lot of travel blogs, right, where people go maybe to Ladakh and they come to large parts of India's northeast, this region, where they come with different experiences. Okay, not just food, I mean food also, but the kind of the locale, the beauties of the region, maybe the trekking experiences. I know people who come here for the fishing. I know people who come here and they come on their own. It's not that somebody, a travel agency is bringing them. So then some of them can go back and write blogs, which they do. So that too is travel writing.
Yeah. I mean, the forms of storytelling keep evolving, and as a writer, it worries me that the written word seems to be receding. But it's also interesting how it's evolving and changing in different ways, finding expression in different ways. And so now the form of storytelling might be not even a blog, but it could be an Instagram video or whatever it is. And I don't mind the form itself. I mean, we have a panel after this on oral literature, oral story. So the oral traditions are the oldest traditions. In some sense, we're going back to them. And that's absolutely fine, the way you want to tell the story. But the quality of the storytelling would be an issue, whether it is, told verbally or written down in words or whatever the mode may be. So it's just
yes, and also things are becoming, because it's so easy to take pictures, so things, I think, as far as travel is concerned, writings are becoming smaller in some ways, and pictures are taking up, the visual.
Yeah.
Everything is much more visual these days.
Yeah. It worries me that it seems to me that the human experience of time is changed. And we are now in the attention economy, where every moment there are different things which are vying for your attention. Social media, this, that, and the other. Your phone, which is perennially with you. And so the ability to, hold attention, to basically concentrate on anything for any period of time, I think we're losing that. I speak for myself also. I mean, I could easily read 3 books a week at one time, and now I find it hard to read 1 book in 3 weeks. So it's a difficulty of our shrinking attention spans and of our experience of time. I think the human experience of time is changing. Time and space. Sorry, because with travel, it's also about distance, and the meaning of distance itself, I think, has changed. And what is near and what is far, the idea of distance is something which is completely different now than it used to be at any point in human history. Because right now, sitting here in Shillong, I would argue that Delhi is near and Domyosiat in Meghalaya is far. Because if you think about the difficulties of the journey and the time it will take, then you just, smoothly sit on a plane, eat some snacks, and you'll reach Delhi. But if you have to go to Domyosiat, you'll have to really slug it out. So.
No, I completely agree. Your idea of time and how long it takes, because just about 2 or 3 days ago, I was in Itanagar, Arunachal, and from Guwahati, I was shocked and horrified to realize that there was no direct flight. I would have to go via Calcutta or Delhi. So I said, no, I'll go by road, which took me 7.5, 8 hours. Now, as to take up your idea, from Delhi to any European capital would take me 7 hours or 8 hours on a comfortable, and no bumpy roads, nothing. So yes, time has changed. Our experience of time has changed, though we are in the same time zone. That is very much there. The other thing is, about these festivals that we are having in our region now. Cherry Blossom Festival, which is where we had the music, and now we are having the literature. And then the other very famous one is the Hornbill Festival in Nagaland, to which many people from all over the world are coming, okay? And many of them are journalists. I met several last year I was there. And also travel writers in some way. So what do you think is the role of festivals in not just bringing travel writing, but also bringing a place to people outside the region, or even within the region? Like I may not know from Assam, I may not know much about Mizoram, for instance, or the remoter part of Mizoram. So festivals, can you give us, and then writing about them?
I think they help the local economy, and they help the branding of the place. So if, for example, now this is a part of the Cherry Blossom Festival, and it is something which is related to tourism, and it's got recognition around the country, and increasingly so. And so I think that it helps the place to gain a certain recognition, and that to me is a good thing. I mean, if you think about it at an international level, it's basically countries organize festivals also for other countries, and do things which project soft power or create soft power. And so this is, I would say, in some sense a smaller version of that it's a state within the union which is doing something to build its own brand and its own soft power.
Right. So now we have some time, and then I would like you to invite you to do a little reading, maybe from the Braided River. The portion I like best is right at the beginning, the Dibru Saikwa, that area, and where the three rivers are meeting. I think that's very lyrical, and it's very beautiful. It's my favorite bit.
Thank you. Let me just find the page. Give me a moment. First find the book and then find the page.
Okay. So if you could show the cover to the audience.
Yeah. It's this book. It's called The Braided River. So
while you find the page, if I could ask you, how long did the journey take you?
So it wasn't one journey. I mean,
know.
the book is in sections, and actually each of those sections was a separate journey. And I mean, I couldn't do it all at one go because I was in Bombay, and I used to sort of take whatever leave I could, put it all, save it all up, and go on a bit of a journey in some section, whichever section it was. Oh, where is that
What
bit?
I also like about the book is, the humor of it. There are many, and he has put in history, he has put in anthropology,
I haven't
he
marked
has
it.
put in many, and wildlife, so many things, tea and everything. But there is there is a lot of humor in it, and self-deprecating humor, which I really like. You found it?
Yeah. So this is from a section called Who Moved My River? And it's basically, well, I'll just start reading. We had not thought that the Brahmaputra would be hard to find. It's huge, it's a river, and it's right there. I had seen it many times in Guwahati, where it is a single channel of water flowing between two banks, and the opposite bank is visible. And of course, I had seen it neatly marked on maps. After our first day in Dibrugarh, I realized something was amiss. It was there all right, but it wasn't a neat muscular channel of water flowing between two clear banks. It was this thing that had major and minor channels, all of shifting and varied names and identities. I figured that one of these, the most major of the major channels, was the actual Brahmaputra. It would have to be tracked down. So taking the advice of the friendly smuggler, we decided to go to Dibru Saikwa to find the river. So basically, I started from a place of not knowing anything really. Like I said, I mean, I'm from Shillong. I'd seen Guwahati a little bit. I'd seen the river in Guwahati, but I didn't see it in any other part of Assam. And so I had the impression that this is what the river looks like. But once I traveled to other parts of Assam, following the river, I realized that, so this is different. Where is the actual river? Because there's no clear, this bank and that bank. It's all rather confusing. I'll just go towards the end. So we set off on a boat to look for the main channel of the river near Dibru Saikhowa, which is where, in some sense, anyway, I'll just read. So we are on the boat and we're traveling. The heat increased. The hours wore on. We stopped taking photos. Conversation ceased. We began wiping sweat and drinking water in silence. 3 hours later, we had still not reached the real Brahmaputra. The river we were on had widened, the forest had thinned, now it was sandbars on one side and grassland on the other. We were getting close. We came upon it quite suddenly. It was like nothing I had ever seen or imagined. In every direction before us, as far as the eye could see, there were only channels of water separated by sandbars and river islands. It was a water world. This vast entirety of sand and water was the great Brahmaputra. Here at the edge of the Dibru Saikhowa National Park is close to where it is in truth born. This is where the rivers Siang, Lohit and Dibang merge in the area around the massive river island, roughly 35 kilometers long and 10 wide, on which the park is located. The untidy tassels of water that together form is the Brahmaputra. To think only the main channel is the river is folly. In fact, the whole combination of channels and sandbanks constitutes the river. The river is the sum of its parts, and much more. It has come to be that the Siang, which is the longest and strongest of its 3 formative tributaries, is seen as the Brahmaputra, but the part is not the whole. So basically, I'm coming to why it's called why hydrologists call it a braided river, because it's got braids of water. The term starts to make sense when you see the Brahmaputra not from a bank, but from somewhere in the middle. Or actually, it's even visible from the air. If you see it from the air, you'll see that it's got braids of water running in different directions and merging and splitting and merging again. Sometimes a channel seems to flow in a direction opposite to the channel next to it. The dance of creation and destruction is visible in the play between sand and water. The fine silvery white river sand accumulates over time to form sandbars which turn into little islands. Then some subtle balance in the forces at work may shift from one side to another. The water may start to nibble away at the island. It is possible that the island may disappear, or it may not. Perhaps a little bit of grass will start to grow on one of the countless sandy islands. Perhaps the tall kash grass will take root. Sand may slowly start to turn into soil. A seed may float in from somewhere and grow into a tree. One tree may grow into many trees. Animals and humans may one day come to settle. Then, one monsoon day, the river may rise and lay waste to it all. It may start eating away the island until no more than a thin sliver of a sandbar remains, and the cycle of creation and destruction starts again.
Beautiful. I really did like it. So I think this is what the best travel writing is also about. Not just observation, but also that what you are putting in from your own mind, what your imagination, a lot of imagination is there. So that of course is very much there. Now, as you still to go on this book, as you went down, you explored, or different aspects. You had the ethnic. You had some writings on the ethnicity of the people. You have some writings on. You stayed, I think, at a tea garden person's place, and then as you went down, then you explored the different aspects of the towns that shaped the character of the valley around it. Could you tell us a little bit about that, perhaps? And how is Dhubri, for instance, different from Jorhat?
Yeah, well, you know both of those places far, far better than I ever will.
Even then.
Yeah, well, for me, both were new, actually. because
Both were new?
both were new. Because the thing is that, I mean, although we live in, you know, Shillong, how many people even go to Tura if they don't have to go, honestly? Because that's how it is. I mean, so within the region, the connectivity from, you know, one part of the state to another part of the state, from one state to another state, I don't think we in the normal course of our lives living here, we tend not to, you know, go so much if we don't have to go. And so if somebody is going on a holiday or going to travel, then they'll probably prefer to go to Ladakh than to go to some place within the region. Just, you know, it's like,
From
so it's
this
like
region
that.
to this region.
Yeah, so it was like that. And so I had actually only a very limited experience of Assam itself. And it was new for me. And so when I started traveling, then I wanted, what am I going to write about? And so after some time, you know, to me at least, I mean, I started realizing that I would be repeating myself if I do not talk a little more about the places themselves that are not, that are sort of along the way. And so it is a journey along the Brahmaputra and not
Right.
on the
Right.
Brahmaputra.
Not
And
only on the Brahmaputra.
yeah. So then I go and I see the main places or places of tourist interest or historical interest, and I've written little short introductions about some of them in the hope that others like me who may not have gone to those places may find it useful. So.
Yeah, so that is of course travel writing of a different category altogether when it is the entire river, a vast river that you are writing about. But it's...
So, you know, the centrality of rivers is something that I realized in the course of the journey. And again, because I started from a place of not knowing, so I don't have a background in, you know, I didn't study history in college. Perhaps historians are taught this. But I didn't know, for example, that rivers were the original highways. And so, you know, in the hills especially, and in places inland, we tend to see water as something which separates. And so if you see on a map an ocean, you'll think of it as separating, right? Creating distance. And even rivers are perhaps imagined in similar ways. But then the realization comes that actually the water connects. And it may actually be the friction of what James Scott called the friction of terrain. The friction of terrain is probably greatest in the hills and in the swamps and in those kinds of terrains. But otherwise, water connects. And rivers are the original highways. So the Brahmaputra is the original highway of this entire region. And if you think of the geography, and you can see it when you're flying from Delhi to Guwahati on a clear day, you can see the Himalayas. If you're sitting on the left side of the plane, you'll see it out of your window. And when you're approaching Guwahati, you can look down and you'll see the braided river. And you'll see lots of channels of water flowing in. That is the artery that connects. So to me, it is a connected landscape, and the connection starts with the Himalayas, and it goes in that network of arteries all the way to the Bay of Bengal.
Absolutely. Yes, that's beautifully put. And in fact, you know, because we are, I mean, we think of the rivers, the flooded rivers as a curse. We think of rivers, but it has been, and in Assamese folklore, for instance, you have a lot of descriptions of movements. Like in Tejimola, you have her father was a saudagar, a merchant who would move here and there, and you know, so it does connect. And we mustn't forget that the British used the river a lot. Yeah.
The Mughals, the British.
Yes. And the Battle of Horaighat, of course, we all know about that. So yes, and what you said, that also, that, you know, living within, I have found that this is still true. Living within this region, we don't travel so much to other areas of the region as we do to others, you know, outside. So I would hope that travel writings would encourage people to go. People are going to places which are accessible. People come to Shillong all the time from different places of this region. People are now going to Arunachal. But places like Mizoram, Tripura, unless you have some work, as you said. So hopefully travel writing will encourage travel within the region also, because there's a lot to see, beautiful things to see all around, as we know. And I don't want to sound, like, oh, what is she saying? It's obvious. Yeah. So anything else you would like to add before we throw it open about your travels, writings?
No, nothing. I mean, just for the young people in the audience that, yeah, I mean, it's wonderful to travel, and any which way you do it is great. And just remember to have an open mind and an open heart. That's all.
Yes, and I find that the modes of travel for the young and old have changed. Young people are so much into solo travels nowadays, and many, say some decades ago, women were not encouraged at all to travel solo, and now young women are traveling with a backpack and enjoying themselves and coming back and writing, and even having selfies.
Yeah. So there is, I think, a certain privilege in being able to travel. I mean, there is a history, of course, of the mendicant traveler or the monk traveler, but other than that, at least in the recent past, by which I mean the past several decades, travel is something which somebody with a certain amount of privilege could afford. And so, for example, I remember backpacking through Western Europe something around 20 years ago now, and being the only brown person in most of those backpacker hostels. And so I think that's changing now. And even around the world, I think we are starting to see more people traveling. Within the country, we are starting to see more people traveling. So I think that is going, but the insularity that people sometimes carry, unfortunately, that is something which still remains. So the openness to experience, is something that I wish that more people would carry with them when they travel.
And when they write about it also, that openness and that sense of wonder, I think, that is what makes the best travel writing to my mind. And before I throw it open, one of my best travel books that I have read, which I really love, is Travels with a Donkey by Robert Louis Stevenson. Yeah. So he was advised to, because he was suffering from tuberculosis, he was advised to take in the fresh air and sunshine. So he trekked across Spain, the Pyrenees and all that, with a donkey, which had a character of its own. And I loved it, and I love your book also. So these are different genres.
Thank you.
So now, if we could have some questions, please, and so comments. There are people who have traveled extensively, who know the Brahmaputra river also extensively. They have worked there, and also people who are traveling for the fun of it, who read travel books, who maybe write travel blogs, and so on. So could we have some? Yeah. No, you. Yes.
There's a mic.
I think this was a lot of fun listening to the both of you. My question actually pertains to how everything technically is travel writing, right? Like an Instagram post is also travel writing. An entry in Lonely Planet Guide is also travel writing. And what, say, Naipaul did, which is social, political commentary, even forecasting at some level, looking at societies, was also travel writing. Samrat, my question to you is, where do you place yourself between the two? And what do you think of Naipaul?
Wow. Naipaul was extremely perceptive. Extremely perceptive. And his India trilogy, I think people should read it. I mean, I must, now that you reminded me, I feel I should reread it again, because things he said then, and I think the first one was what, in the 60 or thereabouts, yeah, and you know, you read it now, and you wondered, how did this man see so deep into the psyche, you know, into the, if there is such a thing, the national psyche and the character. And I remember one specific observation from, I don't remember which of those books, where he had said that everything in India becomes a ritual at last. And it stuck with me, because it is, I think, a very, you know, perceptive observation. And I'll give you a concrete example of that. So after the 2008 Mumbai attacks, suddenly you had these security checks in all the hotels and everywhere, you know, shopping mall, wherever you went. And the nature of the security check was basically like the nature of the, you know, the way that people do pai lagu. You know, it's like this. There's a general thrust in the direction of doing something, but nothing is actually done. So it's a symbolism. It's a ritual, but it has to be done. And I see that in a lot of things, that everything does become a ritual at last. So I think Naipaul was extremely perceptive, and of course a brilliant writer, just in terms of the craft.
Yes, the mic.
Hi, Samrat.
Hey, Nick, I was trying to duck that. Come on, I mean, I can't compare myself to Naipaul, man. and I hope, I hope I've written a little more substantially than, you know, than an Instagram post. So somewhere in the middle is probably the best answer.
Hi, Samrat. It was entertaining, and thanks, Mitraba. It was nicely conducted, and we enjoyed thoroughly the session. Actually, one thing, what Mitraba had also asked, and I wanted to have a kind of full answer to that. I am from Dhubri, and of course, Brahmaputra had changed its character as it flows down. So I'd like to have your perception and your perceptive observation of Brahmaputra in the context of Dhubri, how it's different. That is one. Secondly, you have also written recently the history of the Northeast. And you have said that you were not a trained historian, you did not have a subject of history. So what kind of perspective you actually evolved while writing the history of Northeast, from the traveler's point of view, or journalist's point of view, or an academician's point of view? What kind of thing you had in mind that this is going to be my perspective while writing the history of Northeast? Because this is definitely a very vast subject.
So I'll start with the second question first. So I always make sure that I locate myself correctly. I should know where I am coming from, what I know and what I don't know. And so I am a journalist by training. I am not an academician by training. I don't come from a professional history background. So when I was approaching writing Northeast India political history, what I was trying to do is to write a popular account which introduces small bits of the potted histories of each of the states which now constitute the official region. And the reason I say official region is because Sikkim, of course, is geographically distant from the others. And so in that sense, it is not an organic or historical region, but it is an official region. And so that's what I've basically tried to do. I did not restrict it to a particular period, so there's no periodization which is crucial in history. The idea was to trace the journeys of each of the current constituent elements of what constitutes Northeast India through time, as much as possible within a short space, in easy language, to find out how they became parts of this new official region. And new in the sense that it is technically and you know, legally a new region. So that was the journey that I was trying to trace. So that is the second question. And about the first, about Dhubri specifically. Now, I've just passed through Dhubri, so I don't have any claim to know Dhubri. I went, I looked around, I remember, before I went there, I didn't really know that there was a vibrant Sikh community there with a very long history which goes back to the time of it's Guru Tegh Bahadur, and the Mughal invasions, and so that was interesting. And so I visited that Gurdwara and got the literature from there, which I quoted in my book about their account of how that happened, which was quite colorful. It was quite a colorful account. So for me, the story was interesting. So the stories of the place were interesting. Dhubri itself, from the sense I got, was of a place which had a great old world charm, but I could see that the charm was receding because of the influx of newness in certain ways. And it seemed like a place which had been important in different ways in the past, which I realized later was true, because it was a very important hub of connections through the river and through the railways. And it also therefore contributed in some sense to the historical discussions on migration, because that actually sort of took off when the railways reached Dhubri. And so those realizations came later. But I loved Dhubri as a place. I loved the charm of the place. But I kind of also saw that the charm is receding with the newness.
And also it's very much a border town. And it's at the hub, right? It's the crux of much of the friction that is happening now in those regions. So any other questions? I think we've run out of time also. So yes, if there's nothing else, and so thank you so much, Samrat, for a very, very enlightening session.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitradi. Yeah. Thank you.
And thank you, audience. You've been really good. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much for taking us on such an enriching journey through the world of travel and its deep connections to the Northeast. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present mementos to our distinguished speakers, Samrat Chaudhary and Mitra Pukan. Thank you so much, Samrat, for sharing such valuable insights and perspectives that has truly enriched us today. And a big thank you to Mitra Pukan for moderating such a lovely and insightful discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our speakers once again with a warm round of applause. Well, Samrat will be available at the book signing lounge if you would like to have your book signed, and you can even have a chat with him. Well, we will take a short break, maybe just a 2 minutes break before we continue with the next session. Thank you.
Hey literary lovers, guess what? The Shillong Literary Festival is happening yet once again. So mark your calendars from the 18th to the 20th of this month, where the magic is all going to happen right here at Warts Lake, Shillong. It's going to be legendary, where I'm going to take you and we're going to dive into the world of words together. Now, here's the scoop on one author you have to check out, the brilliant Rupen Kapoor. Not only is he an incredible talented writer, but he's also a senior officer in customs and indirect taxes. How cool is that? He brings a wealth of knowledge about anti-smuggling and tax enforcement to the table. His debut novel, Hour of the Hounds, takes us on a thrilling ride through the twists and turns of law, duty, and morality. Trust me, you don't want to miss this one. It's going to spark some serious conversations. And yes, so for all my student friends out there, listen up, because I've got something interesting to tell you. You can snack your free tickets with just your student ID. How cool is that? Seriously, there is no brainer. You get to meet amazing authors and soak up the literary vibes, all while making memories at one of the most picturesque locations. I mean, think about it. Who doesn't want that? So gather all your friends around, bring your curiosity, and let's make some incredible literary memories together at the Watts Lake, starting at 10 a.m. So guys, seriously, I can't wait to see you here. Let's get our bookish adventures rolling.
The beauty of literature lies in its ability to capture the complexity of the human experience. Through language, it allows us to explore emotions, ideas, and stories that resonate across time and culture. At its core, literature transforms the ordinary into something extraordinary, using words to evoke beauty, provoke thought, and stir the soul. So have you heard the news? The Shillong Literary Festival is just around the corner, happening November 18th to 20th at Nampalok Watts Lake, and it's going to be lit. One of the highlights of the fest is Samrat Chaudhary, also known as Samrat X, the author of Northeast India, A Political History, and The Braided River. Samrat's work and storytelling takes you through some of the most fascinating aspects of India's history and culture. His sessions are going to be super inspiring. So get your tickets and let's show our love for homegrown talent. And one more thing, all students with a valid ID will be granted a free entry. See you all there.
Hi, my name is Meva Ophelia and I'm here to let you know that we've got 3 days until we kickstart the Shillong Literary Festival. If you love books or want to explore ideas in a lively environment, this is the place to be. The festival starts from November 18th and runs through 19th and 20th November at Watts Lake. We will have 30 plus incredible authors, talk sessions and live readings and many more surprises. So mark your calendars and we'll see you there.
Imagine reading in the misty hills of Shillong. Now imagine doing it with the best authors in India.
From November the 18th to the 20th, meet award-winning authors and thinkers like Shobha De, Nicholas Karkumar and Jerry Pinto at the Literary Festival happening at Watts Lake from 10 a.m. onwards. So you should definitely be there because I'm going to be there as well. And if you're a student, don't forget to carry your student valid ID cards for free passes. And that's not it. There's going to be book talks, food stalls, crafts, and live music awaits you. So get ready for a literary adventure. See you guys.
Ever wanted to experience literature, food and culture all in one place? The Shillong Literary Festival happening from tomorrow, November the 18th till the 20th at Watts Lake has it all. And there's one session you don't want to miss, Mr. Mario Pathal. A PhD scholar at IIT Guwahati, Mario is a master of communication design, architecture and graphic design. From his groundbreaking graphic novel, Pin Drive, to his work empowering local farmers, Mario brings a wealth of knowledge and creativity. So if you're a person who loves culture and inspiring stories, don't miss out on the Shillong Literary Festival happening from November 18th till the 20th from 10 a.m. onwards. And if you're a student, don't forget to bring your student's ID for a free pass. See you all there.
Hey there! The Shillong Literary Fest is just around the corner. It will happen from the 18th to 20th November at Watts Lake. One author you won't want to miss is Jerry Pinto, a writer, poet, editor, and translator who's made waves with works like M and the Big Hoom and Murder in Mahim. His stories dive deep into life in India, exploring everything from family dynamics to city life.
A sought-after speaker, he has lectured internationally and participated in programs across the UK, the United States, Switzerland, and Australia. In 2018, he received the Diocesan Visiting Fellowship at the University of Melbourne and is an associate member of the Finnish Academy's Folk Fellows. In conversation with him is Dr. Janet Dekar, an academic and storyteller whose deep appreciation for literature and culture makes her an inspiring voice in this space. Currently, Dr. Janet works as an assistant professor of the English department of Shillong College. She has published a number of articles in renowned journals such as the International Journal of Humanities and Social Sciences, the International Journal by Synergy Books, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Desmond Karmoplang and Dr. Janet Dakar. Speakers, I now leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Is this working? Okay. Well, I thought that I had to introduce her, but it seems Sanba has done the job, so okay, my job is cut short, and maybe we'll have more time for the question-answer rounds later. I've been telling my friends that it's going to be a very, very interesting session. First and foremost, Sir speaks too well, eloquently too well. You'll just be charmed with how he speaks. I am one who's always been charmed by how Sir speaks. And, well, that's the problem. We can actually go on and on and on. You know, it might not just end and we might just not know where to end. Well, as the topic says, stories alive, the power and magic of oral storytelling. I can't tell you how thankful I am that I've been given this session, because this has always been something very close to my heart and something that we really want to discuss about. Now, Sir, so to say, you know, to start, you are the legendary expert on oral folklore, oral talk, oral tradition. Now, oral, I am not an expert to talk about it, but we say that it's, you know, it's actually, everything is a mental repository where people have to only depend on all that they remember, on their memory and their minds, and they're actually walking libraries, and that's how this tradition has come from one generation to the other. So maybe, Sir, your take on just highlighting the foundational theory of oral tradition.
Thank you, Janet. A very good afternoon to all assembled at this place. It's indeed a very beautiful afternoon, and I should begin by saying that the welcome that I received at the gate will be etched, you know, in my mind forever, because it was, the welcome was accompanied with the offer of a stack of food coupons. Something that I have never ever experienced before in my life. And I would like to thank the young volunteer for that generosity. Going to the title of this topic, which is Stories Alive, the Power and Magic of Oral Storytelling. This may strike you know, many of us as being somewhat odd, because storytelling is always oral, right? That's right. So some of you might think that this is a little odd, but I would like to build on that, you know, on that phrase, oral storytelling, because now we encounter storytelling in various forms, and therefore it is not only through orality, it is not only through the spoken, the voiced, and the sung forms of utterances that stories are conveyed and delivered. We have very interesting experimentations that are being made by film animators, by graphic novelists, and so on. And in fact, at Nehu, we have a small group of readers. We share reading material and so on. And the kids are experimenting with different forms of storytelling. So, yes, see, stories are, I consider stories to be organic. Stories are organic, Stories also have lives of their own. Often stories also die. People, communities, and civilizations through time immemorial, in various parts of the world have used stories to amuse themselves. They have sought entertainment through stories. But I think the critical thing about stories is that we like to keep reminding ourselves about our humanity. This is the essential trait, of stories. As a Kasi folklorist, I have dealt with stories ever since I decided to take up, digging into the traditions of my own community, and I've been fascinated. In fact, I've been amazed at the various genres and subgenres of story types that we have in our community. For instance, we call myth Khanatang, we call legend Khanapateng, we call fairy tales Puriskam, we call folk tales Param, we call other tales Paju, and so on. So the list is endless. Now, this clearly indicates that I think as a people, and I'm sure this is also true of other communities, we at various points of time, under various circumstances, people tell different stories. People tell various stories. So I will start with that as a introductory remark, and we can, go on from there.
Hello? Yeah, okay, at least it's working. I wanted to talk about that actually, maybe just, off the beat of the road. It just so happened that I just took an interview of Sir in All India Radio, must be about 2-3 weeks back, Sir. And it was exactly more or less on this topic, and I was just telling my friends that it's like a rehearsal for today. So it just took me back to all the questions and how we just went on talking, Sir, in that interview. There I remember us talking about, you telling us about how the similarities between these oral traditions all over the world, because you have traveled extensively throughout the world. You are a member of various academic societies throughout the world. And in your travels, you have found these similarities in the oral tradition and even the architect and the artifice all over the world. So could you just enlighten us more on that, sir?
Okay. Perhaps, in order to, since we are on borrowed time, yeah. So I would perhaps best talk about this genre which is the oral epic. You see, because I think this is particularly important because there is this mistaken notion that all the great epics that we have are written. Okay, yeah. Are written. These are the epics that are considered to be iconic. These are the super stories. But then in my research, I have discovered, well, I'm using the word discovered with some reservation because this, I'm not very fond of that word because of its colonial kind of a baggage. But I have found out that, there are also these amazingly long, complex stories that can be considered to be epics, but they are not, characterized as epics because they do not exist in the written tradition. Okay. Okay. So, again, there is this mistaken notion that, and whenever we talk about the epic tradition, we always look to Greece, Homer, we always look to Dante, we always look to Virgil, we always look to Milton, we always look to the great epics of our country. But then there are also these, great, long, elaborate, and complex stories that are being told, that are being shared, that are being narrated and celebrated, that are being performed in different parts of the world. To give you an example of the kind that we have here in Garo Hills. In Garo Hills, there is this wonderful epic tradition called the Katha Agana. Okay, I have had the good fortune of having recorded one such epic, oral epic, from the lips of an epic singer in a very remote village in Garo Hills. In the War Jaintia area of the Khasi Jaintia Hills also, we have this unique, perhaps unique tradition of epic singing, which is called the Chotnya. Now the Chotnya is being performed only when death occurs in a family. Okay, so actually you have to wait for somebody to die.
The wailers, what we were talking about.
Yeah. You have to wait for somebody to die to actually, have the pleasure of listening to that epic. And the Chotnya, which I have heard recited on 2 occasions, talks about the family lineage system, talks about migration of the clan. And the interesting thing about the Chotnya is that it is held in a competitive spirit where there are 2-3 guys, I'm using the word guys because they are old men, who would recite these examples of the Chotnya, and one would be correcting the other if there is a perception that he had made a mistake at some point. So this is something which is amazing because there is this inbuilt criticism that is there. Okay? Yeah. Now, I have also worked with epic singers in Mongolia. It's called the Gizar tradition. In Mongolia, a boy is expected to know how to ride a horse and to know something about the Gizar. Okay, yeah. So that is something that qualifies him to be, to move on to manhood and so on. Now, this is extraordinary because in other parts of the world where I have also worked, for instance, in the Balkans, epics are sung only during weddings. It's being sung by the epic singer who's called a guslari. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that there has been this denigration of the oral tradition by so-called, by so-called proponents of high literature. Okay, but the fact is that there are so many of these unwritten oral epics that exist in different parts of the world, in Africa, in Oceania, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
So, and I think so that also led us to talk about that how fantastic it is that we, the Khasi people, right? We also have this tradition, but it seems a lot of us do not know this, that in the Nong Talang side and these places where when somebody dies, they actually have what they call the wailers, right? They have in Africa. So the wailers, they would come, even if you have to, I don't know if they rent them or they come on their own, it's in their tradition, but they come and you have to, some of them you have to pay, they come and they cry on the funeral, right, sir? Right. So I don't know how much of it is documented. Even I don't know how much Khasi people are aware of this, that even amongst us, we do have a tradition where when somebody dies, there are people who come and you sort of rent them, or they come and cry when somebody dies. So that's the similarity, and it's so amazing, sir, that you mentioned that this happens even in weddings, right? So yeah, in different part of the world, it's in a wedding, and in a different part of the world, it's when somebody dies. And very interestingly, sir, if you remember telling me that even the artifacts, right, even the monuments, the similarities. Could you just quickly enlighten us on that? How the similarity between the monuments abroad and here in Meghalaya?
I think you mean the megalithic culture of
yes,
the
the one that you were telling me about the other day.
Okay, yeah. You see, I think it's very important for us to keep in mind that the Khasi word for memory is stone.
Okay.
Stone. Kan Mao. Mao is stone. and to Kunmao, and Kunmao is to remember, which means, or which implies, that we compute our history with and through stone. So if you're familiar, those of you who are familiar with the megalithic culture of the Khasis, you will see that there are small installations. There are also huge complexes of these stones, but each would have its own cultural and religious meaning. Okay. The thing is that we consider even the stone as something which is not inanimate. Even stone has life. Because we have developed, I think we have evolved a certain system of attributing some sort of an ethical code even to inanimate objects. Okay, and therefore the stone becomes a very important symbol that is being used for religious and cultural activities. So, this brings me to one wintry morning in a very remote place in the Bhoi area, where I met for the last time a very old storyteller with whom I had been working, and it was the last time that I met him that winter morning, and he told me, when the stone crumbles, then everything is finished. Okay. I was trying to figure out what he meant, but he was already foreseeing his death. Okay. He was already foreseeing his death. So, and that stone crumbled, and a great part of the cultural memory of that place has also died with him.
Oh, that's very sad. That's very sad. So you told us about something similar that's somewhere in a foreign place, a similar kind of monument or a culture, if you remember. I don't remember if it's Belgian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I remember now. I was telling you about that experience I had in Athens, in Greece.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, I had a teaching stint at the Hellenic American University in Athens, and one afternoon after work, I was just taking a stroll, and I encountered this very interesting spot which had a stone which was protected by a glass enclosure, and there was even a security guard who was posted right next to that place. Later on, I found out that that stone was part of a very ancient temple, but nobody knew, about this temple anymore. But they conserved that stone, in that exemplary way, and I thought, my goodness, this is some level of cultural conservation. Yeah. So this is how many countries have taken cultural conservation very, very seriously. And this is one example. Greece is an amazing example of that.
Now, sir, talking about the oral tradition, because you teach extensively about oral tradition, the power and the magic of oral tradition. Are there various forms, sir, to oral storytelling, or whether it's poems, or whether it's ballads or songs or lyrics or whatever it is? Are there various forms to oral tradition?
Before I go there, I think it's important for us to realize that oral is as important as tradition, and tradition is also as important as oral. See, because if we go, if we try to understand what tradition is, I mean, tradition has very interesting connotations in many different languages. For instance, in Turkish, if I'm not mistaken, it's called genelek. Tradition is called genelek, which means air. Okay. That means tradition is something that you breathe in. Okay. Tradition is something that sustains you. So, and of course, if you go to the etymological construction of the word tradition, it comes from Latin traditio, which means to hand over, to hand over. So the agency of handing over is very much implied in oral tradition, in tradition. And when you hand over something, then the process of handing over and the object which is handed over represents tradition. Now there's another dimension to tradition, and that is responsibility. Okay, so we imbibe tradition, or we pass on tradition with a sense of responsibility. So oral tradition manifests itself in so many ways, and storytelling, song, these are the two most significant, because they are used for very, very special purposes. But then even a daily conversation that you have in the family with your barber, with your tailor, and that is also oral tradition, because I think we, especially for those communities that have had the experience of literacy very late, the oral tradition is still one of the most important forms in which we sustain communication. For instance, if you go to Yodo or Brabazar, the reckoning or the bargaining or if you go and purchase kwai, okay, you don't do it by, you don't use the metrical system, for instance. Okay, you use, shikti and things like that. Okay, so the folk methods of reckoning, which is being used, in the market system, is still very much potent if you go to Yodo. I mean, the Kong might be using a Chinese calculator, okay, but she would still be using the folk system of reckoning. When you buy fruits, when you buy betel leaf, when you buy meat, and so on and so forth.
That's right. Now, sir, talking about the beauty and the power of storytelling, oral story, or the oral tradition, we also see some dangers and challenges. As you said, responsibility. Now, the responsibility is very huge on those who still have the mandate and who still, are very well versed with all of the oral tradition. But how about handing it down to the coming generations or the young people? And what really then can be the challenges that we can face handling down oral tradition, making sure it is handed down in the right format and it is being carried out, for the next generations?
I think we are fortunate now because we have different formats of handing down. Okay, you have access to different kinds of technology now. When we were growing up, we had recourse only to the odd tape recorder, the analog tape recorder, very heavy to carry and so on, and that too, we had to share. So, but now, people use their phones, to record stories and songs. I mean, people use their phones even to make recordings of their songs and so on, which they put on YouTube, right? So, and I think the, young people now are very adventurous and very smart in using, in harvesting technology. And we see it, as I had said earlier, we see it, being produced in many forms, animation and so on and so forth, films, and very interesting things are happening actually. Many of them which we do not even know, So I remember experimenting in a village that I had worked 25 years back. I went back to this village 2 months ago, and I shared with the children there stories which I collected from the grandparents 25 years back. And it's very interesting because some of these kids, knew snippets of those stories. And a very interesting response that I received from one boy was that, he maintained that the very folksy theme of the story, and then he says the hero goes into the jungle and he discovers a karaoke machine. Wow. Yeah, so I mean, this is something very, this is something, yeah, I mean, this was very striking to me, and I thought, this guy, I mean, he's going to be a big storyteller, if not a filmmaker one day, because he deployed his imagination to such an extent that he was able to fuse, he was able to conflate the folk as well as the modern. Okay? So I intend to go back there soon and see, you know, how he has developed, you know, his ideas about stories.
Yeah, I think that's a very positive take and a very positive light, sir, talking about oral tradition, because somewhere, somehow, we do feel that it is dying a very slow death. It's a very scary thing that should not be happening, not just to our culture, but many cultures, I think, are facing this, you know, this dilemma, this problem. Talking about the oral tradition, I also remember, you know, I'm very much from Shillong, and in our locality where I stay, we used to have something called the Pertashnong, you know, where a group of boys, usually boys, yeah, I don't remember any girl in a Pertashnong. So there would be the group of boys, and there would be this boy with the loudest voice, and they would do hot kyu from one center of the locality, from the top first, and then he would, you know, announce the announcements, or death of somebody or some announcement, and then they would come further, nearer to our house. And I mean, just imagine that happened in Shillong back then when I was small. But then now that has been lost, and now we only see those very huge, you know, PA systems fitted, and the announcements is coming from there. So, sir, do you think there's a danger of all these oral traditions dying down over time? Like, I just gave an example of Pertashnong, or let's say the Pawar, or let's say, you know, our oral traditions.
It's very interesting that you have brought in the Pratashnong, because this used to be, you know, a very important dimension of urban life. But in the villages, they still resort to this form of disseminating information. In the villages, they actually have, you know, a village-appointed person who receives some sort of remuneration also. He is called a sangot. In the boy areas, they call him a barka. So any information that has to be disseminated to the village would be given to this person, and he does it at night. And he will go, you know, with a band of boys who will be playing the drum in order to attract attention, and they would ascend some sort of a promontory, a hill, and from there, aided by some gulps of alcohol, and, you know, they would make those announcements from there. Of course, in Shillong city also, when I was also growing up, we were also part of the Pratashnong thing. Whenever the headman had important information to disseminate, so we would be asked to go around in a jeep, you know. Yeah. Yes, but now, of course, you know, we have public address systems fitted everywhere, you know, in the localities, and therefore this Pratashnong has become redundant, at least in Shillong. Therefore, I miss the drum beats. I miss the hui kyu, because now they play some asinine signature tune. I still remember in one particular locality, to announce the death of a venerated lady of that locality, they started with a Bon Jovi number by mistake. By mistake, okay? So, so this is something that, you know, that can happen also, yeah.
So the very spirit, the essence of, you know, the information is lost. And that is retained, if you still retain the oral, traditional Pratashnong, I think, yeah. So that is totally lost, I think, if,
yeah.
you know.
And again, if I may add, you know, when we were children, we used to, because we had plenty of space around us, you know, so we would play in open fields and so on and so forth. And at dusk, you know, my mother would call me, you know, and come home and so on. And this would happen. Yes. You know, this voice would ring from all the houses, you know, of mothers calling the kids back home. I miss that, because now we don't hear.
And so it has a certain rhythm to it. There was a melody.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So now we don't hear, because parents now will simply text their children to come back home.
Or call them rather.
Or call them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the, I think these are the dangers that, you know, that the oral tradition is facing, that at least, thank God, we had, you know, we saw all these, you know, in our childhood. So, sir, do you think then, but then how do we really, is there anything that can be done? Can these be retained in any form, you know?
Like I said, you know, we have to make use of the technology that surrounds us, and we have to make use of you know, the wherewithal that we have, you know. I mean, I think it would be futile, and it would be juvenile on our part also to imagine that we can still retain, you know, the purity or the originality of the spoken, the sung, and the voiced forms of traditional utterances in the purest form, you know. And we have to accept these changes. These changes have come in, and we have to accept them. And we have to make use. Because there is no way that tradition, there's no way to arrest the morphing of tradition. You know, tradition will always morph, will always change, will always transform. And like I said, old traditions or traditions that are no longer useful, they die. Just like stories that are no longer useful, they die.
All right. Sir, now just talking very quickly about our own culture, you know, we have so many myths, and of course it came in first in the oral form, the thlen, the bead, the various myths, and you know, the paraphernalia used during these various activities. I would want you to just tell us more about how much, you know, so I think you've written about them, some of them. How much of the oral tradition have we been really able to preserve, or we've been, you know, talking about, you know, talking from a community, you know, enlightening about our own oral myths and traditions. So these are just some very few examples that I've touched upon. Of course, you've written so many books and poems.
I have been partial to stories and songs, actually, and these, you know, the repertoire of stories that I have collected have mostly come from the Bhoi area, where, like I said, you know, they have this fantastic sense of differentiating the different kinds of stories, you know, and of course the songs as well. So I have been also particularly fascinated by the work songs, which are being used during agricultural operations. These are songs that I have collected, you know, there's quite a lot of this, there's a big corpus of these songs that I have collected, something like 55 of these songs that I have collected. And believe me or not, these songs are still being used in certain villages in the Bhoi area whenever they cultivate, because they will not cultivate without singing these songs, you know. And writing about them, I've written extensively about these songs. They are called Krot Sing songs, which means plowing with drums. Plowing with drums. Essentially, they are songs that are designed to communicate with the surroundings. These are songs that are used to prepare the soil, to prepare the earth, to prepare you know, the field for the agricultural operations to take place. These are also songs that are used to communicate with the insects, with, you know, different wildlife species that used to come, you know, to the fields. To clear a particular spot of insects and other creatures, you know, songs are sung. You know, these insects are not driven away, but songs are sung in order to tell them, this is the place, this is the spot that we would like to use for this year, and please find yourselves, you know, a different spot. You know, and there are songs to, you know, to initiate this process. So this is something very fascinating, and this is something that immediately brings to mind how important this interdependency that exists, to understand this interdependency that exists between humans, nature, and culture. There is this there is this connecting continuum that exists, you know, and we should never ever get, you know, we should not ever detach ourselves from this continuum.
And so I think you see a certain pattern in all these 50 plus songs that you've recorded, right? So I'm sure you must have seen a certain similarity, a certain pattern in every song, right, sir? Yeah. So I think the timer is buzzing away. We have just about 10 minutes left, and I was told that we should not go on for too long because there are other things. If I wanted to ask about Rinko and Klafuli, but maybe if we have time. You've just written the latest Rinko and Klafuli, your work. But anyway, if what I'll do is I'll open the time to our esteemed audience. If you have any questions, this is a very interesting topic, I'm sure. You'll have some questions. If there are any questions from the audience to ask about oral tradition, we'll open the floor for questions.
Hi Desmond, thank you so much for this. When we speak about oral tradition, we're always talking about the past. But I want to know what you think is going to be the style of oral traditions moving forward with technology and you know, all these new formats of communication devices that we have. So can you envision how this aspect of passing off songs or stories would happen in the future?
Okay, I think you're referring to OT and IT. There is oral tradition and
But there's so much of connect now between the two. How can we separate them still, or will it all come together? Just your imagination. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I think you've asked a very important question, which gives me this opportunity also to share with you that lately I've been thinking how important oral tradition is, because I think it is one of the first examples of the human thought technology, how we implement memory, how we use our thoughts. You know, that is what oral tradition is all about. And it is also very closely linked to IT, you know, which now has bypassed the written metaphors and the written paradigm. So from OT, from oral tradition, it can go directly to the internet. So that is where we have to, you know, we have to look forward to this. You know, the transition that is happening is very interesting, because we increasingly we see that there's a decline in reading habits, number one, and also in the writing habits. So people are jumping from OT to IT.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you so
this
much.
is what we should look forward to. And I don't think IT is going to kill OT.
No.
Hopefully not.
Thank you.
It has been always a pleasure to listen to you. And a question really on what you were talking at the beginning about the challenges of protecting the traditions, you know, in a way memorializing them and ensuring that they continue. Apart from yourself and your band of faithful, you know, colleagues and followers, as well as an institution like St. Anthony's and other groups which are, how much of this is actually being done? I mean, how great is the risk of losing compared to the opportunity of protecting?
Yeah, I think institutions, even the government, when I say institutions, I mean universities, colleges also, and also funding agencies. A great deal of emphasis is being given to the protection and conservation of oral tradition. I would just like to give you an example of a project that I had recently completed in collaboration with the University of Melbourne. This project was funded by the British Library, and it's called BLEEP, that is the British Library Endangered Archive Projects. So I submitted, along with my friend, Professor Andrew May from Melbourne University, we submitted a proposal to the British Library, and you know, with this proposal, with this idea of documenting threatened heritage in the abode of clouds. Maybe that title, you know, got them hooked, and immediately, you know, they sort of approved the project, and we've been working on this project. We have just submitted, you know, the final thing, and I'm happy to say that it will soon be uploaded, you know, on the Melbourne University website and also British Library. Now, what we have tried to do with this was to document, you know, really threaten material that is lying in people's in families and so on and so forth, and also document very threatened voices, I should say, because I would like to give you the example of one Pawar singer. Now, I met this Pawar singer, his name Age Singh Bopang. Age Singh Bopang. He worked as a charcoal burner in a very remote jungle village, you know, in the Khadarashnong area. Now, he was a Pawar singer, and I stayed with him in order to record the Pawar that he was composing as he worked. And I made, you know, using the analog tape recorder, I was able to record quite a formidable body of Pawar, you know, as he worked. Then I lost touch with him, and because he moved on to another place, and it was only after 10 years that I came to know he had died. And he had died all alone working in that very remote place, and his body was discovered by people who had lost their way. So if not for that also, you know, his body wouldn't have been discovered. Fortunately, I had this, the two cassettes that I had made of the recording, but then, you know, now these cassettes are practically useless because, you know, nobody has the tapes anymore to play them and so on. So through this project, I was able to have those tapes flown to Australia. The tapes were cleaned up, and the material was digitized, and now we have this material in digital format. And this constitutes one of the very important holdings of this project. So this is just one example, but we have also been able to digitize, you know, first-hand copies of letters that Soshotham wrote to his son, who was serving somewhere in the Middle East. Yeah. Handwritten stuff, you know, and a father and son were exchanging letters. Yeah. So we have this stuff also. These are just a few examples that I can share.
So if there are any other questions? Yeah. How does the public get access to all of that?
Some of the material that's available on the Melbourne University website is accessible. I can share the links with you, where you will hear this fantastic repertoire of Pawar singing by this gentleman. The British Library thing is still under negotiation.
So what about the letters, Sosotham's letters?
Those also will be sharing that material because the project is a collaboration between Nehu and Melbourne. So we are working on some sort of an agreement how to share that material and how to use that material. But everything will be available.
If there are any more last questions to be asked? We're almost running out of time. Okay, maybe that's just the last question.
Good afternoon, sir. So first of all, I'm very glad you brought out the Chonya here. Yes, I'm from that community only, Nongtalang.
Wow.
So with the passing day, in recent times, we have seen that this Chonya has come to in a very decline. Because Chonya, it has to be, the people should be talented and they should know about the lineage of the family, as you said. So what we should do as a community in order to restore back the Chonya?
That's a difficult one because, see, the Chonya cannot be performed without someone dying. Let me put it that way. You know, so because it has a very, very deep religious association. Okay, so the best that can be done is, I think there are rare collections of the Chonya being done. I think some people have done at Nongtalang and other places. Some sort of, you know, amateurish collection has been done, has been prosecuted, and I think you have to work with that material and just hope that more work, you know, can be done on the Chonya, because indeed it is a very threatened practice because of socio-cultural and religious factors, right? So, but the material that constitutes the Chonya should be studied very, very professionally, especially by people who are conversant with that dialect, because it is a dialect that, even as a Khasi speaker, Warjaintia is something like a totally different language to me.
So, sir, have you put it on paper and somewhat?
Not me, but my PhD scholar has, she is also my colleague now, Dr. Solani Bare. She has done something about it.
Okay, sir, thank you.
That's good news. It's being documented finally. And that's what we all hope for, that in some way or the other, everything should be documented so that it's handed over to the generations that come. But again, the magic and the power of oral storytelling will always remain. As always. Thank you so much, sir. It's always wonderful to talk to you.
Thank you
but
so
as you said,
much.
we had borrowed time. We couldn't go on. Thank you so much, sir, once again.
Thank you,
so much.
Speakers, thank you so much for this truly enlightening and captivating conversation. Dr. Desmond, thank you very much for generously sharing your organic stories and your nuanced perspectives gathered from your travels across Meghalaya and the world at large. Thank you for also reminding us that we have to pass on our oral traditions in a responsible way. Dr. Janet, thank you for your thought-compelling questions and for steering this discussion so beautifully. As our token of appreciation, we would like to present you with a few mementos on behalf of the Shillong Literary Festival. Through your conversation, we've rediscovered the magic of oral storytelling, its evolution, and its profound role in preserving culture and fostering connection. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have another round of applause for Dr. Desmond Karmoplang and Dr. Janet Dakar. If any of you has any further questions for our speakers, you may ask them at the book signing lounge. We will proceed to our next session in 3 minutes.
Author of 2 motorcycle travelogues. His journeys from Ladakh to the Northeast capture a world of adventure and resilience. Join us from 10 a.m. onwards for book launches, live performances, and fantastic food. Bring your student ID for free entry.
video bachanga Shillong na mingpa literary festival je November chicha tariko ni ko tariko no ongen ya ko Shillong Words Lake ko atangen.
Ya festival mungsumbiga author Vikram Sheth jian asuitable bolika ko siachim un baksaba agna chulko mangen.
Uni gamen je manderangan lekha kita me bisko na chum wa mang chulko en ya festival bakro anokta mangen. Kela
literary lovers, guess what? The Shillong Literary Festival is happening yet once again. So mark your calendars from the 18th to the 20th of this month, where the magic is all going to happen right here at Warts Lake, Shillong. It's going to be legendary, where I'm going to take you and we're going to dive into the world of words together. Now, here's the scoop on one author you have to check out, the brilliant Rupen Kapoor. Not only is he an incredible talented writer, but he's also a senior officer in customs and indirect taxes. How cool is that? He brings a wealth of knowledge about anti-smuggling and tax enforcement to the table. His debut novel, Hour of the Hounds, takes us on a thrilling ride through the twists and turns of law, duty, and morality. Trust me, you don't want to miss this one. It's going to spark some serious conversations. And yes, so for all my student friends out there, listen up, because I've got something interesting to tell you. You can snack your free tickets with just your student ID. How cool is that? Seriously, there is no brainer. You get to meet amazing authors and soak up the literary vibes, all while making memories at one of the most picturesque locations. I mean, think about it. Who doesn't want that? So gather all your friends around, bring your curiosity, and let's make some incredible literary memories together at the Warts Lake, starting at 10 a.m. So guys, seriously, I can't wait to see you here. Let's get our bookish adventures rolling.
The beauty of literature lies in its ability to capture the complexity of the human experience. Through language, it allows us to explore emotions, ideas, and stories that resonate across time and culture. At its core, literature transforms the ordinary into something extraordinary, using words to evoke beauty, provoke thought, and stir the soul. So have you heard the news? The Shillong Literary Festival is just around the corner, happening November 18th to 20th at Nampalok Warts Lake, and it's going to be lit. One of the highlights of the fest is Samrat Chaudhary, also known as Samrat X, the author of Northeast India, A Political History, and The Braided River. Samrat's work and storytelling takes you through some of the most fascinating aspects of India's history and culture. His sessions are going to be super inspiring. So get your tickets and let's show our love for homegrown talent. And one more thing, all students with a valid ID will be granted a free entry. See you all there.
Hi, my name is Meva Ophelia, and I'm here to let you know that we've got 3 days until we kickstart the Shillong Literary Festival. If you love books or want to explore ideas in a lively environment, this is the place to be. The festival starts from November 18th and runs through 19th and 20th November at Warts Lake. We will have 30 plus incredible authors, talk sessions and live readings, and many more surprises. So mark your calendars and we'll see you there.
Imagine reading in the misty hills of Shillong. Now imagine doing it with the best authors in India.
From November the 18th to the 20th, meet award-winning authors and thinkers like Shobha Dey, Nicholas Karkmore and Jerry Pinto at the Literary Festival happening at Warts Lake from 10 a.m. onwards. So you should definitely be there because I'm going to be there as well. And if you're a student, don't forget to carry your student valid ID cards for free passes. And that's not it. There's going to be book talks, food stalls, crafts, and live music awaits you. So get ready for a literary adventure. See you guys.
Ever wanted to experience literature, food and culture all in one place? The Shillong Literary Festival happening from tomorrow, November the 18th till the 20th at Wardslake has it all. And there's one session you don't want to miss, Mr. Mario Pathal. A PhD scholar at IIT Guwahati, Mario is a master of communication design, architecture and graphic design. From his groundbreaking graphic novel Pin Drive to his work empowering local farmers, Mario brings a wealth of knowledge and creativity. So if you're a person who loves culture and inspiring stories, don't miss out on the Shillong Literary Festival happening from November 18th till the 20th from 10 AM onwards. And if you're a student, don't forget to bring your student's ID for a free pass. See you all there.
Hey there! The Shillong Literary Fest is just around the corner. It will happen from the 18th to 20th November at Wardslake. One author you won't want to miss is Jerry Pinto, a writer, poet, editor, and translator who's made waves with works like M and the Big Hoom and Murder in Mahim. His stories dive deep into life in India, exploring everything from family dynamics to city life. This event is for everyone who loves good stories and fresh ideas. Plus, it's free for students, so don't forget to bring your IDs. Whether you're into books, food, music, or great company, there's something for everyone. So join us at Shillong Literary Fest. See you there.
Hello everyone. As a book lover myself, I am thrilled to announce that the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival will be presenting to all the literary lovers with the most exciting event of the year. Save these dates, that is, the 18th, 19th and 20th of November 2024. The venue will be at Wardslake, Shillong from 10 AM onwards. We will be graced by renowned authors the like of Jerry Pinto, Shobha De, Kanpan Singh Nongpuri and many more. Now let's talk about Shobha De. The vivacious, proactive and widely read author brings 4 decades of cultural commentary to her work as a novelist, columnist and social chronicler. She had authored 20 books that reflects India's elite society, sexuality and contemporary urban life. If you can recall her famous book, that is Spouse, The Truth About Marriage, the famous Starry Nights, Insatiable and many more. There will also be workshops, discussions, book launches, food stalls and live music and also special activities by the Forgotten Folklore project. There will be good exposure, especially for the young minds. So please note that there will be free entry for our students with valid school. Immersive narratives that educate and inspire. We are thrilled to have with us Dr. Nina Sabnani, an award-winning animator, filmmaker, and educator known for blending memory, art, and folklore in her work. A Fulbright Fellow with a Master's in Film from Syracuse University, her acclaimed films include Mukund and Riyas, Tanko Boleche, and Hum Chitra Banate Hai, which won a national award in 2016. She has received numerous honors, including the Big Little Book Award 2018 and the Ram Mohan Award of Excellence in Animation 2024. Formerly a professor at the National Institute of Design and the IDC School of Design, IIT Bombay, she now collaborates with Shrishti Manipal Institute and UPES, Dehradun, while continuing her creative projects. Joining her is our very own Samantha Nora Pingro. A Shillong-based multidisciplinary designer, she specializes in UX, product and interior design. With a master's in industrial design from IIT Bombay, she founded Karaki Design Lab, collaborating with local businesses on creative solutions. She is also a guest faculty member at NIFT and has taught at Nehu's Design Innovation Center. Her expertise include sustainable design, rapid prototyping, and design thinking. Let's welcome Dr. Nina Sabnani and Samanda Nora Pingrope to the stage. Speakers, I now leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sasan, for that very welcomed introduction. And I welcome everyone here today for this session, Crafting Worlds, the Art of Storytelling Through Animation and Film. It is my greatest pleasure to be seated with the person next to me. Nina Sabnani ma'am, welcome to the Shillong Literary Festival. And I think this segment gives us a space of its own. We'll get to look at your world, the world of animation, the world of visual ethnography, and of course, all the intricacies, the nuances that go with it. So again, this is not our first meeting. Professor Nina has actually been, I first encountered her work as a young designer at the IDC School of Design, where Nina ma'am has spent most of her academic career as well. And it was on our first day of orientation that it really set the tone for us to, be immersed in her film, Hum Chitra Banate Hain, We Make Images. And I think, that is the power of storytelling, where somewhere down the line, the story stayed with us, and we are here today in a very full circle moment, I would say. So welcome, ma'am. And with that, I think I would like to go straight to, learning about you and how you, take us back a little bit to how you started in storytelling, particularly how you found your way through animation. And today you are also an educator to young animators out there. So a little bit of your experience there.
Thank you, Samantha, and thank you, Shillong Literary Festival, for inviting me. Unlike many people who already know when they're children what they want to do, I had no idea. And I definitely did not want to do animation because I was studying in fine arts. I wanted to be an artist, an intellectual, which I thought artists were intellectuals and animators were not. I think some people still think that. But I had two teachers, Nasreen Mohammadi and Jairam Patel, who said, "Tum artist nahi banegi. You go and study animation. In NID, they have just started a new program. Or some guy has come from Disney, you go there." I said, how can you be so sure about something you don't, and I have never done, and something that I have done you think I can't do? So they said, no, you are a good storyteller. So that's when I discovered maybe I was a storyteller. Maybe that's what I need to do. And I'm so grateful to those two teachers who had the foresight, which I did not, and to myself for listening to them, that I'm here today.
It's so interesting to, look at your life, where you start out not really knowing, these are the steps that come forward. And I think even with your work as well, we get to see a little bit of that, where you kind of find your way into the sort of stylistic elements that, or the kind of work that you're known for today. And with that, I would like to talk about one of your, more acclaimed, internationally acclaimed works, Mukund and Riyaz, which is your film about best friends kind of navigating the difficult experience of partition in India. And so can you give us a little gist before we actually get to experience the film here today? We have a short screening of the film by Nina ma'am. So before we go into that, maybe a little gist of the context, of the themes of this film.
Okay, so it's a very personal narrative. Actually, it's the starting of my career in this kind of filmmaking. I never thought I would make it into a film, quite honestly. It was just a chronicle about my father's journey from the undivided India, what is today called Pakistan, from Sindh to India in 1947 in the wake of the partition. And like many people will have this narrative, the elders never spoke about it. So I had no idea about what he went through as a child until he was in his late 60s. And I think he knew he was going to die very soon, so he wanted to share his story. Actually, he just said, everyone talks about, leaving behind property. But I left my best friend. And that really got me curious, what is it? And it's not like he told me everything in one single day, it took a long time. Some days he didn't want to talk, some days he spoke. Anyway, I just wrote it down and I shared it with my siblings because none of them knew, what the father had been through. So, and I shared it with a friend of mine. And he said, there's a movie in there. I said, are you kidding me? Who's interested in my father's childhood story, He said, no, it's not only about your father. It is about so many things. So that kind of encouraged me. His name is Prakash Murthy, one of my first student, who is also like a very good friend. And he said, you have to make this into a film. It's a feature. I said, no, that is not, I can't do that. But so, and then that time, just look at it, serendipity. At NID, we had a project which was called the Big Small People Project in collaboration with UNESCO. And it was on the rights of children. And we were doing, a lot of films around the rights of children. A lot of my students were working, so I took the opportunity. It's not in the UNESCO Charter, but I thought we should have a rights to friendship also. Because that's what happens when you are separated, you lose your friends. You lose many other things, but losing a friend is a very hard thing, for a child.
So with that, I think we'll
watch the movie.
We'll have a look at the film Mukund and Riyaz by Nina Sapnani.
Mukund and Riyaz were the best of friends, although they would occasionally play together. Riyaz loved Mukund's cap and tried hard to get it. This cricket cap was Mukund's prized possession. With a cap on, he felt he could do anything. Well, just about. Riyaz took Mukund to a traditional bone setter who lived in the Kyamari area close to the harbour. For his fees, he asked for the good wishes of those who got cured. If they wished him well, that kept his talent alive. However, if Mukund was very keen to pay, he could slip something into the box quietly. loved cricket and tried hard to get Riaz to play with them. But Riaz's interests lay elsewhere. Suddenly, a military van pulled up on Campbell Street and a soldier ordered them to stop playing and go home at once. Riaz said it was best to keep out of trouble and to move off. Their spirits picked up with the smell of the bakery. And it didn't take much time to enjoy the best things life could offer. Mukund's was a large family, and each one took on some responsibility. Mukund often sat in front of the Gurudwara on Campbell Street and looked after people's shoes. Near the Gurudwara was the famous Ladaram Faluda Wala. Mukund was always fascinated by his multicolored concoctions. Ladaram was fond of the boy and told Mukund that if he served iced water to the devotees, it would earn him some blessings. Ladaram took it upon himself to supply the iced water. In this way, they were both stocking up some merit points for the future. At the end of the day, Ladaram would give Mukund the bucket of water that he took home to his family. When Mukund could get a moment alone with the mirror, his precious cricket cap brought on visions of his future. Then came the day Mukund would not talk about for 60 years of his life. It began like any other day at the S.C. Sahani High School, except that the teacher was missing. So everyone did what they pleased. Riaz came in and whispered. It did not make any sense. On the street, nothing looked the same, and Mukund could not recognize anyone. At home, Mukund's father said they had to leave. It was Riaz knocking at the door, and he had brought kurtas and jinnah caps to help them disguise themselves. Mukund refused to remove his cap. Riaz drove them to the Karachi harbour. Their gratitude had no words. They did not know what to say. Mukund looked at Riaz, and then he remembered. Mukund and Riaz never met again. But to this day, Mukund remembers him waving at him from the shore that was once home. Waving, waving for an eternity.
I think that deserves a round of applause. Such a deep-rooted story. I think I speak for everyone here when I say that you've been able to capture a very heavy theme of separation, of human disconnect, being pulled apart from each other, but with a medium that we usually associate with very happy kind of storytelling. And the way you've kind of captured materials and the textures and the tactility within the film as well, I think we all would like to hear a little bit more on that. So maybe a little bit about the process of how you actually crafted and brought to life all of these things. Is there a particular reason why you chose textile, for example?
Yeah, there were some very practical reasons, and there were some very more interesting reasons, I would say. My father said, don't make me into a cartoon. That was his condition to make this film. Also, he came from Sindh, where they do a lot of embroidery and applique work. He was also in the textile mills industry for many years. Even till his dying day, all he could talk about was cloth, So cloth was something very close to us. My mother also is a seamstress, so everyone loves fabric and textiles, and I think that's why I was very drawn to all the textile people in NID. And one more reason, which on reflection now, I wasn't really thinking about it then, but I think cloth is so close to memory, Cloth is like memory, if you will. It fades, it fragments, it disintegrates, but it also remains. Like we have the oldest piece of fragment of cloth from the Fustat area in Egypt. So memory also, it fades, but it also lingers, it also it sustains, it remains. So I think cloth is a very good way to express an emotion of this kind. I continue to work with cloth even now. My last film, which is on my mother's memory of her partition story. So I thought it wasn't fair to only make a partition story about my father, but also about my mother. And of course, a friend of mine said, "Don't you have other topics?" But the whole idea of migration, or this kind of forced migration, and it's not just about migrating, it is also about feeling a sense of belonging when you go to another place, how welcomed you are or you're not welcomed. It's a very difficult place, you know. So it's it doesn't go away. My mother is 91 and she still cannot forget so many things. So I think, so those stories need to be told. And also it's a way to spend time with your parents. Otherwise, all you do with your parents is how are you. When you are young, they're asking you, you know, they're taking care of you. When they're old, you're taking care of them. But there is no that, you know, that connect and seeing them as people. So that was my reason.
I think I will never look at cloth the same way again after that. And I think our audience has also had that kind of impact. And also I will be more conscious of how I spend time with my parents. So I believe you also have, you know, some of the samples of your process.
Some
If we can have
volunteers, if we
a
can.
volunteer to just have a look at and these are very unique pieces of ma'ams that she has kindly brought here today to kind of show us and take us through the process. So if we can have just one volunteer to just kind of hold these up. Yeah, Sasan. Thank you, Sasan. Yeah, sure. So, ma'am, if you can explain the process that it took to create these.
So I just thought I'll show you this because you can see the scale, you know, how the scale changes in the animation. So of course I did the sketches, I mean I did the drawings, and I'll tell you one nice story about the ship, because there was, SS Shirala did exist, I googled it, thank God for Google. So you know these things were there, but there was no picture of it because it had been decommissioned in 1956. But it was used in those times to bring the refugees, so-called refugees. And I could not find a photo anywhere. Anything I showed my father, he said, no, it wasn't like this. Aisa nahi tha, waisa nahi tha. I'm like, what shall I do? Because I wanted it to be true to his memory and, you know, to do things the way he remembered. And then 2 of my students went to Kutch. And they came back, they said, we have found your boat. Seriously, how? So they were in an auto rickshaw in Mandvi and they went to this boat making place. The boat making place. And a rickshawala drew on the sand a boat. From that photograph, thank God for Photoshop, we scanned the picture, or that photograph, we took it to Photoshop, and then we made it into a line drawing. Then I showed it to my father, and he said, of course, it was like this. I said, oh, finally. So, I mean, it's such a collaborative thing, this filmmaking, and you know, and these sketches I made, but I took them to an NGO where there were these women who used to do this applique work. But they never did figurative work, they never did this kind of work. They used to do for upholstery and, you know, cushion covers and whatever. So they looked at me, they looked at my drawings and they said, no, sorry, we don't do this kind of work. So I said, please do one at least, please just do one. So they did the boat. After this, I animated it and I took it back to them. Then they saw and they said, okay, we'll make it. So they made, and these are the other one. These are the 2 characters from the film, like you see. You can see, I don't know if you can close in on that picture. You can put it here. You see the arms are separate, and they just couldn't understand why I had dismembered Mukund so much. So I told them in animation we need all the parts separately. If there's any overlapping, we won't be able to animate it. So it was a lot of learning, and they told me, don't do this artistic sketch. Ek line mein banao, 1 line only. I was like, wow, this is very tough, and you have to do it on butter paper. because we are going to puncture holes into it, and then we will lay it on the cloth, and then, so some things I had decided, like I wanted him to have mushroom, and Mukund to have a bright eyes, that kind of found the fabric. But for the bakery, I just gave them a bunch of things, and they just did it like magic. They really did their own thing. So that was the process. And of course, after this, you scan it into the computer, and then, it's a lot of labor of rigging, moving, that sort of thing, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Sasan. Thank you. And I mean, it's so thrilling to see the actual pieces that you used and how much you've preserved them throughout, the years. Apart from this, you are also known for something a little bit more unconventional. So for everyone who writes books, we know that, sometimes you find something in written format and then it gets converted to a feature film or something like that. But in your case, all of your stories have started out as films and then converted into lovely, lovely picture books like the one I'm holding here right now. So how is that process different, or can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, it's very easy, because once you have made the film, you already have all the artworks. And then it's, of course, when you convert either from a film into a book or a book into a film, there's always the transition, because one is spatial, the other is temporal. There itself is a big difference, something is existing in space, another is existing in time. But so those challenges are there, but you also have the help of your editor and your publisher who know some things better than us. So
are these consciously made then to appeal to a certain audience? Because I believe this one is also recommended for children, whereas you probably didn't start out.
No, I started out just to spend time with my father. I mean, there was nothing more to it. And to, he was very happy with it. So for me, that was done. But I think what I like about making this into a book, because Tulika Publishers translates them into 9 languages. And for some reason, this book is also available in French and in Urdu. It was published in Pakistan as well. So I was very happy that it is reaching a lot of places. My father lives on, so I feel very thrilled about that. And in Goa, there is a mobile library where they take books to the villages, and lending library. They go there, people borrow books. It's called Bookworm Goa. And to my delight, once they sent me a video of children enacting Mukund and Riaz.
That must have been quite an experience to see.
And in Pakistan, they show it on their Independence Day into some schools. So it's, some way to forget enmities. Gade murde mat ukhado, my mother says, so don't uproot, don't bring out from the past which is going to make us fight. We have fought enough.
Very, very, I think even for a place like Meghalaya, we have a history of, a lot of murky things in our past as a state. Do you think this is a way, animation is a way to do that, to mend and heal wounds, to bring people together, perhaps in ways that, because these are very complex feelings that we're dealing with, perhaps there's an instance where animation can do things that perhaps just words cannot?
Well, you can get away with a lot in animation because people think it's for children, so nobody scrutinizes it that much. you can say a lot. I wouldn't say it's the only way. I mean, it's my way because that's what I do and that's what I learned. But yeah, there are many ways to, it's storytelling actually which helps, which is healing, which is bridging differences and, making us reflect on what we see around us, basically. I would look at it that way. But for me, like, animation is a place where I belong. Because, or a space. There is space and there is place. So place is full of problems. Place is territory and everybody fights over it. But space is where we can belong, and it's our space, we occupy it, you create, because, and it comes with, being children of refugees, because Sindh was totally given off to Pakistan. And so there is no Sindh in India. So, and so if you don't have a sense of place, territory, or everybody asks me, what is your native place? My native place. I asked my father, what's my native place? He said, wherever you were born. I was born in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad. No. It cannot be. It's a big city. It has to be a village. Where are you from? So then I said, okay, I'm Jaipur, because my grandparents come there. So finally I had to give up this idea of belonging, because if you only belong because of place, I will live in space. It is fine. It's my inheritance is memory, and my place is animation.
Wonderful, wonderful. Space, not place. And so I think we're also running a bit short on time, but these days you are also teaching, and your research is known for the visual ethnography. And like you've said in your process as well, you deal with a lot of these communities, and I imagine they don't really understand the world of animation as quickly, and it's possibly a very foreign thing for them to understand when you approach them. What has been your experience in how open they have been to share their stories, and I imagine there's a lot of, exchange of trust. You as a custodian of these stories, how has that really impacted your work?
I wouldn't call myself custodian, but I would say I'm a seeker of memory, and there are keepers of memory who I come in contact with. So I have worked with communities in Kutch, I have worked with communities in Rajasthan, with the covered storytellers, and I've learned a lot from them. I think you have to spend time, that's the only way. When you spend time with people, I mean, who would you like some strange person to walk into your house and ask you about your personal life, you'd say, get out of here, So, so same, we go to a village, or we go to a town, we go to somebody's house, we go to an artisan's house. We can't expect them to just open up their hearts and start telling us about themselves. So I think when we made like Tanko Boleche, we were actually invited by them because they had made these beautiful tapestries on the earthquake. Post the earthquake. They never used to make stories like that, but they made, and so Judy Frater, who was then at Kalaraksha, she said, can you make this into an animation film? So we will send you photographs of I said, no. You think if you see something, you know what it is, but it's not necessarily so, because an image is not something you can just read. You have to know who made it, with what intention, and what were they trying to say through that image. So the things that I discovered, So I told her we have to spend time with these people. That's the only way. I'm happy to make this film. Otherwise, I can't. You send me nicely scanned pictures and I will animate them. That is not my approach. For me, I need to spend time with them. So it was very nice because when, we asked them, okay, tell us about how did you make this work? What did you do? Why did you do this? And what does this mean? And suddenly you realize, oh my God. So there was this white border all around, I'm calling it border because around this artwork. So I said, okay, can you explain what you have made? So she said, let's start with this outer. This is the wall of Kalaraksha. I thought, okay, good you're talking to her, because there are many things you're going to discover that just the image doesn't, we come with our own presumptions, whatever we've been exposed to, assumptions, presumptions, whatever you will. So unless you have a conversation with that person who created it, there is not a chance that you're going to get it right. And actually when you do that, when the women saw the film, they were so happy. Somebody said, it's such a nice story. One person said, it's not a story, it's our history. So I felt very happy that if it is claimed, it's no longer mine. You create something, it belongs now to the world, it belongs to everybody. It belongs to everybody who worked on it. And when they talk about it as their work, I feel very happy. I mean, it's done, yeah, I think.
So they've taken it a part of theirs as well. Like they've embraced it as much as it.
Yeah, I think because that's how the trust is built, and we show them at every part, do something, show it to them, and they'll say, okay, ye theek nahi hai, ye yahan kyun dala, ye isme ye nahi hai. There was a white piece of border, like a strip of white thing. I said, what is this? She said, that's the desert we had to cross, to go across. And we would have never thought that. We would have thought the image is being divided into two parts. So there is so much you learn just by talking, just by having a conversation. And I think that process may be slow, but at least it is meaningful. It's meaningful to everyone. To those whose stories are being told, and of course in that they are speaking in their own voices, Those were just conversations we had with them, and then we put them into a script, made a script out of it. Anyway, that's a long story.
So I think we would like to hear much more, but I think we're short of time today. But I think that's ending on a very beautiful note, that it just takes a conversation like the one we are having right now. I'm sure we've all learned so much about Neena ma'am's worlds that she's crafted through her work. So thank you so much, ma'am. Again, I think it's given us a lot of insight into how sensitively we can approach not just animation, filmmaking, but storytelling in general. So thank you once again. And I think at this time, we can have an interaction with our audience. I'm sure they have many, many questions.
Good afternoon, good evening, ma'am. I'm really not sure of the time here. So the thing is, you craft worlds through your animation, but is it according to the author's story that has been sent to you, or is it sometimes that you have crafted the story, you have animated, and then you send it to the author? Because the book that you have showcased is, from what I understand, is a children's book, and it deals with the partition at the time. So how do you also at the same time deal with the sensitivities that the children will understand what you are trying to showcase to them through your craft, and also the story that goes along with it? Yeah, no, that is what I'm asking. I mean, how do you put in that sensitivity with while you tell the story to the children?
So I think we can break it into a two-part question. The first being, like the story that's, the film that we experienced today is a retelling of her father's stories. So in part she is the storyteller and she has written and made the film. So, but in instances where you are not the person who has kind of, documented the story, or you're not the first person who's experiencing the story, how do you go about doing that? And second is telling these stories in the form of books to children, and how sensitively you approach these themes for children's books.
Okay, first of all, I don't animate other people's stories. I try to do they're not my stories, they are stories about people around me, but I do the scripting. I mean, I author the script, if you wish. But it emerges from the conversations I have had with the people. So it wouldn't exist if the story wouldn't exist if they didn't share their memories. I have nothing. So it all comes from the memories of people who are sharing their memories with me. And it is, I don't know how to explain. Sensitivity is just that if you're being honest to their memory and not trying to put words in their mouths, just showing that. And of course, there are times when, because it's a book for children, so you have to be, how do you show bloodshed, for example? I mean, there was bloodshed. You can't brush it under the carpet. Children are smart, you don't have to sanitize things for children, that they can understand things. So I think I had a lot of help also from my editor. I mean, I can't do all the things, like they work with children, they know, and they said that this can be handled by children. We can do it this way. So of course there was that help. So we don't want to create differences. You are talking about a historical event, but at the same time you do not want to instill that kind of divisive kind of feelings. So you have to be careful about that. That's why, because it's a friendship, it's the base is the friendship, and the separation of that, it is against the backdrop of the partition. So you do talk about it, but you don't necessarily dwell on it, So that was the way we dealt with this. With each situation, you have to, think of ways of telling it without telling it, and yet telling it.
Thank you, Dr. Dina. If any one of our audience members have any further questions for Dr. Dina, they may ask her at the Authors Lounge. Thank you for that truly interesting and touching session. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present you with a few mementos on behalf of the Shillong Literary Festival. Dr. Nina, what an absolutely gut-wrenching and yet mesmerizing film that was. Never before have I been so moved by such a fusion of animation, textiles, and storytelling. Surely, as she has mentioned, cloth is like memory, and what a privilege it is to have held and felt a few of the artworks. Samanda, thank you for your insightful questions and for beautifully steering this conversation. Their conversation has beautifully illustrated the power of animation and film in crafting immersive stories that educate, inspire, and celebrate cultural heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a final round of applause for our speakers.
Hubli.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly remain seated in your respective seats. Since we're running short of time, we will begin with our next session immediately. Our next session, Publishing Unveiled, The Art of Fact and Fiction, is a conversation about the evolving landscape of publishing and the delicate balance between fact and fiction in storytelling. We are joined by Elizabeth Kurovilla, who is the publishing director at Simon & Schuster, India. Before this, as associate publisher of Vintage, she published a number of award-winning and critically acclaimed authors such as Vivek Shanbhag, Srinath Perur, Vijay Gokhale, and others. In 2022, she won Publishing Next's prestigious Editor of the Year award. Prior to her career in publishing, Elizabeth was a journalist and worked with the Indian Express, Hindustan Times, Open, Mint, and The Hindu in a career spanning 22 years. In conversation with her is Anandita Ghosh, an author, journalist, and editor whose best-selling debut novel, The Illuminated, was published by HarperCollins and subsequently in the UK by Bloomsbury. Anindita is the former editor of Mint Lounge. Further, as the features director of Vogue India, she wrote and commissioned stories on art, books, culture, design, and travel. The Independent has picked Anindita as one of their 9 best upcoming authors from India. Currently, she leads communications for a global social impact consulting firm and is working on her next 2 books. Please give a warm welcome to Elizabeth Kurovilla and Anindita Ghosh. Speakers, I now leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Hear me? Okay, great. Well, thank you all for being here. It's really lovely to see this great turnout. I'm enjoying the fact that Anandita and I are in conversation with each other, because in my previous avatar as a journalist and as hers, we worked together at Mint. She was the editor of Mint Lounge and I was a books editor there. And now we are together discussing the fact that we've had perceptible shifts in what we're doing. I'm a publisher and a books editor, and Anandita is the author of The Illuminated, which was quite the publishing event when it was when it came out, you know. So, in the 22 odd years that I've been a journalist, I've had many people at various times asking me to write a book. You know, they always felt that there was a book in me which hasn't come out yet, you know. And but I'm kind of always thinking about it, you know. What would be the book that I would write if I were to write one? And a part of me feels it would be a book of non-fiction, because there is that safety in facts somehow, you know. So being able to construct a story or what you're trying to say, it's out there, you know. So Anandita, of course, has thrown herself really into the deepest of oceans by you know, writing a novel, which in my mind, to me as a writer, would be an intimidating thing to do, you know. So I really wanted to start this conversation with asking Anandita about moving on from this world of journalism and this very deeply fact-based writing that we did, you know, into writing the novel. You know, is that something that you always felt that was in you? Is it something you were developing over years? And how did you come into it?
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that, for setting the context for our conversation. I'm hoping also through the next 40 minutes to learn from you on the shift from editing nonfiction, which is, so steeped in the world of fact, to commissioning and editing fiction, which I see as closer to truth. So this fact versus truth, which we hope to speak about in the next hour or so. And thank you to all of you for being here on this lovely evening. So, to answer your question, Elizabeth, we were talking about it earlier as well. I think moving on from journalism to fiction primarily has been a process of unlearning. A lot of people think that if your day job concerns writing in some way, whether if you're teaching writing or if you're a journalist, hey, writing a book must have been easy. And maybe it's about the grass being greener on the other side, but I maybe think that for a banker or a lawyer, writing fiction might be easier. Because as journalists, and as good journalists, as we were, you are conditioned and kind of hardwired to think in squares, to think in facts, to double test everything, to reference and corroborate everything. And the impulses of fiction are intrinsically different. The reader is as much a participant in the reading of fiction as almost as much as the author. Your Barthes spoke about death of the author and how the book ceases to be yours once you've written it. So I think there's so much unlearning in terms of, I think of fiction being like a straight square, non-fiction being like a straight square, and fiction being just more circular. So for me, even in the process of, I wrote the book over 5 years while having editorial jobs, but in the process of editing, I think primarily what I was doing was deleting things, was deleting the verbosity, the over-explanation, the double testing, the underlining that we tend to do as journalists to present facts in a clear manner. And I wonder if, Elizabeth, if you see that as well, do you see a difference in, say, the quality of fiction coming from people who have non-fiction backgrounds? Is the quality of the prose different versus somebody who is approaching fiction from a more virginal space?
I think that's interesting that you should ask that, because in the past year, one non-fiction primarily an author of non-fiction who I published. He wrote a book of fiction, and that was Akar Patel. And Akar Patel, I'm sure you all know of him. He's a former journalist. He's chairperson of Amnesty International. He's a prolific political commentator, and if you follow him on Twitter, he's very satirical, so, and he's written books such as Hindu Rashtra, he's written Price of the Modi Years, and I think the titles themselves tell you what the books may be about, but suddenly he started sending me chapters on email, and he had started writing a book of fiction, and it was a political satire. It was really his Twitter persona that came into force here, and I could see him, every chapter I read, somehow I could see him chuckling away while writing it, and that was and it was ultimately really a lovely book of fiction, so, but I think Akar is special and particular, and he can pull this off, I'm interested actually in what you said about the phrase you used, unlearning journalism, so, and what you also said about in your editing process to cut out the verbosity of it, So I think while I was writing for newspapers, so there is a tendency also to be a little minimalist, because you do get only 500 words, or you get 1,000 words at most, and I can imagine that was that something, this cutting off the verbosity, the writing of the verbosity. So was that the main thing that you found challenging about writing fiction?
Not challenging, I'm kind of observing the different processes. And by verbosity, I don't mean length. I'm actually talking about not being too direct, leaving more room for the reader to interpret. Even in dialogues, for instance, I think as journalists, we are trained to have quotes as specific and direct as possible. So just the idea of giving the reader some room to participate and engage rather than thrusting something down. Another really important aspect of fiction, and since you mentioned Akar as well, and so many journalists now are writing fiction. And why is that? I feel it's also a desire to get closer to the truth, or get closer to, say, multiple truths in a way that journalism today anywhere in the world doesn't allow. One, because of censorship, also self-censorship, but also because society increasingly, we are becoming more and more judgmental and moralistic. So in an essay or in a column, you have less room to suggest or explore nuance. And what fiction asks you to do when your character does something unethical or immoral, fiction doesn't ask you to agree. Fiction asks you to have empathy for your character. And just this idea of non-judgment, this idea of inhabiting characters without judgment, I think can benefit all of us, not just writers of fiction. So for me, not just a challenge, but that's been the most rewarding experience writing fiction. That not all your characters, even in The Illuminated, not all your lead characters have to be, 10 on 10 perfect human beings. They just have to be who they are, and maybe we can try to understand them and what they do. I feel that's my role as a writer.
Yeah. So before, because I do want to ask Anindita some particular questions about a novel, so in order to set the context, just to give you a very basic idea of what a novel is about, I think it's unfair to ask the author herself to do that, because they're always interested in knowing how you read the book, what did you get from it.
Especially when it's one of the country's leading former book editors. Yeah.
Thank you. The Illuminated, to give you a very simplistic understanding, is a book about the grief of separation, in a sense. So there is a family, Roby, this very gregarious, well-to-do, successful architect, and who suddenly passes away, and his wife of many, many years, has to confront this fact about, having to live a life without being an attachment to her husband. And at the same time, there is their daughter, Tara. There is a son also, but Anindita doesn't give him too much attention. But it is a novel about a mother and a daughter, really. And the daughter is a student, and she is also going through a separation of another sort in her relationship. And it is about, as I said, the grief of separation which both of them have to confront. Two, it is, and more importantly, and which is what really touched me in this novel, was about how the women begin to realize that, how their own sense of self was constantly being erased when they were in these relationships with men, and suddenly on their own, they confront that fact, and I think this is something that women, all women at some point or the other do come to an understanding of. So it is a book about, it's a very feminist book, I would say. It's a book about, which talks about privilege, which talks about class privilege as well as gender privilege. What really intrigued me while reading the book was, this deeply personal female experience you were writing about, do you think it is, how important do you think it is for women to write about their experience of life?
I love this question, and I also feel that there hasn't been a single conversation or interview about this book which doesn't cover this, and rightly so. For so long, I feel most of us have just been, whether we've studied English literature in college or not, we've just been groomed and brought up on writing by middle-aged men. And we've been groomed to think about the minutiae of men's lives as literature. Historically, like whether it's Tolstoy or even someone like Julian Barnes, in Sense of an Ending, his protagonist goes and he's repairing his trousers and his belt for pages and pages, and that's literature. But when women write about their personal lives or things that are important to them, and maybe for a woman, picking a dress for a party is important, but that's considered chick lit. And I wouldn't say that that's not changing. We were talking about Annie Ernaux winning the Nobel. And Annie Ernaux is this French writer. And honestly, I feel if out of context you pick certain passages and post it on Instagram, people might think she's a Gen Z millennial poet, right? But we read her in this whole context of her being Annie Ernaux and being in her 80s and writing about her very personal experiences for over 60 years. So I think the more that women are writing, the more that women are getting published, the more that young women are getting published, it's impossible for the female experience to not come front and center. And we are seeing that now, if you look at the Booker shortlists, but also Indian publishing. And I want to ask you if you agree that we are seeing more female narratives as well. I don't know if I answered your question. I went off on my...
No, don't worry about it. You mentioned Annie Ernaux, and I started thinking about, I think all of us started discovering Annie Ernaux post her winning the Booker, and what's amazing is she also writes these really slim novels, auto fiction as it's called, and again, and such deeply personal experiences, and written almost, like I told you earlier in the day, it almost feels like so simple, she may have just copied it off her journal, but so I did experiment once, and I thought, oh, let me try and do this looks simple enough. Then I realized no, and she talks about I think I started with a novel called A Simple Passion, which is really the most amazing novel about really waiting for her lover, and there's this entire novel about, about this woman just almost humbling herself because of a desire for a man, So it was amazing. She writes about her abortion in another book, in terms of whether more women are writing, I must say, Anandita, in my first year in publishing, at the end of a very fruitful year of commissioning, because a pandemic was on, and I was just reading and commissioning a lot. I at the end of the year, I kind of looked back at all the books I had commissioned, and I was actually horrified to find how few women writers I had commissioned, you know. And so I made a decision that, and it's not that women writers write badly, you know. That is definitely not the case, you know, because they're, you know, all the authors who you do end up reading, you love them so much. Like I loved K.R. Meera, who again writes a Malayalam author who's been translated quite a lot in English, and she writes about the experience of women, you know, and they're deeply unsettling books. If you know, so I would highly recommend it. And so I realized that I had to make a conscious effort to publish women, you know, and I had to consciously seek out women authors, you know. So and that's that was quite an eye-opening fact for me, you know, because I realized that women are also marginalized voices, you know. So in a lot of the fiction that I publish, I publish authors who write from the caste perspective, you know. So I consciously look for marginalized voices within the fiction I publish as well, you know. So actually the woman author is also a marginalized author in that sense, you know.
I wonder if you believe that the numbers are slightly different amongst the debut lot, as in are more women just on the surface. Anecdotally, it seems so, that at least the debut list, there are more women, but if you look at who was being published in India, say 20 years ago, the gender ratio is more skewed. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if you're looking at fiction, because, you know, I must also say that I'm an editor of both non-fiction and fiction. And I think I publish a larger number of non-fiction books and a very select list of literary fiction, you know. So yes, if you were to look at literary fiction, yes, I think recently there's been a number of really amazing authors debut authors, you know, so who we've been publishing. I mentioned briefly, you know, just to pull away from there a bit, you know, I mentioned briefly while talking about your novel, you know, about the idea of your characters are the setting of the book is such that the characters come from extremely privileged backgrounds, you know, so extremely wealthy, I think where you've succeeded a lot is in showing us, you know, while Shashi, the wife of Ruby who passed away, she works at a shelter for for abandoned women, you know. So Tara, the daughter, goes to study in Mysore, you know, and you know, it doesn't seem like a elite college that she goes to. So while they are in the midst of these very you know, people from very different backgrounds from their own, what I loved about the novel was how you show that they still live in a And so what I found interesting is because when I'm publishing fiction, I make choices about publishing marginalized voices, as I said. But I do acknowledge also that nowadays there is a celebration of that, you know. So I found it interesting.
Privileged or marginalized.
Yes, so exactly, you know. So I found it interesting that your characters, you know, had a certain background which is, you know, which is different from what you see in a lot of literature now, you know, coming from India.
Yeah, jokes aside, that was a joke, the one I made. But what you're saying is like exactly, I mean, correct, Elizabeth. I did want to point out the structure of privilege. I wanted to lay out the landscape of privilege to specifically to show that there is a ladder to it, and to show that gender is also a privilege, and that's very clear between the men and women coming from the same socio-demographic background in the book, but their lives are so different. And the idea that a feminist novel or books about women don't have to have a cardboard cutout 2D male villain. It doesn't have to be a man who is a wife beater or a rapist or doesn't allow his wife and daughter to work. You can come from a very privileged family and yet feel diminished because of the men in your life. So it was very important for me to show that on the surface, this mother and daughter had everything that you think a privileged woman in India or anywhere else in Asia looks like she has. They've both, I mean, Tara is a PhD student. Her mother doesn't need money, she volunteers. But yet, because of the presence of such a powerful male figure in their life, they only realize their light once that sun has gone away. So they are the illuminated. So for me, two reasons that they are set in this privileged landscape. One is specifically to point out and place the other characters in the book, not just the mother and daughter, but who are all equally important to me. And I want to show the cover. This is the soft back, but in the hardback, the idea that there is a lunar scheme to the book. So these are all the women. So it's not just about the mother and daughter, but it's various women in various stages of illumination. And Shashi's cook, for instance, is a Adivasi girl from Sundarbans who's had no education, but in so many ways she's so much more empowered than Shashi, who is this Hegelian scholar. So I wanted to place these two women at a certain part of the graph in order to place the other women and then show that your empowerment doesn't come from where you're placed in society. And secondly, also to point out all these other levels in our country of, say, caste, class, education, beauty, that all have a role to play in how you are socialized in society. Yeah.
I think the other thing in the novel is, and I think that is possibly where your journalism background comes in somehow. So what's happening while these two women are confronting their life is on the periphery. There is also a very orthodox socio-political organization which is kind of trying to impose its views on on how people should live and how particularly women should live their lives and be in relationships with people and how they should behave, and I think while there was a lot of interiority happening when you're talking about Shashi and Tara, suddenly there was this, you were thrown into a very, into the reality of our lives now, So, so I was curious as to why and how you decided to kind of enmesh these two things, And why did you feel the need to? I'll let you explain this.
For me, it was really about how chauvinist governments worldwide are represented in families as patriarchy. The idea that a kind of right-wing government is mimicked in a patriarchal setup at home. The idea that both these things are about stealing power from somebody else. So it really was about that. And ultimately, as even if I wasn't a journalist, as writers, we do not live in a bubble. We are living in the world of today. So it's impossible not to want to, it would be too much to say address that. One novel or even 10 novels are not addressing the issues we have as a society. But you do want to reflect. And also, the privilege of doing that through fiction is that art is not knee-jerk, so you're absorbing and assimilating years or maybe decades of information and distilling it down either in an artwork or in a 2-hour film or in a book. So you can do that with a little more nuance. You don't have to say so-and-so is bad, XYZ is a bad system. You can drop something in there in a strategic way so that the reader can make their own interpretations. So the government or the social institution system was very much for me an external way to represent patriarchy, to say that these two systems do the same thing externally and internally.
No, that's interesting because I think I find that I don't know if you agree that there seems to be a lot more political novels coming out of India. I do find it as well, and it's something I'm very interested in. And of course, there are journalists like Prag Akbar we spoke about, whose novel published just some months ago, Mother India is very political. There is, last year had published Vivek Shanbag's novel Sakina's Case, and Vivek Shanbag, I believe, is truly, I do believe he's probably one of the best novelists India has. He writes in Kannada. He's lucky enough to have one of the most talented translators working on his book, Srinath Perur. And Sakina's Case is an amazing novel. It's a very, very slim novel, and Vivek is amazing in how much he can put into less than 200 pages, So it starts off with seeming like this almost this the overarching thing is this one woman who's a student, college student, she's disappeared. So it could be this mystery of sorts, But once you read it, and you read it a second time, and you read it a third time, you realize how deeply political it is, and it is exactly what you were talking about this the chauvinist patriarchal system that we living in, and why do you think this is entering our fiction so much more now? It is part of your novel as well, and it is increasingly things of very political things that are happening around us is being spoken to us in fiction.
So I'll add, it's not just politics. Let's even talk about the dangers of technology, right? The fact that there are TV shows like Black Mirror, which talk about the dangers of technology. And I think if you watch an episode of that, or there's a lot of fiction as well, was it Murakami, who wrote a book recently about this kind of futuristic world. It's a way to, over whatever 300 pages, really show the dangers of technology, or say the dangers of a certain kind of political system to the reader, which is perhaps more impactful, more deep, goes deeper into you and freaks the hell out of you in a way that a headline in a newspaper will not. So I actually feel that, we were talking about fact versus truth. It's a way to shine the mirror on truths that we think are dangerous in a more impactful way. And I think authors, filmmakers, artists who've always been political in their work in some way are realizing the power of literature in doing that even more. Yeah. I have a question for you, Elizabeth, because there are so many students here, and I'm sure some of them are writers already or want to publish. You mentioned slim book twice in our conversation so far with a big smile. And I had, another friend who is a book critic who had told me recently that according to her, no new book should be more than 200 pages. Samrat in his session earlier today spoke about fragmented reading and how people don't, how our brains are not wired to read long books anymore. I'm sure the manuscripts you read for work. I read long books only by friends. I don't read books over 300 pages for pleasure anymore, even though I'm a writer. I'm simply unable to. What are your thoughts on that? Is the new novel shrinking in terms of size?
It is something I keep thinking about, when I'm publishing fiction, when I'm when Vivek Shanbag's first novel Ghajar Gochar was translated into English, very slim book. I remember reviewing it for Mint, and when I published Sakina's Case, I did go back to that review of Ghajar Gochar, and I commented on the fact that this is actually a novella. And it was very unusual at that point.
Novella is under 40,000 words. That's the distinction, right?
I'm not sure of the technicalities of it. Yeah. So around 40 or less, maybe. So basically a longer short story. So when I read Ghajar Gochar, obviously I was. It's a fact that. It was that I acknowledged that a publishing house published a book as slim as this, so as a single story. And I don't think it happens all that much still, but increasingly I've been thinking about it, and I'm wondering whether we should be doing more of that. I know as a reader, I do. I think my own reading for pleasure has come down also because I do read all day long, But I think, as with everyone else, I do acknowledge that. There are too many distractions in our life to be able to sit for a prolonged period of time with a book and purely be with that book, So Annie Ernaux, when she come down to Delhi, and that's, I went for...
We should have a chair for her here, because she's been a very big part of our discussion.
Yeah, and Annie Ernaux writes, her books are, 60 pages, 70 pages? What a relief, So, you knew you could pick up this book and you could actually complete reading it, So, which may not happen, which tends to, as a reader, happens to me as well a lot, where I find that I do not finish, unless it's a very compelling book. I may keep it aside, and I may keep it aside saying I will pick it up later, and that later doesn't come, So it's a thought, The other reason is, since I publish a lot of fiction in translation, I know that in languages such as Malayalam and Bengali, etc., the craft of writing short stories, authors are, they're really good at that. But in publishing in English, you realize that collections of short stories do not work. People don't buy short story collections anymore. Whereas in in other Indian languages, it is because I guess there are spaces in newspapers where they get to publish it, so that culture is there, so that they've really honed that craft. So, so how do you bring some of the best writing in Indian languages into English? I think perhaps one way would be to publish these longer short stories as novellas, So, yeah, so there is something to that. What about you? Are you writing your next short or long novel?
I mean, firstly, I think we're supposed to be encouraging this audience to read, and we've probably been a bit depressing on that front. But no, my book, the book out next year, is an anthology of short stories about Bombay. So I hope people are reading short stories in English, Elizabeth. I have a related question, since we were talking about the length of the novel of the future, or the novel of the immediate future, that what is the novel of the future? What is the new novel? Sheila Hatie, the Canadian writer, wrote this very seminal essay, and it's really gave me a lot to think about how television is the new novel, and how that's not necessarily a bad thing. The idea that when photography was introduced, it freed art from the compulsion of having to be photoreal. So art no longer just needed to do portraiture or still life, and art could go into movement. And Impressionism was born, and Cubism was born. So the invention of photography was good for art. It was not the death of art. And a lot of novelists are so terrified about how television is taking over our space. But I see it as a good thing, because television is where the stories are now, and hence the novel can be anything it wants. But is that just writers fantasizing? As in, is it just me fantasizing with my writer friends, or do you agree that it has freed the novel to be, and there are examples. There's Shehan, who won the Booker. His novel is kind of, it's a ghost in conversation, from the bardo with this person, telephone calls. Aruk's Passage North is about so many long passages about a dying soldier observing the air. And possibly these were not what traditionally we thought novels were. But I'm wondering if you think this is mainstream or very small sliver.
I mean, it's small, of course, So I think I spoke about you throwing yourself into the deep ocean, and that is what is exciting about a fiction writer, that they can do anything they want, But I think it's interesting when experiments happen, and I don't think this is a new thought. I think people are constantly, they're constantly writing about the death of the novel, or new forms of novels, It's a very interesting idea, that you can imagine it to be whatever you want, So, but of course, a lot of what we do read, does have that, as you said, beginning, middle, end. It forms a traditional. It follows a traditional course. It's easier for a reader as well, and I'm not putting down that form of the novel at all. I completely enjoy it. So I don't see too many experiments happening with the novel, of course, and I'm looking forward to, I'm excited at the thought of one day being able to find such a manuscript on my desk which speaks to me, but that said, I must say I'm quite content also, and very happy with traditional storytelling, because at the end of the day, I think if you can experiment without it seeming forced, that is what should matter. At the end of the day, the novel should speak to you, as a reader, you should be able to connect with the characters. You should be able to, see what they are going through, which is also why, what you said about being able to empathize with someone who is a flawed character, that is I think that is one of the most interesting things that a novel does, because it allows us to really go into the most horrible minds, and we find it compelling.
With that said, Elizabeth, would there be, on what grounds would you reject a novel based on its theme? I mean, of course, you reject novels every week, I suppose, just because they are not good in terms of craft or it's not developed enough. But when we talk about this idea of empathy, it's good to have empathy, but what is the hard line that you wouldn't cross in fiction, if there is a line, and if you're allowed to reveal it, your craft secret?
No, I'm not very sure. I think mainly I reject books which one are very badly written, of course, two, sometimes I may reject a novel because it didn't speak to me, but to the editor sitting right next to me may have loved it, So I think reading fiction is also a very subjective experience, So just because I didn't like it doesn't mean it's not good, In terms of a hard line, I don't think I've reached there now, I'm really happy to be if the novel is crafted well and if it goes into the mind of a kind of a character I deeply abhor, I would enjoy that a lot, however, I remember there was this one break that between jobs that I had, where because I was a books editor and I was reading a lot of literary novels, I thought this break was a time to catch up on popular fiction, which I wasn't getting enough of a chance to read. So I picked up Hunger Games, I picked up Game of Thrones, and I read all of these, and I see, with Game of Thrones, I see, how, what's exciting about it, but that was one novel where I told my daughters that I didn't want them to read it, because they were also at an impressionable age, and I think a lot of particularly the sexual content there was deeply misogynistic, and misogynistic in such a titillating way, that there was enjoyment of it, maybe it's just me, but I found it deeply disturbing, because I don't object to misogynistic characters as such, but I don't know, somehow I felt...
You don't want them to be then celebrated. It's okay to represent but not endorse.
Yes.
I think we're almost at time, but again, for the aspiring writers in the audience, I had one quick question for you before we break, is what is a good way to catch an editor's eye? Of course, you're going to say write a damn good manuscript, but what about the pitch mail? What are certain things that you think would really even make you prioritize reading that manuscript that week over the 50 others that you've received? What are the golden words in the pitch mail?
No, Anandita, there's no such thing. I think perhaps because it's a novel, and as an editor, I wouldn't take on a novel before reading the entire novel. So do give me a summary, so I can, take a quick look at it and I get a lot of submissions, well-written note which would make me, read your manuscript before the 50 others,
So you're keeping the trade secret to yourself. Do we have time for audience questions? Okay.
if there's anything you would like to ask us. Well, I guess that's great.
There is one question.
Hello. Yeah, that was quite interesting, the talk. But this, I just wanted to ask, ma'am, do you edit poetry also? Because I have a daughter, she's 16-year-old, and she's writing poetry, and it's like
You know, I must admit that I don't consider myself a poetry editor, but I have, before I joined Simon & Schuster, I worked with Penguin, and I did publish poetry there because there was no one else publishing poetry, you know, so I had the freedom to publish a large number of books annually at Penguin, you know. So since there was no one publishing poetry there, you know, I kind of made a decision that I would try to publish at least one book of poetry every year if I could, you know. And of course, it started with Singing in the Dark, which was an anthology edited by K. Sachidanandan and Nishi Chawla, which was really poets from across the world responding to the pandemic. And then there was the debut solo collection of Avinav Datta Arang, which came to me, and it's I found it very interesting, you know. It's very hallucinatory, and you may not fully understand what each of the poems is, you know, but there's something that makes you read it, and it really moves you, you know. So I did publish poetry as well, but you know, I'm not just an editor now, I'm also a publisher, so I do have to I do have revenue targets to think about, and poetry unfortunately does not sell, you know. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I think we've just covered everything so beautifully that there are no questions, Ellie. But thank you all for being such a lovely audience. And I know you have a flight to catch right now, so.
Thanks a lot, Anandita. And I'm really grateful to the Shillong Lit Fest, because I've been meaning to read your book ever since it came out, and I said my work doesn't give me much time for reading outside of it, and I'm so happy that I did, you know. And it's a wonderful novel. I would urge all of you to pick up a copy. Yeah.
Thank you, speakers, for this extremely insightful session. As a token of appreciation, we would like to present you with a few mementos on behalf of the Shillong Literary Festival. Your nuanced conversation has shed light on the dynamic world of publishing and the artful interplay of fact and fiction in storytelling, leaving us with so much to reflect on. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a final round of applause for our panelists, Ms. Elizabeth Kuravilla and Ms. Anindita Ghose. If anyone has any further questions for our speakers, you may ask them at the book signing lounge. Before we proceed to the closing ceremony, we will be having a short interval.
Shillong Literary Festival will be presenting to all the literary lovers with the most exciting event of the year. Save these dates, that is, the 18th, 19th and 20th of November 2024. The venue will be at Watts Lake, Shillong from 10 a.m. onwards. We will be graced by renowned authors the like of Jerry Pinto, Shobha Dey, and Kamsing Nongkuri, and many more. Now let's talk about Shobha Dey. The vivacious, proactive, and widely read author brings 4 decades of cultural commentary to her work as a novelist, columnist, and social chronicler. She had authored 20 books that reflects India's elite society, sexuality, and contemporary urban life. If you can recall her famous book, that is Spouse, The Truth About Marriage, The Famous Starry Nights, Insatiable, and many more. There will also be workshops, discussions, book launches, food stalls, and live music, and also special activities by the Forgotten Folklore Project. There will be good exposure, especially for the young minds. So please note that there will be free entry for our students with valid school IDs. So please don't miss out on this opportunity as it comes your way. Okay, so see you there. Kublai Shibon Chihijamo.
The Shillong Literary Festival is your chance to meet literary icons like Shobha Dey. Shobha Dey is one of India's most provocative and influential writers. She is known for her fearless exploration on India's elite society, sexuality, and urban life. With over 20 books to her name, she continues to fight boundaries. From a former model to a magazine founder, she's paved her way into the literary world. Don't miss your chance to hear her speak live at the Shillong Literary Festival, November 18th to the 20th at Watts Lake. And remember, students get free entry. Don't forget to bring your valid ID. We can't wait to see you there. The Shillong Literary Festival is waiting for you.
Hello everyone, this is Rupen, and today I've got some exciting news for you guys. The Shillong Literary Festival, Watts Lake, is happening on this November, that is on the 18th, the 19th and the 20th. And this year is going to be extra special because one of our very own is joining the spotlight, and that is Sir Nicholas Karkumor. From our very own hills to the big screen, Sir Nicholas is a filmmaker behind Akoni and Mantra. So come and listen to one of the most exciting voices in the Indian cinema. And if your students, tickets are free for you if you bring your student's ID. So what are you waiting for? Get your ticket now and we'll see you there.
Hey besties, ever dream of authors and artists vibing together, spilling secrets and sharing stories? The Shillong Literary Festival is back with its 4th edition from November 18 to 20th at Watts Lake, bringing amazing authors and thinkers your way. I'm especially pumped for Sabir Hussain, a former journalist, adventurer and author of 2 motorcycle travelogues. His journeys from the dark to the northeast capture a world of adventure and resilience. Join us from 10 a.m. onwards for book launches, live performances and fantastic food. Bring your student ID.
Hello young lady, so what brings you to Watts Lake today?
I'm here because I wanted to experience the literary festival that we have here. So because I'm a literature student, I wanted to gain some experience, I wanted to gain some knowledge by listening to this panel that we have here. So that's why I'm here today.
Right. So were you here yesterday?
I was here the day before yesterday.
Alright. Okay, so talk to us a little bit about the experience so far.
It was very insightful. I had I met so many people that they really inspired me actually by listening to them. So yes, the day before yesterday when we had the panel, there was Vikram Seth. So we met him, and the lecture that he gave on was very helpful, especially to aspiring authors like us, aspiring literature readers like us. So yeah, it was a wonderful experience actually. Yeah, I really loved it.
Brilliant. So I want you to talk to the viewers a little bit about the installations that we see around, because we're here, we're lucky to be here at this moment to witness it, firsthand. What are your thoughts?
I really love the decor especially, and I was personally inspired by this one here that we have, the ones with the miniature Assam type houses. Yeah, so the decor was very amazing actually, and everything here was just really good. So yeah, so there's nothing more that I can say. I mean, just by looking at this, we can say that it's actually practically very amazing to be here. So yeah.
You're into literature, like you said.
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about your favorite book so far, and tell us why.
Oh, I have a lot of favorite books. I cannot pick actually, but personally, I love fantasy novels. So I love reading novels by Rick Riordan. Then we have this Owen Colfer. So those are the books that I really love to read. But when we talk about people like from here, I really love Vikram Seth, like I said the other day when he came. So one of my favorite books that I've done with that I've read was From Heaven's Lake. So it was very, very nice. So it really talks, it's a travelogue basically. So it talks about him traveling, and through his travel he learns so much, and by reading this we also learn, like it feels like we're there traveling with him. So yeah, that's personally one of my favorite books as well.
Okay. You know what do you think of the reading culture here? Let's put it in the Northeast. Let's just put it in our state. What do you think of the reading culture amongst the youth at the moment?
At the moment, I feel like there are a lot of youths that really love reading, and I can see it just by looking at the festival. There's so many people who are here, because they really desire something out of literature. So, but I feel like if we can encourage more readers, we can have a lot more people who would love to read in Northeast. I'm sure there are. But it takes just a bit of encouragement and inspiration from the right set of people. So that's what I personally think.
So you're very young. How do you like to read now? In terms, you still go and pick up books, or you read it from your phone, like a lot of people can do now? Everything is digital. So what do you do?
Personally, I love to go pick it from the stores.
Okay.
Why? Because I just love touching the pages of the books. Just to feel that also. It brings so much satisfaction, and just the smell of books itself just makes me feel so good, to have that book. I mean, reading from the phone is nice and everything, but it just feels nice to actually own something of your own, especially when it comes to a book. So yeah, personally, I love to buy them from stores.
So you're an avid reader for sure, right? Do you plan to probably write a book in the future, or have you already anything in the pipeline? Are you thinking on the same lines?
Right now, I'm trying. I don't know whether that's going to be a plan in the future, but hopefully, I would really love to, take a step forward into writing. But yeah, we'll see.
Right.
We don't know what the future holds.
I like that. We don't know what tomorrow brings,
Yes.
right? My last question to you, young lady. So, I want you to give us an advice. I mean, for the viewers watching this right now, especially to come to a literary setting, if you will. An advice for all the viewers watching us from home.
My advice is, if you have the time to actually visit a literary festival, do it, because you will get inspired by by the number of artists, by the number of authors who come and speak here. They give you so much insight on books and everything. And if you are one who really loves reading, this kind of place would give you the best experience that you can ever have. So yeah, so that's my advice.
So, I said last question, but I still want to ask you one more question, and that is, will you be back next year?
Definitely, for sure. I will definitely be back here.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Shillong Literary Festival happening from tomorrow, November the 18th till the 20th at Wardslake has it all. And there's one
the
session you
author,
don't
and
want to
then we
miss.
came
It's the
for the
marathon.
discussion slide and most of all the food.
The food, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, were you here yesterday or this is the
this
first
is
day
the
that you've come?
first day.
All right. And what do you do, ma'am, if I may ask you a personal question?
I'm a teacher.
So, what do you think of the literary festival, its significance, especially, to the students, etc.? How do you think this can shape the literary world, if you will?
I feel this is a very good opportunity for the students. Why? Because having this kind of a festival, it promotes like the interests of the students. Like when they come there, I saw they were sitting and I saw there they were talking about the author and the books and all, and then it makes the students very. I have a student in St. Edmunds. I'm not from Edmunds actually, but before she was in my school, so she's very good in literature. So I don't want to say her name, but I saw her today here. So that's why it made me feel that my student, she came here for what? It is to find something here.
I agree.
And then to show her like ability here, something like that. So it's very good. It's a good platform for the students actually.
Right.
And they
What
came
about you,
to
ma'am?
know also about so many authors, like for those who bring the books with so many, like we can say literature about our own origins from here, or maybe from different parts where they write, and they came to know about that, where they don't put in the syllabus in the school, but they came around here like the novelists and all these people.
Right.
It's very nice.
So, both of you, do you read?
Being from the science background, I don't actually, but she's from literature background, and we like being colleagues. We talk a lot about stories. She used to tell me that because she's from Khasi literature, and and then even me also, I like to hear about like Khasi like novels and all. No, so we used to ask. You remember yesterday also I asked about that Latampang and all that. Yes. So like that.
Let's hear it from you then. Literature obviously is something that you love. What's your favorite book so far? I know it's a difficult question, but let's narrow down on one book and tell us why.
I have so many books actually, because when I say I'm from Khasi background, most of the time I like the Khasi novel.
Right.
And the novel that struck me most, it's about this. I forgot. I read that, but it's from Vijay Bare Utiraj Singh. I really like. It's a drama. It's not actually a novel. That one. It's talk about how this tribute of him, and then how, and we did it in Independence Day. In the school, the drama, and it was so good. So good. Yeah. And most of the novel, I like it. Most of it, it's about this people that they talk about the origin of the people. Though it might be a myth, folk tales, folklore, or it might be a fiction. It is nice to talk about to the student about our origin, about those people who have. Maybe it's not a real story. Some they are not a real story, but it carries a moral value of our origin and how we can.
Thank you so much, ladies, for your time, and have a great evening ahead.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To a magazine founder, she's paved her way into the literary world. Don't miss your chance to hear her speak live at the Shillong Literary Festival, November 18th to the 20th at Wardslake. And remember, students get free entry. Don't forget to bring your valid ID. We can't wait to see you there. The Shillong Literary Festival is waiting for you.
Hello everyone, this is Ulang, and today I've got some exciting news for you guys. The Shillong Literary Festival, Wardslake, is happening on this November, that is on the 18th, the 19th and the 20th. And this year is going to be extra special because one of our very own is joining the spotlight, and that is Sir Nicholas Karkumor. From our very own hills to the big screen, Sir Nicholas is a filmmaker behind Akoni and Mantra. So come and listen to one of the most exciting voices in the Indian cinema. And if your students, tickets are free for you if you bring your student's ID. So what are you waiting for? Get your ticket now and we'll see you there.
Hey besties, ever dream of authors and artists vibing together, spilling secrets and sharing stories? The Shillong Literary Festival is back with its 4th edition from November 18 to 20th at Wards Lake, bringing amazing authors and thinkers your way. I'm especially pumped for Sabir Hussain, a former journalist, adventurer and author of 2 motorcycle travelogues. His journeys from the dark to the northeast capture a world of adventure and resilience. Join us from 10 a.m. onwards for book launches, live performances and fantastic food. Bring your student ID for free entry.
The big Bachangna Shillong Navingapa Literary Festival, Jan November Chicha Tariko Ye Ko Tarikano Ongen, Yako Shillong Wards Lake Atangen. Ya festival mungsungbiga author Vikram Sheth Jan Asutable Bolika Ko Siachim, Baksaba Angnagta Sulko Mangen. Unigamanji Manderangan.
Well, you were the former of Mint Lounge, the former features director at Vogue India, and now you're an author. You've come up with a new book as well, your first book rather. What does your job entail? Let's start with the first question.
The job of an author?
Right.
Well, I have a day job as well. So I did quit journalism to focus more on writing fiction. But when you're used to working, it's very hard to just be at home and churn out these stories. So I do have a day job. I work in a global social impact consultancy where I lead communications for the Asia Pacific region. But I think your question more specifically is, what does my job of being an author entail?
Correct.
It entails a lot of sitting in front of a blank screen, a lot of self-doubt and frustration. And impatience about the process. But then when things do move forward, it entails a lot of joy as well.
I agree. So when it's a daunting job to filter stories at the end of the day, right? What kind of stories will get your quick approval and probably hit the magazine? What kind of stories?
This can be edited, right?
Right.
Can this be? I am not editing a magazine now, right? So it's a former job. I don't.
We'll talk about it.
Okay. Okay. Will you ask me again?
Cool. So I was saying, if you're filtering copies and stories can be very daunting. So how do you do it? In the first place, and then when it gets to the magazine, that's the thing that everybody would want at the end of the day, right? How do you do it?
So I think every place you work, every magazine, every brand, every website will have its own, needs and tone. So as an editor, what you pick or what makes the cut will change. But what will remain constant for me, whether it's for a magazine or what I do now, which is more social impact writing, is that it has to be compelling. It has to capture the story in a succinct way, and it has to have a unique point of view. So for instance, 20 people could write about the Shillong Literary Festival if you were here.
Correct.
And you could write about it in different ways. But what is the story that begins with an interesting and a personal hook that tells you something unique that a regular account will not have?
Correct.
So it has to have the hook, and then it has to be succinct and give the reader a kind of unique takeaway.
All right, well, let's talk about your book, The Illuminated, which implores themes of women's autonomy and social power structures in the contemporary world here in India. What was the inspiration behind the book in the first place?
So The Illuminated is at its very core a feminist book. It's a book about a mother and daughter trying to find their own light. So they are the illuminated after this male figure, the father or the husband figure, kind of, who's a very successful, gregarious person that both of them love. He dies on page 1. So it's really about women's search for identities, women's search for their, for being able to write and tell their own stories.
Right. So what's your writing process like? Do you have like quirky habits, or how does it work for you when you, before you jump into writing?
So one of my favorite novelists, Jonathan Franzen, he says something that I really hold dear, that no writing that is any writing that isn't the writer's personal terrifying journey into the unknown is not worth anything. So as a novelist, while you do have a brief, you have an idea of what the plot is, what the characters are about, sometimes you know what the end is, you really have to be open to the process of letting the story shape while you're writing it. You can't go in with a very preset view. In terms of quirks, because writing involves so much of sitting at a desk for so long, you do need physical exercise. I do a headstand, like I do a shoulder stand before I begin writing every time I sit down. So that way, I feel it's a very practical purpose. It's a rush of blood to the head, but it's also a way to ensure that you're moving around a bit. Yoga is good for the mind as well. So yeah.
So since we're talking about books, what is one book that everyone should read apart from your own?
Apart from my own novel, right.
And why?
In terms of, I think it's an easy answer for me. For me, it really is God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy, because this is for viewers here in Shillong, right? And for readers in India, I feel that really is the book, the contemporary Indian English novel that kind of shaped the new writing, the new novel in English today. And it's just a wonderful book covering so many themes that are relevant for us as humans in the world today. So I definitely recommend. God of Small Things, no questions. Yes, pass.
Okay, so now that you're here in the literary setting, if you will, let's talk about the festival. What makes the Shillong Lit Fest special?
First the venue. What other festival has cherry blossoms, the venue, but also clearly a very interested and enthusiastic young crowd. I saw so many students here today, which was such a lovely thing. And because it's organized by the government of tourism, and there are IAS officers and officials involved, I must say it's really like clockwork. It's so impeccably run, and all of us have come from leaving our work and homes aside from such distances that it's really good to come to a place which is everything is running like clockwork, and everyone seems to be really happy to be here, and there's so much love. Even the dinner last night was so interesting. I don't think I can reveal much, but in which other state will you have like major leads of the government singing and playing the guitar?
Can you ask? You can't ask for anything better than that. So talk to me a little bit. If you're not signing books, if you're not on panel, and if you're not doing interviews, what do you normally like to do when you visit Litfest?
I like to listen to writers speak. I haven't studied writing formally, as in I didn't do an MFA. So I truly believe that, and this is true for any aspiring writer. I feel that everything that I have learned about writing has been through listening to writers talk about certain truths in fiction, or their process, or their methodology, or also what they like. You asked me what book I like. I always ask the authors that I like reading. If I meet them, I will ask them what they like reading. So I think just listening to writers, reading interviews with writers. Paris Review does these 10,000 word articles on them, is very good. So I definitely I love listening to writers, and I, more than even them talking about process, it's very special to hear a writer read their own work. So I really like doing that as well. Yeah.
So finally, before I let you go, what do you think of the reading culture amongst the youth in the 21st century, against the backdrop of everybody's talking about digital, etc.? What are your thoughts?
So there are two sides to it. I think on the surface, and this is a topic that was covered over our talks, multiple talks today actually, the fact that our attention spans are shrinking because of the internet usage, and that's not true just for Gen Z. I am a millennial and I'm a writer, and even I find it really hard to stick to and commit to and finish a book.
Right.
And because I'm a writer and I have so many writer friends, there are some books I have to read, so I have to be really strict with myself and say no TV today and really read. So I think it's becoming hard for all of us. That is an issue, and everyone's talking about how do we address that. On the other hand, I must say, I was really surprised in a very good way by the number of young readers who reached out to me, even like people I didn't know, not just at festivals like this. Like you saw the people who came for the book signings, a couple of them, they were really young, they're under 25, or people who DM me on Instagram and reach out from small towns, from all parts of the country, saying, I bought your book and I read it. Some 16-year-old from Bhubaneswar wrote to me. So I want to say that while we're saying it's a problem, also anecdotally, it's amazing how young people are reading. So I think we can't just put the blame on young people. We need to write better books that are possibly hooking them.
I agree. I said that was the last question. However, I'll still ask you one more question, and that is, how has the book changed you after you finish writing it? How has it changed you as a person?
I love that question. I think it's taught me a very important quality that I would like to have, and I think it's good for everyone to have, which is being non-judgmental. Because the thing that
we proceed, let's take a moment to welcome our esteemed guests who have spared the valuable time in being here with us in this closing ceremony. We would first like to felicitate our esteemed state guest, His Excellency Farad Sunel, Ambassador of Turkey, with a special memento by the government of Meghalaya. These mementos will be presented by the Director of Tourism, Cyril V.D. Dengdo, IS. Let's give a warm applause, please. Also, the memento is being presented by our Honorable Minister, who gifted him with a special memento, and the Rindia is given by our Director. And now we would like to felicitate the chief guest of this function, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Bapol Lingdo. Well, it is also a privilege to have His Excellency, Mr. Farad Sunel, Ambassador of Turkey, to gift something special to the Honorable Minister of Tourism. And this is a book about Turkey.
So, cuisine is one of the most important tourism item. And Turkey is one of the well-known touristic attraction all over the world. So this is a book about Turkish food, and I am inviting Honorable Minister to taste the real Turkish food in Turkey in the future.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. And we definitely hope that we'll see the Honorable Minister visit Turkey in the near future. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment we will now have the welcome address, which will be given by Shri Cyril V.D. Dengdo, IS, Director of Tourism.
Thank you very much. The chief guest of today's closing program for the 4th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival, our Honorable Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Bapol Lingdo. Our special guest, His Excellency, Mr. Farad Sunel, the Honorable Ambassador of Turkey to India, all the other distinguished dignitaries who are part of this closing ceremony, distinguished authors, moderators, ladies and gentlemen, students, friends from the media, and everyone present here today. It's a great honor to be here at the closing ceremony of what has been, till date, the most successful edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. We have had, over the last 3 days, a record number of people who have come to this festival, so indeed it's a matter of great joy. Let me welcome formally our Honorable Minister of Tourism, Paul Lingdor, who has been a great source of inspiration to the department, also to this festival, being a poet himself, being a songwriter, being a lyricist, being a great speaker who understands literature, who understands the importance of culture and of the written word. Indeed, sir, thank you for joining us at this closing ceremony. At the opening ceremony, you mentioned about the importance of such festivals and you laid the groundwork for the 3-day event, and today we see the culmination. Indeed, like Wari mentioned, it has gone too soon. We are at the closing. I'm sure many of the guests here, the tourists, the attendees wouldn't have wanted it to end so soon, but 3 days has just passed in a jiffy, and it has been a great 3 days. A very warm welcome to His Excellency Mr. Firat Sunel, the Honorable Ambassador of Turkey to India. Thank you, sir, for your presence here at the closing ceremony to deliver the keynote address and for accepting our invitation to be with us here today. Your presence adds a great meaning to this festival. Indeed, your session in the morning where you spoke about your book had gone down very well with the audience, and I'm sure your words have inspired many young writers to find the time, as you mentioned, with your busy schedule and the many hats that you wear. If you can write, I'm sure others can also take up inspiration to write. Indeed, our Honorable Minister is also, a full-time politician, but he finds time to write poetry, to write songs, to perform. And I think the message is very clear to our youth, especially who are here, that if you are inspired and if you're willing to find the time, you can do it. It's about, the effort and the discipline. So let me just, before welcoming, them also just conclude on the importance of this festival and just speak about the last 3 days. I think there can be no greater compliment to the festival than what Shobha De mentioned, the great author. She said that this has to be the prettiest festival in the world. She was quoted by Times of India in an article yesterday, and I think that is really true. For many of you who have come here, you see the beauty of this place, the joy of this place, the cherry blossoms, the light, that bridge, and all of that. It really creates the right atmosphere for a literary festival. And the festival has, as I mentioned, been a great success. We are thankful to each and every one of you, from our minister, from Honorable CM who attended it on the inaugural day, our Honorable Tourism Minister, His Excellency, all the other authors. On behalf of the Government of India, let me personally thank each and every author, each and every moderator, each and every participant. I can't name all of you. You know who you are. We thank you for your presence, which has really added to the success of this festival. Without your presence, this festival wouldn't have been a success. So thank you one and all. And indeed, we look forward to having you at the next edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. Until then, please enjoy whatever is left of the festival. There's a play that's going to happen from St. Edmund's School, so I'm sure all of you are looking forward to that play. And we are looking forward to the keynote address of His Excellency, the Ambassador, and also the closing address of our Honorable Minister of Tourism. So once again, we welcome the dignitaries on the dais, welcome all of you off the dais, and indeed wish you very well. Thank you for your support for this year's edition, and look forward to your continued support, to your continued patronage, especially of the media also, of Doordarshan and all the other news channels, print and electronic media, who have really done a great job of covering this festival, both the local media and the national media. Your word is as important because you take this festival out to others who have not been able to come to the festival, and indeed spread the good message and the great word that Shillong is buzzing, Meghalaya is buzzing, our youth are keen to read, keen to write, keen to participate in such festivals. And it's a great joy for us in the department and the government that what we are doing something right because of the support and the love that we receive from all of you. So with these few words, I thank everyone once again, and I wish all of you a very good evening. Thank you, Kublai, Mithila, and Jai Hind.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for that warm, welcoming address. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is a special performance by Toshan Nongbet, an artist known for his evocative power in music. Today, he brings to us an operatic piece that promises to captivate us all. Thank you so much, Toshan, for that unforgettable performance. Your music was like poetry, just lifting us all up. And it truly moved us all. So thank you again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to have our state guest, His Excellency Mr. Farad Sunel, Ambassador of Turkey, back on the stage. Early in the morning, we had listened to his conversation about his latest book, and to have him speak again today at this moment is an absolute honor. So we invite our state guest, His Excellency Mr. Farad Sunel, Ambassador of Turkey, to give us a keynote address.
Honorable Minister Paul Lingdo, Chief Secretary of the Government of Meghalaya, Donat Wadlang, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As an ambassador and an author, it is a profound honor for me to address the keynote speech at the Shillong Literary Festival. As we navigate a world of increasing globalization, where societies are more interconnected, yet often more divided, the importance of cultural diplomacy cannot be overstated. Cultural diplomacy builds bridges between different cultures and peoples. It fosters mutual understanding, trust, and respect between nations. Cultural diplomacy involves using the art, language, history, and shared cultural values to build relationships. Literature remains one of the most powerful tools we have for understanding ourselves, our world, and our shared humanity. Furthermore, it preserves culture and history. It is a vessel that carries the voices of those who came before us. Through literature, we learn about the dreams, struggles, and triumphs of different generations. It allows us to hear voices that have been marginalized or silenced in official histories. In doing so, it does not only connect us to the past, but helps us to understand the present and shape the future. With the Forgotten Folklore project in the Shillong Literary Festival, Meghalaya has shown its awareness and commitment to protect its cultural heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, cultural events like literary festivals are the best tools of the cultural diplomacy. They are not just celebrations, they are powerful engines of economic growth, cultural exchange, and global connection. India is the country of colorful literature events. This festival today emphasizes the role of literature in the culture and cultural diplomacy. Culture and tourism are inseparable duos, and the Shillong Literary Festival beautifully demonstrates the fusion of literature, heritage, art, and tourism. From Garo Hills to Jantia Hills, Khasi Hills to Shillong, Meghalaya is truly a gem for visitors from all over. The emerald green texture, pristine nature, well-preserved traditions, and impeccable hospitality are wonders that I am happy to explore. And get to know on this visit. Turkey got to know Meghalaya and Northeast India closer thanks to the celebrating Northeast India Festival, which took place in Istanbul for the first time last September. We are happy that Istanbul was the chosen location for the 19th edition of this prestigious festival. This way, Turkish people got to explore the wonders and rich cultural heritage of Northeast India offers, including textiles and handicrafts. The Turkish audience got captivated by the traditional dances and songs that showcased the region's vibrant cultural tapestry. Turkey is a country of textile production. So the fashion show, which featured traditional and sustainable textiles from various Indian states, including Meghalaya, also attracted a lot of attention. Celebrating North in East India Festival was among the biggest event on India in Istanbul. I am grateful to see its contribution to our people-to-people relations and extend my thanks to the Meghalayan government. Ladies and gentlemen, my speech cannot be completed without mentioning Meghalaya as a state of nature-born musicians. Last year, I had visited this beautiful state with a group of foreign ambassadors and diplomats. The Honorable Chief Minister, Konrad Sangma, while receiving us, had humorously remarked that best musicians in India were from Meghalaya, and even his entire cabinet play at least one musical instrument. Thanks to this festival, I realized once again that Meghalaya is indeed a heaven of music. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to invite your musicians to participate in literary, cultural, and artistic festivals in my country. Literature is the art of storytelling, and this beautiful state, Meghalaya, with its rich history and tradition, hospitality, unique nature, and of course, with its musician, has a lot to tell. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your warm hospitality. As an ambassador, I am confident that this event will serve to explore new avenues of our relations. And as a writer, I am sure that this beautiful state will inspire my novels in the future. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for such a beautiful speech. Next, we are honored to welcome Bapol Lingdo, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, to share his thoughts with us. May I mention that our beloved Tourism Minister, being a true lover of the arts, has always been present in all these 3 days. So to get the opportunity to listen to a speech by him will add more depth to an interesting day. So, sir, it is our privilege to ask you to share a few words with us.
Good evening, friends. Thank you, Wari. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Turkey, Mr. Firat Sunil, our Director in the Department of Tourism, Pak Cyril Dengdo, officials of the Department of Tourism, and more importantly, our writers, members of the journalistic fraternity, all participants in various discussions in the last 3 days, and students, invitees, guests who have come from other parts of the country, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege for me to bring the curtains down formally on LitFest 2024, which is the 4th edition, and by far also the most successful festival thus far. It is indeed very heartening, very gratifying, and I think all of us deserve a round of applause for the success with which this festival has been met. There is a saying that teamwork works, and that is what has been encapsulated throughout the last 3 days. But then, as the saying goes, everything must come to an end. But then I'm also happy to say that the fact that the sun goes down and sinks below the hills also reminds us that there is time for rest, for the evening, but then the sun, we take it for granted, will again come to rise in the next morning. So LitFest 2024 is just a precursor for the next level, where we will elevate and enhance the experience of literature as was witnessed in the last 3 days to an altogether new and different dimension in the next year. I'm happy to see and to hear that the Ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Sunil, has invited our state for an exchange at the cultural, the musical and literary levels. We were part of an exchange, the Northeast Cultural Festival, which was held at Istanbul in September this year. And it is for the first time that our singers, our cultural ambassadors, our designers, our textile products all had a platform at Istanbul. Your Excellency, we accept your invitation with profuse thankfulness, and we will certainly ensure that we take the best possible contingent to Turkey. As you rightly mentioned, cuisine is something which is very important in our touristic experience. All this while, we have always read that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, but I think now we can say that the way to a tourist's heart is also through his stomach. And certainly cuisine, culture, climate, customs, all of these are the strong and very powerful USPs of Meghalaya as a state. I think we have reached a level where the rest of India, and in fact even beyond the bounds of India, are looking towards Meghalaya for the kind of immersive, experiential tourism that we have to offer. Just this morning we read about the fact that the Northeast has one of the best air qualities in the country. Your Excellency, whenever you feel that your lungs are clogged, please feel free to fly to Shillong. The entire Meghalaya is a mega AC for you. People ask me about how many 5 or 7 star accommodations do you have in Meghalaya. I keep telling them, if you have a couple of 5-star hotels in Shillong, but then the rest of the homestays, you just need to step outside, look up to the skies, you will see not 5, not 7, but thousands of stars. That's Meghalaya. And we should sell that as a strong point. You know, the fact that we have avian tourism, it's simply mystifying and breathtaking when you see the Amur falcons, which every year travel from Siberia and northern China to the Turso Valley of Ribohoi district. It's a sight to behold. When you talk of our caves, we have the longest cave system in the world, 23 to 30 kilometers. What else do we need? God has been very kind to us. All we need to do is repay His kindness by plowing back and ensuring that we do our bit to further enhance and unleash the potential of this beautiful state of ours. We cannot wallow in self-pity. We are a state abundantly blessed. Therefore, it's only a fool who can say and complain that he is poor while living in a state with so much wealth of talent, natural, and in terms of our youth power as well. We have witnessed a performance by Toshan. This is the level of musicians, the caliber of musicians that we have amongst us. There is more to be discovered, and I'm confident that we will be able to take Shillong Literary Fest to the levels that Jaipur Literary Fest has reached sooner than later. As we wind up today's sessions, I must share with you that tomorrow itself, your experience of endless good times should continue. And tomorrow we have the Tri-Hills Festival with our guests from Wales arriving at Shillong tonight and performing tomorrow. Again, reawakening and reviving the Welsh Meghalaya Connect. So friends, without taking more time, let me thank each one of you for having immersed yourself, engaged yourself in the various activities in the past 3 days, and together let us build brand Meghalaya, a brand which has already earned a space, the most sought after tourist destination in 2025, and in the month of February next year we will be part of a celebration of tourism in the state of Gujarat, wherein Meghalaya will be a recipient of the responsible tourism, where we practice and have been practicing responsible tourism for the past 5 years. With these words, I look forward to seeing you in future ventures and initiatives of the department. Together, let's take this state to the rightful place it belongs. Meghalaya is a slice of paradise, and we can only optimize our efforts to ensure that every potential visitor gets to taste this slice of paradise. Thank you, Kublai, Mithila, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Tourism, for your inspiring words and for always championing the creative spirit of our state. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the Shillong Literary Festival 2024, which is also the 4th edition, to a close, it's hard not to feel a sense of wonder and gratitude. These past 3 days have been nothing short of magical. Well, earlier we've heard the Director of Tourism also giving his thanks to everyone for making this festival a success. But may I also add these words: let the spirit of Shillong, the magic of Wards Lake, and the power of storytelling stay with you all. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not all. To add more depth to an already interesting concluding day, we shall be having a lot more musical performances to grace the stage. The legendary Lampang's Emle will be captivating us with his soul-rendering songs. Toshan Nongbet will continue to mesmerize us with his powerful voice. And how can we forget the much-awaited Mamma Mia musical by St. Edmund School? So, let the music begin.
Hey, check.
This opportunity to express what was there back then.
You're so special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. You're so special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, oh, he's running out. He run. He's running out. He run, 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 run. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want, you're so special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What am I doing here? I don't belong here. But you know what? I do belong here. Thank you so much. So we've seen a lot of things, a lot of changes everywhere we go. There's a lot of drugs. There's a lot of alcohol. There's many, many other vices that our youth have been suffering. And through literature, through books, through music, I hope it will lead us somewhere. And right now, I would like to dedicate this song to someone out here who's lost, who wants back to come home. This is a song from the movie Les Miserables. Bring him home, bring him home, bring him home. He's like the sun I might have known if God had granted me a son. The summers die one by one, and soon they fly on and on. But I'm an old and will be gone. Bring him peace, bring him joy. He is young, he is only a boy. You can take, you can give. Let him live, let him be. If I die, let me die. Bring him home, bring him home, bring him home, bring him. Thank you so much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Mamma Mia musical. Yes, you're not going to let me finish it. Well, Mamma Mia is up, exactly. And in order, to introduce this play, we do have Brother Solomon who will say a few words first.
A very good evening to His Excellency, Mr. Farhad Sunail, Ambassador of Turkey, our Honorable Minister of Tourism, Bapal Lingdo, and Director of Tourism, Mr. Cyril Diangdo, and all the other dignitaries present here, and dear friends, thank you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the government of Meghalaya, especially Bapal Lingdo, for giving us the opportunity to present this musical, Mamma Mia. Oh, it's indeed an honor and a privilege. And our children they were so excited to get the news. Thank you so much, sir. And hope our children will do justice. And I would like to just acknowledge our children. Brilliant. We produced this musical in 3 weeks, and it's because of their exceptional talent. So thank you very much, friends, and please enjoy. Thank you, sirs.
ये दोनों मैंने केनिथ को बोला निकालने के लिए निकाल दूं ना निकाल दूं ना ठीक है आप जाइए you can be ready.
So who will have to do this? I have to go that way.
of a dream, a song to sing, to help me cope with anything. If you see the wonder of a fairy tale, you can take the future, even if you fail. Sam Carmichael, Bill Austin, and Harry Bright. Good luck. Sophie! Sophie! Ali, Lisa! Where have you been? I thought you'd get here hours ago.
What a journey. Guess who left the ticket on the kitchen table?
We said we have to get in this plane. It's our best friend's wedding tomorrow. Lisa! Sophie!
We made such a fuss. We were in that plane even without a ticket.
So, where is he then? Your Sky. We're dying to meet him.
How's your mom? I bet Donna's going nuts over this wedding.
Yeah, well, listen. I've got a secret, and you're the only ones I can tell. Oh my god, you're pregnant? No, I invited my dad to my wedding.
Your dad?
You mean you found him at last? Well, not exactly. But look, I found this in Mom's desk.
Sophie, you're not supposed to go around reading your mom's diary.
She's supposed to go around reading yours. But look, 2004, the one she kept the year she fell pregnant with me. You know how she won't talk about my dad? Says she can't remember? Well, look, July 17th, what a night. After the show, Sam rode me over to the little island. We danced on the beach, and we kissed on the beach, and ...
Bill? ...
is what they did in the olden days. Sam's the one. I know he is. I've never felt like this before. Honey, honey, how he thrills me. Honey, honey. Honey, honey, nearly kills me. Honey, honey. I've heard about him before. I wanted to know some more, and now I know what they mean. He's a love machine. Oh, he makes me dizzy.
A love machine?
That's nothing. Honey, honey, let me feel it. Honey, honey. Honey, honey, don't conceal it. Honey, honey. The way that you kiss goodnight.
The way that you kiss me goodnight.
The way that you hold me down.
The way that you hold me
I feel like I wanna sing when you do your thing. So this guy Sam's your dad? Well, not exactly. Sam told Mom he was going home to get married.
Typical bloody man.
I know, but look, August 4th, what a night. I was still feeling depressed about Sam when after the show, Bill rented a motorboat and I took him over to the little island. One thing led to another and ... Bill? What a night. Harry turns up out of the blue, so I said I'd show him the little island. I must need my head examined, but it was so sweet, I couldn't help it, and ... Yes, the sperm donor has a name. Well, 3 names, Sam, Bill, or Harry.
And they're all arriving for the wedding?
Yes. Oh my god, do they know? Well, what do you write to a total stranger? Come to my wedding, you might be my dad? No! They think Mum sends the invitations. And after what's in here, I'm not surprised they all said yes! Honey, honey, love me, baby. Honey, honey. Honey, honey, touch me, baby. Honey, honey. You look like a movie star. Like a movie star. I know just who you are. I know just who you are. And honey, to say the least, you're a doggone beast.
Oh my god, so are you sure about this?
Yes, I want the perfect wedding, and I want my dad to give me away.
Well, let's hope it's a wide aisle.
But you've got to keep Mum out of the way. She mustn't know what I'm doing.
She's bound to find out sooner or later.
Well, I'm not having Mum frightening them off before I've gotten to know them. And with any luck, I'll know my dad straight away.
Yeah, and what if you don't?
Then I've got 24 hours to find out. Honey, honey, how you thrill me. Honey, honey. Honey, honey, nearly kills me. Honey, honey. I've heard about you before. I wanted to know some more. And now I'm about to see what you mean to me.
Oh, come on, Cleopatra. Oh, one more step on these sodding heels. Oh, what did you expect? A chauffeured limousine at the water's edge? Yes, Donna knows I don't do walking. Well, look what the tide's washed in. Hey, for one night. And one night only. It's Donna and the Dynamos! Group hug! So, how's the mother of the bride? Oh, all the better for seeing you, pair. God, Tanya, 8 bloody yes. Oh, I know, darling. Blame it on a penchant for jet-setting millionaires. Well, I've been changed to this place and have constant battles with the bank manager. Oh, I pity the poor bank manager. Auntie Rosie! Sophie Sheraton! You've gotten more gorgeous every time I see you. Well, don't I get a big fat kiss for coming all this way to your wedding? Oh, I bet you don't remember me. Not with all that plastic surgery.
Of course I do. Auntie Tanya!
Aw, look at my baby. A whole life ahead of her.
Mom, I'm getting married. Not joining the Foreign Legion.
Well, in my day, they didn't get married at 20. No, Donna, in our day, we didn't get married. Full stop. A white wedding. I don't know where she gets it from.
Don't blame me, Donna. It wasn't my idea.
Girls, meet the leading man at tomorrow's do. Sky, Rosie and Tanya, my one-time backing band and all good time mates. Oh, backing band be buggered. Hello.
Hi. I've heard lots about you two.
Oh, all that I hope. Sorry, I don't speak Greek.
My name is Pepper.
Oh, because you're hot.
Nah, because it gets up your nose.
Pepper and Eddie are my bar staff, waiters, boatsmen, general help. Only generally. They're no help at all. Don't you two have any work to do?
Sir, yes, sir.
Donna, the taverna looks wonderful. Oh, we've got Sky to thank for that. Why? What have you been up to? You haven't been here long, have you?
No. I came here to escape from the London Stock Exchange and I never went back.
Why?
I've been dealing with the world, but you'd never know.
But you should see what he's done to my world. He's gotten me online. Him? You? Emailed, wired up, knuckled down.
You've got to move with the times, Donna. No more drachmas under the mattresses.
Yeah, just invent me a machine that'll make the beds.
You'd still run behind it and do it all again. I know you, Mom.
Are you joking? More than ready to put my feet up when the boat comes in. Oh, speaking of boats, I'd sink that old wreck you've got moored by the jetty.
Sink it?
Well, it's a bit of an eyesore. Well, that eyesore is going to be my floating casino.
What?
Sky and Eddie are transforming it into a millionaire's paradise.
Gambling under the stars, sailing around the islands.
Gambling millionaires. There might be a few of your ex-husbands aboard, Tanya.
Oh, don't think so, darling. Didn't leave them their millions.
Well, this is going to be my jackpot, girls. I need a break. I need a holiday. I've been running this place for 15 years and I've never had a day off.
I'm glad to get off that boat.
Oh, that was nothing. You should try a kayak in Okinawa swamps.
I read your book, A Bloke in a Boat in Botswana.
Oh, thanks. I heard I sold a copy somewhere.
Well, travel books are my passion. A distraction from the horrors of the London Underground.
Do you guys want to hear something really interesting? Do you see this taverna?
Well, I'm rather impressed. I remember an old goat herd here. I was dreading bedding down with the goats.
Oh, give me goats over camels. There was this one time in the Kalahari and the sun was beating down on us.
All right. Sorry to spoil the travel log, Indiana. See, well, the point is that this is my taverna. I built this. Well, I designed it. I drew up the plans why it must be 21 years ago. I can't believe she's actually gone and built the bloody thing.
Who?
Donna. Who else? Yeah, it was something I had scribbled on the back of an old menu. I had no idea she would go
Wait,
and...
hold on. How do you know it's yours?
Well, buildings are like babies. You always know your own.
Oh, I don't know much about babies. I've been living out of a rucksack the rest of my life.
A happy wonder, eh?
Do you think this island would inspire some prose, perhaps?
I hope so. When I get back, I hope to sell my editor a piece on childhood haunts revisited.
Were you born here?
No, I was born in Methotitville. But my mother's Greece, and about the only time I was in Greece was to visit my great aunt, and that was 21 years ago.
So now you can write about Sam's, Taverna, and the tourists will flock.
Oh, no, not at all. I'd rather this be the secret idyll that I remembered.
Well, if you were born here, maybe the idyll would be boatloads of tourists with pockets full of money.
At least they might have some staff then. Where is everybody? Oh.
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
I'm Bill Austin. You have a room for me?
Bill Austin?
I'm Bright. Harry Bright.
Harry! So you must be...
Sam Carmichael. Yes. Were you expecting us?
Yes, of course. I'll get the keys.
Well, I hope I get a chance to get my tongue around a little Greek.
Oh, yeah?
I haven't spoken it in 21 years.
Hang on. 21 years? You know, this is beginning to sound all like a setup. Well now, Bill, here is a story for you. Friends, 3 men, complete strangers. They have been invited to a wedding. They have been invited to a place they haven't visited for 21 years, and by a woman they haven't seen for 21 years. Why are they here?
That's not bad. Hey, Harry, what's your excuse? What's torn you away from the banks of England?
Is this an interview? Well, for me, Donna's invitation brought back many happy memories. Gordon Bennett?
Is that a coat?
No.
Oh dear.
I know this guitar. Come here. Ha! HB Headbanger. That's what they called me back in those days. And DS Donna Sheridan. I bought this for her. 10 quid and a Jolly Rotten t-shirt. So now, who says I'm an unadventurous old stick in the mud?
Who says that?
My other half. Perhaps a fast car and a season ticket to Chelsea isn't enough for some people. They want the Great White Hunter too. I can do spontaneity. Alright, that's why I'm here. Donna knew my wild side. I was on my 6th form trip to Paris and I just followed her to Greece. Spontaneously. Hang on. Thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy they're bringing. Who can live without it? I ask in all honesty. What would life be without a song or a dance? What are we? So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me.
You're Donna's daughter.
Yes,
I thought you looked familiar. So you're Sophia.
it's just Sophie.
Well, Sophie's pretty. I had a great aunt named Sophia.
I'm named after Sophia.
Where's Donna? I want to see her. I want to thank her for inviting us.
Yes, it was very kind of her to remember us.
No, you mustn't. You're a secret. I sent the invitations. She doesn't know.
Why?
Because Mum's always talking about her friends from the old days, and I thought she'd just be thrilled if I invited you all. But then she's got herself in such a state about this wedding, and she's not expecting any guests, and she'll hyperventilate.
Sophie, so hold on. Are you trying to tell us that Donna didn't invite us?
No! So, just pretend you're here for a holiday, and she'll get a lovely surprise when she sees you all at the wedding. We'll let her in on the secret.
Yes, but...
Mother says I was a dancer before I could walk. She says I began to sing long before I could talk.
Oh boy, have you made a mistake?
And I've often wondered, how did it all start? Who found out that nothing could capture a heart like a melody can? Well, whoever it was, I'm a fan.
So I say thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy they're bringing. Who can live without it? I'm asking all honesty. What would life be without a song or a dance? What are we? So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me.
Look, Sophie, I don't want to spoil your lovely surprise. But the last time I saw your mother, she told me she never wanted to see me again. So if it was you who sent us the invitation, I'm still barred.
But that was years ago, and I want you here.
Why?
Because it's my wedding, and I just want everyone to be friends.
So you are a little minx. You're worse than your mother. I'm glad you never met my boys. You would ruin them.
Your boys? You have sons?
Yes, I've got two. And by the looks of it, I'd love to bring them here someday.
Like you used to bring my mother?
What?
I've been so lucky. I am the girl with golden hair. I wanna sing it out to everybody. What a joy, what a life, what a chance.
Thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy they're bringing. Who can live without it? I ask in all honesty. What will life be without a song or a dance? What are we? So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me. So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me. Will there be a trouser press on this island?
Yes, I'll take you to your rooms now. There was something in the air that night. The stars stars were bright, Fernando.
Donna?
They were shining. Bill?
Hi, Donna.
Harry?
Hi. Would you like me to pinch you?
You keep your hands to yourself?
You have changed your tune?
What the hell are you doing here, Sam? Why are any of you here? Sorry. I'm just amazed to see you all.
Well, I'm here writing an article for a magazine.
And I'm here for a spontaneous holiday.
And I thought I'd just drop in, say hi.
Shame. We don't have any rooms. It's that time of the year.
Just as well I booked ahead.
Well, this is so inconvenient.
How come?
Because one of the local girls is getting married tomorrow. And I just don't have the staff to cope with you all. You'd be so much more comfortable on the mainland.
Oh no, not at all. Bill here's used to roughing it. An old headbanger over here is the last word in spontaneous.
What about you?
Me? Well, I came back to see this island and...
Well, I'd love to stop and chat and chew of old times. But I have to go clean out my handbag or something.
Well, age does not wither her.
I was expecting a rather stout matron.
Nope, she's still Donna.
Just one look and I forget everything. One more look and I forget everything. Whoa, whoa, mamma mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist ya? Mamma mia, does it show again? My, just how much I miss ya. Yes, I've been pumpkin high. Blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go?
That's my dawn dress. Well, let's see what you're wearing for the wedding then. Ta-da! You are joking! What? Go on, say it. Well... Yeah? You could have been making a statement on the duty of wedlock. Well, you know more about that than me. Oh, darling, you're Mr. Right. No, I have. Well, I did. Now all they want to do is settle down and have babies. Yeah, no thanks. No, children can become such subversive little sods. I mean, who would have thought that Donna, an icon of female independence, would have a daughter getting spliced at 20? Oh, what can I say? White weddings are trendy. Oh, what's wrong with these children? Do you remember those t-shirts we used to wear? Marriage is an institution for people who belong at an institution. Girls nowadays, they seem to think that a woman's greatest achievement is getting a man. Tanya, you had 3 husbands. Darling, I rest my case. Oh my god! Oh my god, look! Oh, we were so young! Oh, I don't know what the girls in my new woman bookshop would say about this outfit! Rosie, we should do a number tonight at the hen party! Well, I'd have to let out the seams first. Well, where's Sophie? I haven't seen her. Why? I must find her now. Ta-da! Oh my gosh. That's all I want. It was in the trunk. Yeah, you should hang it up in the bar. Show Sophie what a funky mum she's got. No! Give it here. Burn it! I never want to see it again. Hey, what's wrong? Yeah, what's happened? This has to be a joke. Any minute I'm gonna wake up and they'll all have gone away. What is it? Nothing! Leave me alone. I knew this would happen. Of course, it was gonna come out now. It had to. Oh God, why was I such a stupid little idiot? Chiquitita, tell me what's wrong. I have never seen such sorrow. In your eyes, and the wedding is tomorrow. How I hate to see you like this. There is no way you can deny it. I can see that you're all so sad, so quiet. Chiquitita, tell me the truth. Look, I'm the shoulder you can cry on. Best friend, I'm the one you must rely on. You are always sure of yourself. Now I see you've broken a feather. Dad. Who's Dad? Sophie's. You know how I always said it was Sam? Sam, the architect who ran away from home to get married? Oh, typical bloody man. Well, I'm not sure that it was him. You see, there were a couple of others. Donna Sheridan, you dark horse! You shady lady, why didn't you tell us? I didn't think I'd ever have to. I didn't think that all three would be sitting in my bar right before the wedding. What? In the bar? I have to see them. Donna, where are they? Donna, are you sure? Of course I'm sure. You think I'd forget my daughter's three dads? Sam Carmichael, Bill Austin, Harry Headbanger. Oh, not. Ye gods, why have they all turned up now? It's like some horrible trick of fate. Well, it is very Greek. Wait, hold on. Do they know? No, I never told anyone. I mean, why are they here ruining Sophie's wedding? Well, Donna, come on, be fair. They didn't know she existed. They don't need to know. I've done a bloody good job of raising Sophie all by myself, and now... Look, tonight is a male-free zone at the hen night. And tomorrow, Tanya and I will take them fishing. Fishing? Oh, please. Ugh. Well, what do you suggest we do with three men? Nah, that does take me back. Oh God, you dumb bat! Why didn't you tell us? Oh, I guess this just about serves me right. Oh my God. You sound just like your mother. I do not. Yeah, you do. Whatever happened to our Donna, the life and soul of the party, El Rock Chick Supremo? Oh, she grew up. That's all. Well, then grow back down again. You've done nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah, screw them if they can't take a joke.
Watch
Going.
To my stag party.
Don't go.
What? And miss out on my last night of freedom?
No, I don't mean don't go. I mean, is that how you really see it?
I see it as the last night before the biggest adventure of my life. What's the matter, Sophie?
You know how I said I wanted to find my dad?
We've been through this 1,000 times, Sophie. You don't need your dad. I'm right here, alright?
Yeah, Sky, whatever happens, you'll never leave me, will you?
Are you crazy? You've turned my world upside down. I wasn't jealous before we met. Now every man that I see is a potential threat. And I'm possessed if it isn't nice. You've heard me saying that smoking was my only night. But now it isn't true, and everything's new. And all I've learned has overturned. I beg of you, don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me.
It was like shooting a sitting duck. A little small talk, a smile, and baby, I was stuck. I still don't know what you've done with me. A grown-up woman should never fall so easily. I feel the kind of fear when I don't have you near. I'm satisfied, I skip my pride, I beg you dear.
Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. Don't go sharing your devotion. Lay all your love on me. What the hell is going on?
Sorry, mate, but it's an ancient island tradition. You see, the night before the wedding, the groom dives down into the ocean in search of the Helens of Troy's necklace.
And then in charmed union blesses he who discovers the pearls.
Whoa!
It's totally crazy. I mean, why marry the first guy that comes along?
Oh, Pepper, I've had a few little love affairs. They didn't last very long and they've been pretty scarce.
I used to think I was sensible. It makes the truth even more incomprehensible.
Cause everything is you, and everything is you, and all I've learned has Ladies, are there any here tonight? Well, for one night and one night only, the Sheraton Taverna is proud to present the one, the only, the world's first girl power band and all in its grown-up wrinkly glory.
Hey, speak for yourself, Tanya.
One night, one number, cause that's all we've got the breath for. Give it up for Donna and the Dynamos!
Two pilots are gonna find me, but I won't feel blue like I always do. 'Cause somewhere in the crowd there's you. Everything when I called you last night from Glasgow. All I do is sing and sleep and sing, wishing every show was the last show. So imagine I was glad to hear you coming. Suddenly I feel alright, and it's gonna be so different when I'm on the stage tonight. The super trooper lights are gonna find me, shining like the sun, smiling, having fun, feeling like a number one. Tonight the super trooper beats are gonna find me, but I won't feel blue like I always do. 'Cause somewhere in the crowd there's you. Oh, hen night, women only.
to drag you away.
Thank God you did. It used to be a quiet island, this.
So, are you regretting staying away so long?
No, I'm regretting I never knew what was here.
What?
This island, this taverna. I always meant to build it someday, you know. But she beat me to it.
Do you prefer buildings to people?
What?
Tell me something about my mom.
Your ma? Well, your mom was irresistible. She was a one-off, you know. We talked, we fought, well, it was me who brought her here in the first place.
And that wasn't the only thing you did, was it?
What she told you?
Nothing. She's never mentioned you.
Oh, no. You said your mom never stops talking about her friends from the old days. What's going on? Sophie, why am I here?
Is there a man out there? Someone to hear my prayer. Give me a man after midnight. Won't somebody help me chase the shadows away? Give me a man after midnight. Take me to the darkness, to the break of the day.
Fancy Donna with a grown-up daughter.
Have you got any children, Harry?
No, I haven't put myself in a bad paternity.
It's never too late.
I don't think my other half would agree.
Oh, you don't want children.
No, it's not that. It's just... I would have loved a daughter. I would have spoiled her to bits.
Lucky thing.
Is your dad here?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know who my dad is.
Is there a man out there? Someone to hear my prayer.
Can I be nosy? I'm a writer, so it goes with the territory.
Go on.
Well, how'd your mother get this place? The last time I saw her, she was singing in a nightclub on the mainland.
She was left some money in a will. We lived with an old lady when I was little. Her name was Sophia.
My great aunt Sophia?
I think it must be.
But I always heard her money went to family. Wait a minute. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Won't somebody help me chase the shadows away? Give me a man. Take me through the darkness, to the break of the day.
No.
Sorry, I had to get some air.
Why did your great aunt leave my mother that money?
I don't know.
You do. Please just tell me.
Well, what has your mother said?
Nothing. She won't talk about the past. She doesn't understand, but I need to know.
Well, you'll have to go and ask her.
This has got nothing to do with her. My whole life has been this one big unanswered question, and I don't want any more secrecy.
Sophie, this hasn't been my secret.
I've seen you twice in a short time. Only a day since we started. It seems to me for every time I'm getting more open-hearted. Your smile and the sound of your voice and the way you see through me. Got a feeling you give me no choice, and it means a lot to me. So I wanna know, what's the name of the game? Does it mean anything to you? What's the name of the game? Could you feel it the way I do? Tell me please, 'cause I have to know. I'm a curious child, beginning to grow, and you make me talk make me feel, and you make me show what I'm trying to conceal. I trust in you. Would you let me down? Would you laugh at me if I said I care for you? Could you feel the same way too? I wanna know, what's the name of the game?
I'll talk to your mother tonight.
Does it mean anything to you?
Gotta know what I'm doing, it's right, and it means a lot.
What's the name of the game? Could you feel the same way too? I wanna know. Oh yes, I wanna know. What's the name of the game? Bill, are you my father?
I think so.
Well, you know what comes next.
Don't tell me you have a twin sister.
No. Will you give me away
Give you
tomorrow?
away?
Yes. I'll feel like a proper bride if I can walk down the aisle with my father.
You better ask your mother.
Bye.
You better ask your mother.
No, not tonight. We'll keep this our secret till the wedding.
She'll go crazy.
She'll be relieved. She'll see us together and see that I'm happy.
Fine. I'll do it.
People everywhere, a sense of expectation hanging in the air. Giving out a spark across the room, your eyes are glowing in the dark.
And here we go again, we know the start, we know the end. Masters of the sea, and now we hunger, now we're about to get some more. You know what I mean.
Take it now, leave. Now it's all we get. Nothing promised, no regrets. Voulez-vous? Ain't no big decision. You know what to do. La question c'est voulez-vous?
We know the end, masters of the sea.
We've done it all before and now we're back to get some more.
You know what I mean. Voulez-vous?
Take it now, leave. Now it's all we get. Nothing promised, no regrets.
Sophie, I know why I'm here. And let me tell you, I think it's brilliant. I've always wanted a little girl, and a big one's even better.
No, Sam, it's...
I know I'm rushing things, but just tell me one thing. Does your mother know that I know?
No, she...
Good. Listen, who's giving you away?
No one.
Wrong, I am.
You?
Yes. And you don't worry about Donna. She doesn't scare me much.
Take it now, leave. Now it's all we get. Nothing promised, no regrets. Voulez-vous?
Oh my God, I've got it. Talk about slowing the uptake. I'm your dad.
Harry!
Well, the penny's chopped now good and proper, so that's why he sent me the invitation. He wanted your old dad to walk you down the aisles. Well, I won't let you down. I'll be there.
Voulez-vous? Take it now, leave. Now it's all we get. Nothing promised, no regrets. Voulez-vous? Ain't no big decision. You know what to do. La question c'est voulez-vous? Voulez-vous?
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the first act. We will resume after few minutes. There will be no break. There will be no break, and the cast, they're getting ready for the second part of the show. Can we have the keyboard on, please? Can we have it on? Can we have the keyboard on? Piano. Thank you. And I'm sure we can get all the crowd who are sitting here. And I'm sure we can get all the people who are sitting in this small little platform to sing along to this as they are preparing. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you know the song. You can sing along. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, bright blessed days and dark sacred nights, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Act 2 of Mamma Mia, presented by St. Edmund's School.
Don't know how to take it, don't know where to go. My resistance running low, and every day the hold is getting tighter, and it troubles me so. I'm nobody's fool, and yet it's clear to me I don't have a strategy. It's just like taking candy from a baby, and I under attack. I'm being taken, about to crack. Defense is breaking. Won't somebody please have a heart? Come and rescue me now, 'cause I'm falling apart. Under attack, I'm taking cover. They're on my track. 3 dads, 1 lover. Thinking nothing can stop them now. Should I want to? I'm not sure I would know how. This is getting crazy, I should tell them so. Really let my anguish show. Like I was trapped within a nightmare. I've got nowhere to go. Yes, it's what I wanted, but I'm scared as hell. Staring down the deepest well. I hardly dare to think of what would happen, where I'd be if I fell under attack. I'm being taken, about to crack. Defense is breaking. Won't somebody please have a heart? Come and rescue me now, 'cause I'm falling apart. Under attack, I'm taking cover. They're on my track. 3 guys, 1 lover. Thinking nothing can stop them now. Should I want to? I'm not sure I would know how. Under attack, I'm being taken, about to crack. Defense is breaking. Won't somebody please have a heart? Come and rescue me now, 'cause I'm falling apart. Under attack, I'm taking cover. They're on my track. 3 guys, 1 lover. Thinking nothing can stop them now. Should I want to? I'm not sure I would know how.
What's going on? Sophie, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Well, wait right here.
I'm alright, Mom.
Of course you're not alright. You're sleepwalking again.
Again? When do I ever sleepwalk?
The night you couldn't do your timetables, the night you went down with measles.
Knock it off, Mom. I'm not a baby.
Well, I know that, Sophie. But you're still my daughter. And I know when there's something wrong. Where do we start? It's not too late. I can sort out this wedding malarkey.
Malarkey? What do you mean, malarkey?
Sorry, it's just a figure of speech.
No, it isn't. That's what you think, isn't it? I'm just stupid to get married. It's just a label.
I'm not pretending that I understand, Sophia.
No, you don't. You did just fine without a man. You didn't do the marriage and babies thing. You just did the babies. Well, good for you.
I don't see why you're taking this out on me.
I'm going to do it right, Mom. I love Sky, and I want to be with him. And I'm not going to let my kids grow up not knowing who their dad is, because it's trash.
All right, Eddie, what are you doing with those monstrosities?
Are they yours, Donna?
No. Well, what sort of a wedding is this going to be? Look at the state of you 3. Now hit the tubs. And where do you think you're going?
To scrub the groom's back.
No, you're not. I want the champagne on ice, the Uzi and the punch bowls. I want you to lay out the tablecloths, the cutlery, and the best glasses. And I want you to wash and polish him first. Eddie?
Yes, sir.
Get your boat out.
What? Why?
Because my guests want to dive down to the old wreck to look for more pearl necklaces.
But, Donna, we already planted the ones that Sky brought last night.
I don't care. It will keep them happy until the wedding starts.
But...
For God's sake, just do it.
Yes, sir.
pass me by. All of those great romances, because of your agony, of my rightful chances. My picture clear, everything seems so easy, but then you dealt me the blow. One of us had to go. How you hurt me, I want you to know. One of us is crying, one of us is lying in her lonely bed, staring at the ceiling, wishing she was somewhere else instead. One of us is lonely, one of us is only waiting for a call. Sorry for herself, feeling stupid, feeling small, wishing you had never left at all, never left at all.
Donna, what's the rush?
A small match of the wedding.
Look, about this wedding. Hey, are these my old bagpipes?
They frighten off unwanted visitors.
Well, you don't need bagpipes to do that.
I wouldn't. My bite is worse than my bark.
I know. I've still got the scars. I'll show you.
What do you want, Sam?
You're living my dream, Donna. Don't you remember? This island, this taverna, it used to be my dream.
Yeah? Well, this is my reality. Hard work and a crippling mortgage.
Oh, all right. Let me take a look at the roof for you at least.
I will take a look at my own roof.
Oh, all right. Be a bloody martyr. Look, I know it's hard for you, doing it all on your own.
Don't you patronize me. I like doing it on my own. Every morning I wake up and I thank Christ I haven't got some middle-aged menopausal man to bother me. I'm single, I'm free, and it's great.
Where are those happy days? They seem so hard to find. That I try to reach for you, but you have closed your mind. Whatever happened to our love? I wish I understood. It used to be so nice, it used to be so good. So when you hear me, darling, can you hear me? SOS. And the love you gave me, nothing else can save me. SOS. When you're gone, how can I even try to go on? When you're gone, though I try, how can I carry on?
You seem so far away, though you are standing near. You made me feel alive, but something died of fear. I really tried to make it out. I wish I understood what happened to our love. It used to be so good. So when you hear me, darling, can't you hear me? SOS. The love you gave me, nothing else can save me. SOS.
Now you're gone, how can I even try to go on? Now you're gone, though I try, how can I carry on? Why didn't you tell me about Sophie?
That's absolutely none of your business.
Okay, so, but what's this sky bloke like? Is he good enough for her?
That is none of your business either!
So when you hear me, darling, can't you hear me? SOS. And the love you gave me, nothing else could save me. SOS. When you're gone, how can I even try to go on? When you're gone, oh I try, how can I carry on?
Madam, now this will tickle your taste buds.
Well, yes, but will it cure my hangover?
You should look in the mirror, darling, because you just cured mine.
Oh, I'm old enough to be your mother.
Well, you can call me.
What time is it? Aren't you supposed to be ready for the wedding?
Oh, Harry, don't worry about me. I've got oodles of time. Nothing worse than sitting in your glad old rags for us.
But Donna must be tearing her hair out doing the wedding all on her own. Oh well. What would the bride's father usually do?
Well, usually he'd pay. Though my dad, he drew the line at my third. Huh.
And did
Can
he
you
say
believe it?
anything beforehand? Words of advice, that sort of thing?
Yeah, there was me in my dress, ready to waltz down the aisle, and he whispered, "Don't worry, love, I know a good lawyer." Why are we talking about my dad?
I think I'll get back to my room now, to my son.
Oh, Harry, no, don't go, please.
Let's just catch up later tonight.
Hey, Tanya, how about we catch up from last night?
Look, I don't want to remember last night. As far as I'm concerned, last night never happened.
A wedding.
There's a bar. Help yourself.
Do it. We're your guests now.
Oh, did you catch anything?
Oh, you should have seen the one that got away.
It was this big.
Oh, Bill, don't exaggerate. It was this big.
Maybe some snacks?
Oh, thanks, but no thanks. Rosie's promised me a fry-up.
Have I?
Well, you know how I keep your new woman's cookbook in my rucksack?
Do you? Well, then you'll know exactly how to pepper my snapper.
Oh, right. 3 hours till meltdown. Come on, girls, we've got work to do.
Work?
On my face, sweetie. A little repair and renovation.
You don't mess with a masterpiece.
Just ignore him, Tanya. He can't help being a man.
Tanya can't ignore the chemistry between us.
Little boys who play with fire get their fingers burned.
You're so hot, teasing me. So you're blue, but I can't take a chance on a kid like you. There's something I couldn't do. There's that look in your eyes, and I can't read in your face that your feelings are driving you wild. Oh, but boy, you're only a child. But I can dance with you, honey, if you think it's funny. Does your mother know that you're out? Well, I can chat with you, baby, flirt a little, maybe. Does your mother know that you're out? Boy, there's no way to go. Does your mother know? Take it easy, try to cool it, boy. Play it nice and slow. Does your mother know? mother know that you're out. And I can chat with you, baby, flirt a little maybe. Does your mother know that you're out? Take it easy, better slow down, boy, there's no way to go. Does your mother know? Take it easy, try to cool it, boy, play it nice and slow. Does your mother know?
Sky,
It's bad luck to see each other.
it's all gone wrong anyway. Sky, you've got to help me.
Why? What's happened?
It's a mess, and it's all my fault. I know I shouldn't have, but I read Mom's diary, and I've got 3 possible dads. I invited them all to the wedding. I thought I know who my dad was as soon as I saw him, but I didn't. And now I'm waiting for my dad to give me away.
Slow down. Go back a bit. You did what?
I invited my dads to our wedding. It was 3 months ago. I wasn't even sure if they'd all come.
3 months?
Sky, you've got to help me.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because I knew you wouldn't like it.
I thought we talked about everything. I thought we trusted each other. You went behind my back to some stranger?
No, it wasn't like that.
Is that what this big white wedding's for? It's a setup just so you could find your dad?
No, it's not.
I wanted to get a boat out to the mainland. Just get married with a couple of witnesses. You insisted on this fancy wedding just so you could play happy families?
It's knowing who I am. I wanted to get married.
It doesn't come from knowing who your dad is, Sophie. It comes from you. I mean, how would you feel if I lied to you? I was marrying you because I loved you. I thought that's what you wanted. Now I just don't know anymore.
You don't know if you love me?
I don't know if that's what you want.
I'm sorry, am I interrupting?
Listen. Think about it.
Oh, Sky.
Sophie, leave him. He's right. You have to be sure it's what you really want.
This has got nothing to do with you.
But I'm your dad. I can't give you away unless I'm sure you're going to be happy.
Well, I've had this conversation with my mother, and she knows me a lot better than you do.
Yeah? What does Donna the Dynamo know about marriage or divorce? Look, Sophie, I've got 20 years of good advice to cram into about 2 minutes. So just hear me. You're very young. You've got an entire life.
Sam, not now, please.
But I've been there, Sophie. I've done the big white wedding and the cake and the, doesn't always turn out happily ever after. I can still hear my wife screaming at me. No more walking through an empty house, tears in your eyes. This is how the story ends. This is goodbye. Knowing me, knowing you, there is nothing we can do. Knowing me, knowing you, we just have to face it this time. We're through. Breaking up is never easy, I know, but I had to go. Knowing me, knowing you, it's the best I can do.
You said you had some boys?
Yes, they live with their mother. Memories, good days, bad days, they'll be with me always. In those old familiar rooms, children would play. Now there's only emptiness, nothing to say. Knowing me, knowing you, there is nothing we can do. Knowing me, knowing you, we just have to face it this time. We're through. Breaking up is never easy, I know, but I have to go. Knowing me, knowing you, it's the best I can do.
But that's not me, Sam. I love Sky. And did you feel that when you got married?
No, I didn't.
Well then, it'll be alright. I know it will.
Knowing me, knowing you, there is nothing we can do. Knowing me, knowing you, we just have to face it this time. We're through. Breaking up is never easy, I know, but I have to go. Knowing me, knowing you, it's the best I can do.
Get my hair right, can't get anything right. Come in.
Donna,
Harry, what are you doing here?
I wanted to give you this.
I don't mean here, I mean here on this island.
Please.
Oh my gosh! What is this?
Well, I just saw you must have tightened your belt after so many years. You've been looking after Sophie all on your own. So, you know, I just wanted to contribute a little something to the wedding.
This would cover 4 weddings and a funeral. Harry, it's a lovely gesture, but...
Do you remember the last time you said that to me?
No.
The night I bought you the guitar. I can remember thinking, those are the last words I'll ever hear from Donna Sheridan, and I'll always treasure them. Harry, is a lovely gesture, but...
You're just making that up. I'm sure I just said thank you nicely like a well-brought-up Catholic girl.
That's better. Do you know that's the first time I've seen you laugh since I've arrived?
A bit stressed, Harry. What did you expect?
A bit more of the old Donna, and a bit less of the well-brought-up Catholic girl. I can still recall all last summer. I still see it all. Was along the sea, laughing in the rain. All last summer, memories that remain. We made a way.
sat down in the grass by the Eiffel Tower. I was so happy we had met. It was the age of no regret. Oh yes, those crazy years, that was the time of the flower power. But underneath, we had a fear of flying, of getting old, of fear of slowly dying. We took a chance, like we were dancing our last dance. I can still recall all last summer. I still see it all in the tourist jam round the Notre Dame. All last summer, walking hand in hand, Paris restaurants. All last summer, morning croissants, living for the day, worries far away. All last summer, we could laugh and play.
And now you're working in a bank, a family man, a football fan, and your name is Harry. How dull it seems, yet you are the hero of my dreams.
I can still recall all last summer. I still see it all. Was the love the sea, laughing in the rain? All last summer, memories that remain.
I can't take this. I don't know why you think I should.
But I want you to have it.
Come in.
We can't talk about this now. I'll meet you at the wedding.
The wedding?
Yes, I've been invited.
That's the dress then? Yes. It's beautiful. Right. So Ali and Lisa are ready to help you?
Mom, will you help me?
School bag in hand, she leaves home in the early morning, waving goodbye with an absent-minded smile. I watch her go with a surge of that well-known sadness, and I have to sit down for a while. The feeling that I'm losing her forever, and without really entering her world. I'm glad whenever I can share her laughter, that funny little girl, slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it, slipping through my fingers all the time. To really see what's in her each time I think I'm close to her. She keeps on moving, slipping through my fingers all the time.
Mom, do you think I'm letting you down?
Why?
Because everyone says your mom is so cool, bringing up a kid, running a business all on her own.
Well, didn't really have much of a choice now, did I? My mother disowned me.
Oh,
it was the bloody best thing, rather than some rainy old council estate. Sleep in her arms, her and me at Sometimes I wish that I could freeze the picture and save it from the funny tricks of time slipping through my fingers. Mom, will you give me away? I'm really proud of you, Mom. School bag in hand, she leaves home in the early morning, waving goodbye with an absent-minded smile.
Donna,
Not now, Sam.
Sophie tells me you're giving her away.
Yes, I am. Who else?
What about her dad? She said she wants her father here.
Her dad isn't here.
Maybe her father wants her here as well.
Don't do this to me now, Sam. I don't want to hear this now.
Donna, listen. This is about us.
I don't want to talk about things we've gone through, though it's hurting me. Now it's history. I've paid all my cards, and that's what you've done too. Nothing more to say, no more ways to pay. The winner takes it all, the loser standing small beside the victory. That's her destiny. I was in your arms, thinking I belonged there. I figured it made sense, building me a fence, building me a home, thinking I'd be stronger, but I was a fool, hanging by the rules. The gods may throw the dice, the minds as cold as ice, and someone way down here knows it's someone here. The winner takes it all, the loser has to fall. It's simple and it's plain. Why should I complain? But tell me, does she kiss like I used to kiss you? Does it feel the same when she calls your name? Somewhere deep inside, you must know I miss you. But what can I say? Rules must be obeyed. The judges will decide the lives of me abide. Spectators of the show, wasting low. The game is on again. A lover or a friend, a big thing or a small, the winner takes it all. I don't want to talk, 'cause it makes me feel sad, and I understand. You've come to shake my hand. I apologize if it makes you feel bad seeing me so tense, no self-confidence. But you see, the winner takes it all. The winner takes it all. The game is on again. A lover or a friend, a big thing or a small, the winner takes it all. The winner takes it
Rosie,
Oh, go and wait with the others until I'm finished.
look, I just got this note from Sophie, and she told me, and I'm quite confused, because she said she wants me to give her away, but now she's changed her mind. I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am. I just came here for a wedding.
Yeah?
Look, I think I'm Sophie's dad.
Whoa, okay, this is the conversation you need to have with
Absolutely,
Donna.
I'll go talk to Donna
No.
right now.
No, you will do no such thing. Sophie is getting married in 5 minutes. Take a pew and button it.
Oh, be all right if I'm here.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Look, I come across as this intrepid traveler, but I get all faint before marriage.
Tell me about it.
Marriage, judge, responsibility. I'm a writer. I made up my mind long ago. I walk a lonely path.
If you change your mind, I'm the first in line. Honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know. I'm gonna be around. If you got no place to go, if you're feeling down, if you're all alone when the big deep birds out flown, I'm still free. Take a chance on me.
Give me a break, will ya?
Gonna do my very best, and it ain't no lie. If you put me to the test, if you let me try, take a chance on me. Take a chance on me. We can go dancing.
We can go walking.
As long as we're together. Listen to some music.
Maybe just talking.
You get to know me better. Cause you know I've got so much that I wanna do. I wanna dream of my love with you. It's magic. You want me to leave it there,
Afraid of a love affair.
but I think you know that I want you so.
and to your family. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here on this day, in the sight of God.
And welcome to Sophie's dad's. I have to tell you, it isn't fair to keep it from you any longer. He's here.
I know.
What?
I invited him.
But you can't have. I don't know which of them it is.
Oh my God!
Oh dear.
Mom, I'm really, really sorry. Will you ever forgive me?
Oh, I don't know, Sophie. Will you ever forgive me?
I don't care if you've slept with hundreds of men. You're my mom.
I have not slept with hundreds of men.
Hang on. Are you saying that I might be Sophie's dad? Or even Bill? Or maybe Harry?
You've got it, and you've only got yourself to blame.
What?
Yeah, if you hadn't dumped my mom, gone off and married someone else.
No, it wasn't like that. I was engaged. I had to go home. I thought it was the right thing to do. But I came back.
What?
Yeah, I told Lorraine I couldn't marry her, and I came straight back.
Well, why didn't you call me?
Because I was daft enough to think you'd be sitting in your room pining for me. Only when I got here, they told me you had gone off with some other bloke.
I'm sorry if I might just come in for a minute. There's something.
Oh, Harry, the check.
No, it's not the check. It's yours. It's great to even have a third of Sophie. I never thought I'd even have that much of a child.
Oh, Harry.
The point I'm making is that there are all types of families out there, aren't they? Yours is you and Sophie, and mine is me and Lawrence.
Well, he's right. We can find out if we want to, but I agree with Harry. Being a third of your dad is great by me.
Go then, Bennett, me too.
Oh, typical, isn't it? Wait 20 years for a dad, and 3 show up at the same time.
Well, I don't know which one of you is my dad, but I don't mind. I've learned something about myself. Sky, let's not get married. Look, I know you never wanted any of this anyway, okay? I've got my whole life ahead of me. Let's just get off this island and get at that world.
I love you.
Donna, I take it the wedding is cancelled.
I haven't got a clue what's going on.
Now, hold on. Why waste a good wedding? What about it, Sheridan? You're going to need somebody who's going to boss around this island of yours.
Are you nuts? I'm not a bigamist.
Neither am I. I'm a divorced man who's loved you for 21 years. And ever since I've got on this island, I've been bursting to show you how much. Come on, Donna! It's only the rest of your life. I can't conceal it. Don't you see? Can't you feel it?
Say I do. I do, I do, I do, I do, I
Donna, let's try it.
if you see the wonder of a fairy tale, you can take the future, even if you fail. I believe in angels, something good in everything I see. I believe in angels when I know the time is right for me. I'll cross the street. I have a dream. I'll cross the street. I have a dream. I'll cross the street. I have a
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of the Mamma Mia, presented to you by St. Edmund's School. A round of applause as we bring in the cast members.
that girl that sea, digging the dancing queen. At Waterloo, Napoleon did surrender. Oh yes, and I have met my destiny in quite a similar way. The history book on the shelf is always repeating itself. Waterloo, I was defeated, you won the war. Waterloo, promise to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape if I wanted to. Waterloo, knowing my fate is to be with you. Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo. So how could I ever refuse? I feel like I win when I lose. Waterloo, I was defeated, you won the war. Waterloo, promise to love you forevermore. Waterloo, couldn't escape if I wanted to. Waterloo, knowing my fate is to be with you. Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo. 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 Waterloo, finally facing my Waterloo.
Hello, hello, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I just want to acknowledge the incredible musicians, our boys from class 7, the singers, the choir members, the actors, actresses, and the stage crew. I just want them to come in front. Please, where are the boys? Please come. Lovely, fabulous. The minister of the church is also here. Who did the blessing, who gave the blessing. Thank you very much, audience. You are wonderful. And thank you, children. Thank you, boys and girls, for that fantastic performance. Thank you so much. Okay? Good.